Alrighty. Should be good. Uh, I saw right before I started the stream, Single Die, hello, I got a rag on the Shaman Mog. Those shoulders ain't it. I think these shoulders are better, but I assume you're referring to the Shaman Mog in the thumbnail, which that is I think like an outdated version of my North American Shaman Mog, which like yeah, I will admit I don't really update my transmogs frequently for my non-main characters. I just like throw something together, especially on Europe. Oh, you like this mog better? All right, let's go. This is literally just I looked through whatever I had unlocked on Europe, threw something together in like 5 minutes. It looked good enough. It's better than whatever random mishmashed garbage I had on before, and that's what I went with. But it takes time to go through and like get a proper screenshot of the character and then edit it in Photoshop to make it transparent and whatnot, the background. So usually I only make a new one of those if it's like significantly different, or if it's for a character that I don't have at least something representing that character, right? But I made that one for my shaman like a year and a half ago, and I'll admit I haven't really, even on North America, I haven't changed it up that much since. So it's just whenever I do Resto Shaman stuff, which isn't too frequent, I reuse that. But on that note, so this is Resto Shaman Keystone Hero. Now the title and thumbnail, as it implies, I am going to be most likely. I say most likely because it might be subject to change, and I guess if you're watching this in the future and the thumbnail just says Resto Shaman Keystone Hero, then, well, that's what you should expect. But right now, I basically have one thumbnail for both Resto Shaman and H-Priest, and one thumbnail for just Resto Shaman. And the plan, what I hope to be able to do, is both. I think we can finish today. But I'm still sick. I'm definitely feeling better today. I slept for a while, woke up, felt a bit better, so I'm hoping that I'll continue to feel like relatively good enough, mostly just like, sneezing every now and then, that kind of thing, as far as my cold is concerned. But I'd imagine that my throat's probably going to give out at some point if I keep yapping too long, so I'm going to try not to force it. But as long as I'm feeling good enough, I want to be able to knock all of it out today and just be over and done with. And I am like fully set up on both of them. Obviously, I should also note we started Resto Shaman. I did the very first key at the end of the Holy Paladin one. So if you're watching this in the future and you missed that and you want to see that first key, you can go back there. But since I had a little bit of free time at the end, I decided to just get one key done because I didn't have a keystone. And I figured that the process of like getting that initial key when you have 0 IO, it's annoying. Obviously, like you get declined from the vast majority of keys, but I finally found a group, got invited, managed to get that done, and now I have a key, so we're ready to go. Jump right into it. And I have a non-duplicate key, which on the Holy Paladin one, I found an Algathar group, ran the Algathar, and then got an Algathar key, which that was a frustrating way to start it, even though all things considered, I think the Holy Paladin one went pretty well. And obviously, Priest is the same one I did Disc with, so I've been doing weekly keys on that character just to keep it up, so I still have a 12 ready to go on that one. For Priest, I'll probably need to keep track of which dungeons I've done, because normally for this, I just look at, okay, which dungeons am I missing score for, and I go by that. But obviously, I already have score on my Disc Priest, so for Holy, I'm going to have to... I'll probably open up a Google Doc and keep it in the background, and just, like, jot down, alright, we did this key every single time. That way I have an easy thing to refer back to. We have a very early Twitch bot. Alright, can ban that. Are those gloves an Epic Edition mog? I think so. Yeah. Like I said, I just kind of threw together whatever I had, but I'm pretty sure it's like a combination of Epic Edition stuff, crafted stuff, the like Silvermoon, Eversung Woods transmog, and then some of the Drakthir things from what's it called? Dragonflight. Just like a lot of red mail type of things. Mishmash of it all. Let's see. You have somewhere between 5 to 9 transmog sets in every character you played since Midnight launch? God damn. Yeah, I mean, so, one, like, obviously kind of separating for me, I'm kind of the same way in general. Of, like, I like making transmog sets. But for me, like, basically two things. One, on Europe, I don't really have many appearances, right? This account is fairly new, so if I go to... where are appearances under? Like here, I don't really have much to work with. So I haven't really bothered making fancy outfits on any of these characters just because my options are limited, and I don't really want to farm transmog a second time on a new account just to be able to make sets, so I'm just gonna pick a set that I'm happy with and use that, right? It's just, is what it is. On North America, I usually do try to make new sets, but generally speaking, it's... like, at the start of a season, I'll revisit my transmog. Like, I made a new Brewmaster Monk transmog at the start of the season. There are, though... I definitely have a few characters where it's like, I just have a transmog set that I really like on them, and I have no reason to change it. Like, my Druid transmog set, I've been using pretty much since the Rhubarb Palace, and I really like it. I think it's a really good set. And considering it's one of the sets that I've gotten, like, the most whispers on from people who just, like, randomly walk past me in a main city and are like, holy shit, that transmog's amazing. I'm like, alright, yeah. I'm glad that I'm not crazy. I definitely think it's pretty good. It's not even that complex, but it's, like, it's the perfect blend of, like, Druid tier sets and the Warden set that all just have the same color scheme, and I think it looks really good. So, I've been using that exact same set, and I haven't really had any interest in making a new one, especially because Druid, I'm in bear form like 90% of the time, so it's not like I ever get to really appreciate new transmog sets anyway. But I'll usually make like a new Brewmaster Monk transmog every season, and same for Prot Warrior. Prot, I have like a handful of transmogs that I'll cycle between every now and then. I'll make a new one if I'm feeling inspired. When they added the new katanas in War Within, I made a new Prot Warrior transmog, and I've been using that one pretty much ever since, but I might make a new one soon. We'll see. But okay, I obviously have a lot of ground to cover, so I'm not going to yap for too much. Also, like I said, I need to conserve my voice a little bit. So I'm going to throw the key up. We'll see how quickly I'm able to fill this. I'm going to try to do 12s mostly on Resto Shaman because, you know, well, I'll take what I can get at the end of the day. It is still early in the morning, you know, I am starting this fairly late, so it's 4 a.m. in Europe, which obviously I'm playing on European servers, and that's something I'm going to have to deal with. It generally has been difficult to find people. The Paladin one, towards the end, I went like 30 minutes without being able to find a group, so if I end up being in a situation where the only key active is a +10, I'm not going to be that picky, but I feel very, very confident. I'll take the mage. Should be fine. I feel relatively confident on Shaman. For context, I've mentioned this, of course, a few times throughout the challenge, but I know there's going to be a few people who obviously have missed that, and if you're just watching the Shaman one, I am going into this pretty familiar with Shaman. So, like, Resto, Druid, Holy Paladin, etc., I was learning them for the first time. Resto Shaman, I started playing back in War Within. When I first decided that I wanted to start to learn how to heal, I took it kind of baby steps, right? Started off with just Resto Shaman, and then I eventually started learning Prez, then Disc, and it wasn't until this season that I'm like, alright, I want to, like, force myself to just learn all of the other ones in, you know, one fell swoop, I guess. But I have been chipping away at Resto Shaman pretty much every single season. I feel pretty comfortable with it, and like I said, at the end of the Holy Paladin one, I already did a single plus 12 key, and it was, like, extremely easy. I'm pretty much the only deaths throughout the entire key was a Blood Elf Demon Hunter deliberately Arcane Torrented, like, 12 of the shield guys at the same time and one-shot everybody but the tank. And he even joked that, like, we were so far ahead on time that he just wanted to see if he could live it with darkness. Like, alright, sure. Can't even be upset. I mean, we still two-chested it. But the rest of the time... Is it still... Okay, no, it doesn't save in the Blizzard damage meters. But the rest of the key was like a joke. Resto Shaman feels super cozy. So I don't think this is going to be a challenge. Personally, I'm a little bit more curious to see how Holy Priest goes. Because I did a bit of research on it, and from what I can see, there's, like, a build that a lot of people are running right now, which is what I've copied, and I'm going to try it. I obviously understand how it works and why they're running it, it's just not what I expected going in, where you just don't even run Prayer of Healing at all. That's an interesting one. Okay, so, like, obviously, this is somebody carrying their friend. I normally don't take that, but that druid's probably so good that it's honestly fine. And 256 is not completely dead weight. It's, like, kind of dead weight, but they will probably at least live to boss mechanics. Generally speaking, I decline it when they're, like, 220. This person at least, presumably, has stepped into delves before coming here. So they're not just going to be chain dying, and I'll actually be able to keep them alive. I do have it set to... I do not have it set to Mythic. Okay. But especially a Guardian Druid that overgeared is probably fine. And at this time of day, I can't really be that picky. And I'll take the Death Knight. But yeah, so the H-Priest build that I'm going to be running is a no Prayer of Healing and no 4th Apex Talents build. So it still runs 3 out of 4 points, which I don't think I've ever seen a build that doesn't run, like, part of the Apex Talent. Maybe there's other examples that I just haven't seen yet. Obviously, I know Mistweaver Monk doesn't run its Apex Talent. And a lot of Guardian Druid builds don't run the Apex Talent, but they just don't run any of it, like, at all. So the fact that Holy Priest is only running 3 out of 4 is interesting. I have looked into why, right? It's basically the, what is... You do Wiro Oremi Shaman? Not sure I understand. Is that German or something? The druid said, "Is your keyboard broken?" They said, the mage said, "Welcome." Oh. Okay, the druid apparently translated and said, he's asking if you can press hero. But that is my job. I do need to remember. And I'll buff up real quick. Do boss. Alright. I didn't do a ready check. Let's do, just to be sure. Let me read in a second. Single die. I'll start the countdown. You need a second opinion on what class to level next. None of them stand out, so you're curious about which 5 did you enjoy the most. Rogue, DH, Druid, Mage, or Priest. Definitely not Rogue. Definitely not Rogue. Does it... Okay, the druid keeps my earth shield. I don't know why it doesn't show up in frames.
2, 1.
I mean, I enjoyed leveling Disc Priest just because I was surprised that Disc Priest felt as easy as it did. So that was... It was notable for that reason, I guess. Obviously, I always enjoy leveling a druid. That should go without saying. And then... Kind of dropped that on me. So. Then what were the other one? Mage and Demon Hunter. Demon Hunter is definitely... I should have just... Yeah, I could just drop the totem. Fine. Demon Hunter is definitely, I think, my favorite spec to level. As Havoc, though, specifically. Oh, all starting from level 80? Yeah, definitely it averages out a little bit at 80. But I think Havoc is just always going to be pretty fun to level. Hard to dislike that. Do this. Then... Dispel that. I'll keep this just ticking away on me, because who cares? I'd rather do damage. That's one of the super chill things about Resto Shaman, right? Like, if not much is happening, I can just sit here and deal damage. Do that guy, but oh, I have a Stormstream Totem. Drop that, it just full heals everybody, and now it's just sitting there, pulsing healing. So I just don't need to press anything. Okay. What are we doing, Mr. Druid? Oh, we're getting the book. Okay. So here, like, any damage people are taking, just Healing Tide Totem, Healing Rain, my hots are just ticking away. It's just so chill to heal with this spec. That's... But now, like, okay, a little bit more damage is going out. And just manually cast Chain Heal. It's gonna die before that's a concern, I think. Probably just stand in this, honestly. Yeah. Easy peasy. Now, I'm still doing less damage than a Mistweaver Monk, but, you know. And as I thought, the Hunter actually has enough item level to live. AoE at least, so... really minds. Help you out. Okay. The Hunter lusted for me. I should have realized that I was about to get knocked. Alright, let's dispel you. This. And... also, I can work racial. That's... Forgetting. I can clear this, right? I thought Ghost Wolf is supposed to clear that. Isn't there a talent where it's like Ghost Wolf? Ghost Wolf removes stairs. Oh, I guess it's only snares, not like actual roots. Okay. Well, it's good to know, I guess. I'm a little bit concerned about this. This definitely was not, okay. That was a really dumb pull on the Druid's part, because all the mobs are buffed. Where's the Hunter? We live it. I definitely... Is the mage LOS or something? I hit Dispel. It didn't work. The Druid's probably not used to having to deal with Xal'atath, but obviously, you know, when you see that the Xal'atath thing is not dying, they should have just waited, let it get killed, and then continued. Like, if that had happened, it's fine, but then the Hunter just got blasted. Which I can do. Let's do this. This is definitely just a... You actually need to press healing abilities. Oh. It's fine, no? That's... What? Where? Huh? Oh, is he getting more mana worms? Okay. That's kind of sick. I'd never seen somebody do that, but I respect it. I'm guessing that's what he's doing. I don't see any mana worms, though, so... maybe that's not what he did? I'm very confused right now. Okay, I'll go first. Ash.
Four, three, two, one. Your fall is written.
I still don't know why the druid just ran off. Maybe he thought he could pull mana worms in time, or maybe he thought there were more and he already grabbed it. Didn't really matter, but just confused more than anything.
The void has broken through.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
Okay, big pull. I assume we're LOSing? No. Okay. Ooh. I think my stun would have gone off in time. I did kind of blow my kick, though. I don't know if he intentionally dragged that into my healing rate, but if so, I fucking love this guy. Okay, yeah, that's unfortunate. I mean, they got sucked up. Not much I could have done to save them there.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
Okay. Don't need to kick. I'm trying to be, like, helping... Or helpful, I guess. Can't talk. I'm focused. Trying to be helpful with kicks, but there haven't really been many kicks that I need to get, which, I mean, that's a good thing. There's definitely been a lot of times where I'm in groups where nobody's kicking, and I'm not on a healer that can kick, obviously, which is just Resto Shaman. And... Please tell me I didn't pull that. I think I pulled that. I think that was me. Dude, what the... Oh, Terror Wave went off. That is, absurd. I think Healing Rain pulled that through the floor, which is kind of crazy. But then also, I don't know why I just randomly got fucking shotgun blasted in the face by like a million dots. That threw potion and multiple direct heals just did nothing, and then I died. And then rezzing directly into a Terror Wave is also just unfortunate, but... I don't know for sure if that was me. I need to top myself up before I go for the bear. Yeah, going straight into that is rough. I can't find the DK. That definitely seems like the type of jank that could happen, so... would not be surprised, but it could also have been a Death Knight pet or something. And then I wouldn't really be able to tell, right? Because if something had gotten proximity threat, then I would have immediately gotten healing threat anyway, so... I'm gonna just assume that was me, though, but... It's very silly, regardless.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
Worked out, though. Hey. Wait, oh, the druid pulled everything. Alright.
Champion, I know what to do. I'll
Spirit Walk Town? Oh, Spirit Walk removes roots. Ah, okay. I knew I had something that removed roots. Glad I didn't completely forget that. Forgot which talent it was that did it. Assuming they can get that. Alright, overall, I mean, that still went well. Even if that was my fuck up, then, yeah. Could have gone a hell of a lot worse. I got a crappy trinket that I don't need. Was there actually anything I could have gotten from this place? I actually could have gotten a shield or a one-hander. Oh well. Okay, what did I get? I got a seat. Okay, nice. So it is not a duplicate key. So I can keep just running my own key here. I have a lot of upgrades. Now, I don't think I want to use this. I mean, I'll check QE Live, but I don't think this is a good trinket. Yeah, that's definitely not worth running over what I already have. Okay. I'm still going to, because I have free upgrades, right? I should. Did I not? What I should have done, I guess I never did this. Yeah, I need to use a second Ascendant Void Core on a Hero Track trinket, get that up to 285, and then I can upgrade this for free up to that point. You'll start with Demon Hunter and Priest? No problem. I think that's definitely a good way to go about it. Okay, so let's upgrade that. This trinket, I mean, it doesn't matter. But now, I can upgrade this for free. And then I can use a Void Core on it. And even though I don't want it, you know, I have leftover stuff. There's not really much I need to use it on. So I can just do this for raw item level. In bags item level, specifically. And at the very least, it'll, you know, make my shaman look more palatable. Alright. While I do that, I should want to lower this to a 12.
Found any good treasure lately?
Okay. 12 seats. Yeah, it's still 10 crests for the final upgrade, but that should be fine. And maybe I should craft boots. I think in the long run, that wouldn't be the crafting slot I want. And there's still a decent chance that I just get Mythtrack boots. Right, oh yeah, and I got these pants the other day. So this is definitely what I should upgrade. Do this, and then I just need to catalyze them. I do have... yeah, I have a bunch of catalyst charges. Okay. So I could throw these in. I just need to get thread.
My goods are one of a kind.
Probably the fastest way to search for it. And I do have... I have one socket that I could do. But I need to wait for either Mythtrack bracers or helmets to apply that. Because in the meantime, there's nothing worth using it on. Go upgrade the trinket. After I do that, since not many people... Oh, there's a druid. Okay. Well, that definitely helps. Assuming they're still there when the loading screen finishes. They are. Sure. I am still going to look them up. Just to be sure that they're actually like a guardian. But, oh, they declined the invite. Alright, well, fuck me anyway. Read this. So now, in bags, I am 283, which is definitely an improvement. And that's all people see when I apply for keys anyways. Let's... So, Lysara Magisters and 10 to 12. Okay. Not really many groups. So. Yeah, that's kind of the problem with doing these challenges in this dead zone period. But not a whole lot I can do about that. I just gotta stream these whenever I have the time. I am gonna try to... because obviously, you know, being sick has fucked up my weekend. I was gonna do them at normal times this weekend, then obviously that set me back a little bit. But by getting all of this done right now, then the next stream, which will be the Blood DK 10 to 90, I think what I'm probably gonna call it is... I'll call it like a 0 to hero speedrun, I think is probably like a fun way to name that challenge. Which, like, I don't know, it's kind of a challenge, I suppose, but I'm more just doing it for fun than anything. Like, obviously, I main Blood DK, it's not like that's going to be difficult for me. It'll more just be like, how quickly can I do it? Which is why I think calling it a speedrun will be a more apt description. The one thing that I'm still debating is I don't know how I'm going to split that stream up. Because I think, like, the leveling run in and of itself, people will want to watch that who might not be interested in watching the entire gearing process. And I would want to make that, like, kind of compartmentalized. Sure. I'll be picky about the last DPS until we find a tank, though. What's it called? So, I guess the question is, do I just stream the 10 to 90 process? The problem is, that's actually going to be really fast. Like, I think around 4 to 5 hours, probably shorter, even, is a reasonable time estimate for that run. The thing about that, though, is when I was initially... I don't know why that person applied as a healer. When I was initially considering doing the Death Knight run, I was probably going to do it on... I was thinking of doing it on North America. Like, way back when it was meant to be a demonstration. In which case, I would have more tools at my disposal. But I'm going to be doing it on Europe. So, I guess, like... I was going to say I won't have Draft of 10 lands, but it honestly might not take me... It shouldn't take me that long to get through the BFA intro stuff and get Draft of 10 lands unlocked. And I should probably do that at some point anyways. I also do have a few leftover Winds of Mysterious Fortune potions that I could use. So I would have access to that. So I'm trying to think, like, there isn't that much I wouldn't be able to get. I wouldn't have, like, Garrosh heirlooms or whatever, but, like, doesn't that make that much of a difference? Not really. So I definitely think all the stuff that really matters for getting, like, the fastest time possible, I should be able to have for that run. So I I think that'll work out quite well. And Death Knight might not be the fastest, but while I don't necessarily think I'm going to be able to get the entire thing done in under 3 hours, I think my super fast speedrun that I'm going to do at like the start of August, that my goal is sub 3 hours. I think that's reasonable, because I did that back in War Within, and I'm pretty sure with optimizations now, I could do that even faster. But obviously that remains to be seen. But this one, I think, around 4 hours, maybe like sub 5, is a reasonable goal to aim for. Okay, yeah, I'll take a 288 Bear Druid. And if the entire process takes like under 5 hours, then that wouldn't be a terribly long stream anyways. So I honestly might be able to do the entire gearing and 3K process in, what's it called? Here. In like 10 hours or so, but I'll see how I feel about it. Check something real quick. Okay. Did I? I think, yeah, I had food buff. Somebody dropped a feast. Sort of last one. But one thing I definitely want to do for the Death Knight thing is I'm going to split it across the weekly reset. But then raises the question of, do I start the stream prior to the weekly reset, like on the day of, Tuesday, or do I just do it like Monday night and then stream the rest afterwards? I think it would be more fun to do it like all in one sitting, because if I'm gonna call it a speedrun, then I feel like it's better to just do it all in one shot, but I don't know. We'll see. Okay, let's do the countdown. I also think, like,
5,
sub 10 hours for the entire process probably isn't unreasonable.
1.
The hardest part, really, is just going to be getting into groups on a brand new Blood DK, because nobody's going to want a Blood DK.
3, 2, 1.
Okay, careful. If this is all we're pulling, I'm not going to lust. I don't necessarily mind the druid playing it safe. Like, that's fine. But I'll just less boss then. Also, since that's a snare, I should be able to... Should be able to Ghost Wolf out of that and Spirit Walk, maybe? I guess I'll try it. Yes, I can. Ah. Okay, that's kind of nice. I don't know why the Hunter is just getting fucked. That actually makes that so easy. I wonder, can I, like, DA that as a blood DK? I feel like I probably could. Alright, now as long as we don't fuck up the slimes, it'll be pretty easy. Okay, so as long as we don't... Yeah, I was gonna say... That, the druid should have started dragging it a little bit. Spooked me a little bit, though. And... Hunter is just fucking throwing? That was really fucking stupid. I mean, I don't know why they were just sitting in the puddle anyway, even before the knock. For the item level of the people I invited, they're definitely not playing well. I mean, the Demon Hunter seems to be doing well, but they are, yeah, it's definitely a weak group, all things considered. But, I mean, you don't wipe here. There's not really all that much that can kill you in the rest of this dungeon. I say that. I have seen people fuck it up, but really it's just this first room that historically I've seen people really int.
Figure out their motives and put a stop to their efforts.
Alright. Why is the hunter a threat? I genuinely don't understand why this entire dungeon, the hunter has just been fucking dying compared to everybody. Obviously, they stood in a mechanic, but it feels like they just got unlucky. I don't think there was anything they even could have stood in. I think every single mechanic just decided to target them, but that felt a little bit wild. Why? Why? Why is he dying? He must have eaten one of the fucking Void Swirlies.
We will not be pushed out. Bring in more forces from the void to deal with these intruders.
Okay. This is a generational pull here. Look at this shit. We are pulling 2 mobs. Oh my goodness. I think the druid can be a little bit more aggressive. Just a tad. Maybe we chain this. Alright. He's also... like, I don't know, compared to some of the druids I've seen, he at least doesn't require as much external healing, right? So it's not like he's the worst bear I've ever seen. Far from it. But I don't know what he's doing while he's rounding up mobs, but, like, this is only a 12, right? So he's not dying. But he is definitely getting fucked on pull. I don't know if he's just, like, not rolling Iron Furs as he rounds up mobs, but his health gets spiked really quickly while getting mobs going. And then he kind of stabilizes. So, like, he understands what he's doing. But, obviously, the higher you go, and, you know, he's not doing super aggressive pulls, right? Like, that first pull in Seat, maybe one of the reasons he doesn't like to do it is because he might die while he's rounding up mobs, because I can see that his on-pull survivability is not great. So that would make sense. But obviously, if you're playing properly as a bear druid, if you go in, you quickly round up a few packs, get some Iron Fur stacks going, get Barkskin up. Like, bear's perfectly fine at rounding up a lot of mobs on pull. But that seems to be a struggle for him. I can actually position myself right here. Get a bunch of them. Should be fine. Don't have that kick. Too bad overall. This is gonna knock me, right? Yeah. So I can't really cast much while that's going off then. Okay, the hunter... Dude, this is such an annoying mob for healers that have to actually sit still to cast. I do have enough instant cast to where I'm like, you know, I'm fine. And maybe the trick really is just like, I bank Riptides here so that while I'm moving, I have something to press. But it did kind of feel like I also just got fucking bullied that pull. Okay, so I'm just gonna use Water Walking. Yeah, see, like, there's no reason, yeah, I could see there, he got massively spiked, and then he panic Barkskinned after he took the damage, which, obviously, you know, do it in the reverse order. Barkskin right before you're about to get hit. not the other way around. Now, I mean, I can't fault him too much because it does seem like he's still fairly new to Guardian. And I'm not gonna flame him or something. He's still done, as I said, overall much better. Okay, the Demon Hunter was kind of like wiggling about. I thought he was gonna move to the side, and then he just kind of stood there on top of me. Jesus. I do have Spirit Walker's Grace if I need it. I could do that. I'm always like this is one of those abilities where I always forget that I have it for situations like this, okay? There are times when I'm like, oh, I know that Spirit Walker's Grace is good here, but it can be hard to remember early on that it's a tool I should be using. Oh. Okay. I tried to predict where he was going, and I predicted wrong. Oh, he's tracking into healing raid, okay. Despair immediately gained like 50 million tank points with me. W tank. Buddy. Okay, good use of blur. This is definitely Spirit Walker's Grace moment. Oh my god. I got hit. Faded. I'm hoping my totems are enough to just heal through this so I can do some damage. Seems like they are. And now I'm kind of low on CDs, though. Stands here. He definitely ate an orb. I'll have to check his death log, but he got targeted, but he was at 30% when he started getting chains. I think if I had reacted fast enough, I could have saved him with Nature Swiftness, but yeah, that's just really unlucky if you eat an orb directly before getting picked. And I was saying the Demon Hunter earlier was one of the ones actually doing well. I mean, he hasn't done terribly, but he is eating a lot of mechanics in this part of the dungeon. And even though, like, he died, but that's not, like, amazing damage. They're all still kind of right above the bear. Alright, let's... deaths. Which one is Umbral Waves? To player struck. I think that's... Okay, yeah. That's means avoidable, so... Alright, I'm not crazy. That is actually really unlucky timing for him. Right as it got hit. I don't know why it maybe the initial hit does more, and that was the initial hit. But glad I'm not crazy. Hey, owner.
This entity must die.
I should have saved Orc Rachel for the burn phase. There's that much, but wouldn't have hurt. I should... The next beam, I can Spirit Walkers. That's... Pattern. We got 3 though. Hunter just stood in that for some reason. Just to make my life harder. I don't know why.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, the damage in this group is not great. Like, we're so fine on time, but, man. Like, I did almost 60k there as a Resto Shaman. And what, a single DPS barely broke 100k? I feel like maybe we could do a little bit more than that. As, what were these guys? Like, pretty much all of them were above 280, I think. If I had actually saved Orc Racial, I think I would have beaten the tank there. But, I mean, that is crazy how forgiving that timer is. That is still a 2 chest. Alright.
The void is a force of change, of transformation.
Really complain, I guess. Okay. Look at that bad boy. Crit first ring? Alright. I'll take it.
You stand on the cusp of destiny, Illyria.
And I think, what did I get? Windrunner Spire? So that's not a duplicate key again? Well, this is off to a good start so far. And I was really, really, really hoping that the Resto Shaman one goes well, right? Because I would like to be able to do Holy Priest. So pretty much the main reason I wouldn't be able to do Holy Priest at the end here is if Resto Shaman ended up being a disaster. But so far, I mean, that was the second key. Overall, pretty solid. That group was interesting because that might be like the most thoroughly mediocre group. Not like in a bad way even, but so often when you do keys, you have groups where it's like there's just somebody that is complete fucking dog shit. And none of them played like horrifically bad. Like the tank didn't do amazing pulls, the hunter stunned a lot of stuff. The demon hunter stunned a lot of stuff. The mage did fine, right? We had a mage, right? I think we had a mage. I can't tell, honestly. But the fact that I can't remember is probably not a good thing. But I don't know, none of them also really impressed me, so it is interesting how it kind of goes to show, if everybody just, like, does their jobs at least decently well, you can still 2 chest 12s. Like, that was perfectly fine. It is strange that, like, it felt like a slow run. But it was just, statistically, I guess, a perfectly normal run. Whatever, I won't complain. Do I have... Rust to upgrade this? I do, actually. The final upgrade is not discounted. But... take this... and then I need... Eyes of the Eagle and Versatile Garnet. Before I do that, I'm just gonna lower this and then list the key.
I can't wait to hear about your adventures. Looking for someplace new to explore?
What's that? Still 283 overall. Eyes of the... Oh. So... I have how many crests left over? 11. I can convert upwards, though. Not that there's anything I could upgrade, but... I like to keep track, just so if I get something out of the next dungeon, I'll know whether I can actually use it or not. It's nice actually having catalyst charges, because my priest is just perpetually empty. Yeah, here we go. Not seeing anything. I'm gonna... There's no groups up. It's fucking crazy. I kind of started with all my least favorite dungeons. Literally my 3 least favorite dungeons out of this pool we've gotten done early. It's pretty good then. Not... they've... Okay, it's a prop heli main. I mean, if they're a prop heli main, I don't know why they're applying as ret. I'm gonna invite, and I'm gonna see if they actually have a ret weapon, because I still remember when I invited, like, I forget which one, but somebody was like a Resto Shaman main, I invited them, and they were in enhanced spec with, like, Adventurer Track 220 weapons on. Like, yeah, no, fuck that. Yeah, sorry. That's still too low. Like, it's one thing to... Like, obviously, if you can actually play both specs, but I also don't understand, like, I need a tank, right? It's not like we already have a tank. Clearly, I can look at this guy's logs and see he has a crafted prot weapon. Now, like, hey, you main prot, you want to play ret? Cool. But, like, surely if you already have the gear for prot, just go run some M+ dungeons, get a Mythtrack 2-hander, and then try ret. Like, why put the cart before the horse? That I'm not gonna waste my time with that. Alright. Really unfortunate that there's also no other groups up. I might, as usual, right? Every time I've said this, it manifests a tank out of thin air. But if we end up going like 10 or so minutes without being able to find a group, I might just start Holy Priest early and run a key there, because I have a key on my priest that I could do right now. And also my priest is higher score, and also I need all dungeons, so presumably there'll be some key that I can run. Well, like, what if I extend this to 13s? Even then, that is wild. Yeah, late season Demon Hour keys on Europe have been consistently hard to find. Not terribly surprising, but it makes it really unfortunate that this is just how my sleep schedule has consistently lined up. In fact, screw it, yeah, this... I know I said 5 to 10 minutes, but that is also, like, 3+ minutes with not a single real applicant. I'm at least going to check Priest, because I know I don't want to sit here doing fucking nothing. If there is another group up that I can heal, then may as well. Let's see. This is... Wow, that is like the entire pool of dungeons right now. I guess, okay, so if I check all, how many more does it add? This is the entire pool, I guess healer roll available? There's like less than 20 keys currently posted on Europe right now. That feels a little bit fucking crazy to me, I'll be real. It is really dead. Even on North America, maybe it's just because, like, North America spans... Like, the region spans so many time zones that I feel like it's never this dead, even at Demon Hours. Hello, Varujo. I'd like to do, like... I'll search, like, 12 to 14. Because I feel like at this point, my priest is geared enough where I don't really want to waste my time with 10s. I'll do it if I have to, for the purpose of the challenge, but I also feel like it would be more fair if I did keys that were actually somewhat difficult. I'll be honest, none of those are really enticing. This is definitely a bit of a rough one, for sure. I could post my key and see. I have a 12 Skyreach, so I'd rather, like, I'm not going to apply to this one since I have a Skyreach. And this is... Yeah, but if I'm gonna post my key, then I may as well just post it on Shaman. I was hoping there would at least be some group available on Priest. I guess not, honestly. This is not much better. I think I just go back to Shaman and just sit here and wait. But this might be the most dead I've ever seen keys at any point on this challenge. So that's, unfortunate. At the very least, I'm, list here. I am almost done now. We're on the last 2 healers. So, Magister's Mysara and Seats. What I don't get is, there was a Skyreach posted. I just saw a Skyreach posted. Did they post their key and then unlist it in the time it took me to swap characters? Because that's, kind of fucking crazy if so. It also makes me think that for the Death Knight thing, it would be a lot better if I did my keys at a time where it was, like, not Demon Hours. But the problem is, if I do what I was planning, and I do the leveling process, like, shortly before the European weekly reset, like 6 hours or so before, then at the point when I start doing keys, it's going to be right around this time. Because this time on Tuesday would be European reset. So, the way that it would end up lining up would be really unfortunate. Well, I'm gonna... Guess while I wait, I can do World Quests on Vol. And then at least I can get field accolades for eventual use on my Demon Hunter. Okay, there's at least one easy World Quest up. Technically two, but... This one's a pain in the ass. I think I mentioned this in Discord, but I don't know if I actually talked about it on stream. At this point, I have tested both Vol and Nightall a decent amount. This zone is hot garbage. This zone fucking sucks. I really do not like it. I kind of just hate everything about it. Nightall, I actually kind of like. Now that I've gotten the hang of, like, the movement on Nightall, it's kind of a fun dungeon. Holy shit. Okay, that feels sus to me, though. I'm gonna take this guy. I feel like, while it is impressive to already be at 3.1k at 275 item level, they're also... That makes me a little bit sus, because it's like, how did you get that much IO without getting enough gear in the process? Like, that almost feels like they bought a bunch of keys. Yeah, and I looked at the Druid. They have, like, veteran pieces on. I feel like the odds of somebody getting to 3.1k and still having random pieces of veteran track gear is borderline impossible. Yeah, they have, like, 2 completely garbage trinkets. I'm willing to bet that Druid definitely bought a bunch of carries. There's no way that you have, like... You have time to 15, and you're running 2 crappy veteran track trinkets. That is, either, like, your friends boosted you, or you paid for it. I refuse to believe that one's real. This Druid, though, like, that seems perfectly normal. But yeah, this zone is... It's just a fucking nightmare. There's so much stuff on this zone that just feels like the developer was like, how do I make a mechanic that just, like, pisses people off? Not like, how do I design content that's fun? How do I design something that is just actively unfun to engage with because it's meant to be challenging? And it's just like, you're completely missing the point of how to do... Wow, okay. Well, they delisted, but fucking... I wonder if they thought that this was a higher key. They, like, misread. They thought this was, like, a 22 or something. It's like the Paladin. But Nightall, I don't mind. What? Okay. The tank joined and then immediately left for some reason. I also, one thing that I do kind of hate about both of them is these fucking guys, the enemies that will just, like, pop out of nowhere, and you have zero control over whether or not they attack you. I'll just be trying to interact with an object exactly like that for a world quest, and then, especially if you're on, like, a healer or, like, a squishy ranged, which, you know, I've been in the process of playing healers for this challenge, 99% of the time, you just get jumped by one of these guys, and sometimes they aggro a bunch of nearby mobs that you would have otherwise avoided, and then you're just dead. And it's just really fucking annoying. This Shaman looks good, but... Fine, I'll take him. It's just I usually like to leave the last DPS spot open, but they seem fine. And then, of course, this world quest, you have to kill this mob to cause it to, like, explode for all those little particles. And because I got jumped by that stupid fucking ambusher dude, I wasn't able to loot the rest of the particles in time, so now I need to kill it again. Because this is just designed by people who fucking hate players. It's baffling. Nightall definitely isn't the best zone ever, but at the very least... I will say it can be fun to traverse once you get the hang of it. This is like a bunch of caves that there's no real way to, like, speed up the travel time. You kind of need to waddle there. and there's a teleport network, but, like, all of the portals are in this southern area. Like, there's no portal over here. So, like, this rare mob, I have to run basically equidistant from this teleport and the entrance. Either way. So, even the time-saving things in this zone are poorly made. I don't know. There's just so much about this zone design that is just baffling. And then also because there's so many caves, right? Like, I can't mount up and then run past these mobs. There's a mob sitting in the mouth of the cave entrance. Oh, and then also there's a freeze mechanic where sometimes you'll randomly get stunned for 7 seconds. And technically there is a consumable that you can pay currency for to stop the stun mechanic. But, like, why should I have to spend part of my currency to negate a mechanic that makes it impossible to survive if it happens at the wrong time? Because, like, if it's a 3-second stun or whatever, that might be livable. But if you're not a tank, and you do a big pull, and then, like, you get a bunch of stacks of the debuff, suddenly you're stunned for 7 seconds, fuck you, you're dead. There's nothing you can do. And that is something where Nightall does not have any comparable mechanic. That is purely a Vol thing, where they just decided, fuck you. Alright, seriously, can I actually find a tank? There we go. I am gonna kill this mob, and then I'll take my portal. What is it with people? Okay, I was gonna say, like, multiple times I invite somebody and they either instantly leave, or I think the thing is, because I'm going to be doing the Death Knight thing, one trick I am going to take advantage of is the fact that you can now buy the account-wide hero track boxes, which is the only reason that it's even worth engaging in these zones. So I want to make sure I have enough currency in some of my alts so that whatever slots I don't manage to get from Delves, I could just easily fill those and then jump straight into M+ on my DK. And can I... Okay, am I able to use my portal without getting interrupted? No, because I'm in combat. Because the developers hate their players. I think I just need to kill this mob. Okay. Alright, am I gonna be able to use my portal? Let's find out. Am I gonna get randomly jumped and interrupted by a mob in this dumb fuck zone? Thank God. What do I need to do? Buff the tank. Refresh my buffs. And then... down. Okay, my flask still has time. I don't need to refresh that.
3, 2, 1.
I'll lost first pull and then pretty much every boss after it comes up.
3, 2, 1.
My sisters were the last to visit these halls, but they threw their home and their bond away. If we can calm the spirits here, maybe they'll return. The Ranger General was sharp and steadfast, while the Peacekeeper kept the calm. Which path will you choose?
Dragging it out of my healing rain. Why we're doing that? redeploy it. The tank is definitely a little bit squishy. We're also... Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. A little bit faster with that one. Could be fine, but I'm a little bit concerned. They have an actual weapon, right? Yeah, okay.
including her life.
Come on. No reason to randomly skip singular mobs. That's just dumb.
She trained with a bow gifted by our mother. Undead fanatics have invaded to loot it and anything else that belonged to her.
Should definitely double pull this. Oh, whoops. Accidentally tab targeted. Okay, I have to get the pick there. I do have Poison Cleanse. So... wasn't really needed there. At the very least, the DPS I invited seemed to be doing really well. And, like, you know, I'm giving the tank a little bit of shit, but they haven't done horribly. They're just being a little bit safe. You know, fine, but... like, what is this pull? Come on, man. Come on. Let's... Come on. Let's pull more than, like, fucking 2 mobs. Come on. We're also... okay, there we go. The Druid's like, fuck it, I'm just gonna use Solar Beam for a singular kick. I respect it. If other people aren't gonna do it, then... he'll take it into his own hands. Alright, are we gonna single pull this? Okay. He's not that silly. He has been doing some very questionable pulls, though. Panic shield wall.
Our mother's bow meant everything to Sylvanas once. I'll need
it. Okay. My guy has not gotten threat. He does not realize he needs to get threat on both of the bosses? Hello? One thunderclap? Jesus. What the fuck have I invited, man? That, like, I don't know. It wasn't that bad up until that. That is, like, the first, you know, really questionable, like, how do you fuck that up as a tank kind of thing. Thanks. Okay, why? Why would you do that? Why would you just run on top of me for no fucking reason? That is fucking crazy. Okay, and he doesn't know the mechanic, and he does not know how to do the mechanic. Oh my fucking god. Okay, at the very least, I can heal through this. He's going to... Okay, he almost just walked directly in front. Jesus Christ, dude. Alright, so... We're... Okay! That's the first time I've actually had to really heal. The DPS are hard fucking tunneling. Unfortunately, the A-bomb... The A-bomb is only tricky if your tank is bad. Guess what? Bear form, bear form. Okay, I don't know why the mage did that if they weren't gonna ice cold. I am getting griefed! I am officially getting griefed. That is fucking wild. I have never seen people fuck up that boss that badly. I typed in chat, more DPS on A-bomb. I pinged the A-bomb. They just hard tunneled the fucking Banshee. I mean, that plus the tank just doing the dumbest shit ever. That is the worst I have ever seen that boss played. Holy fucking shit. That is beyond tilting. Words cannot describe how fucking angry I am right now. Also just realized the druid has Earth Shield. I must have fat-fingered it on him at some point. The tank is lost? Obviously, Earth Shield isn't going to make the difference, but, you know, 3% DR. It'll help him not die. I really don't know how... He's timed a Windrunner Spire before, too. So I don't know how he's just never seen the meat hook mechanic, but... At the very least, in terms of raw damage, this group has been good. It's just, I don't know, they just fucking put their fucking blindfolds on for this boss and ignored my multiple pings about the A-bomb being too high and just tunneled. Which is kind of fucking crazy. They're still tunneling, like, right now. I mean, hopefully, this time they wake up and realize, like, we need to spread damage. Because right now, they're still just fucking blasting the Banshee. I... never seen this before. Please tell me it's not on the warrior. Okay, thank God. Why are we still tunneling Banshee? Like, am I genuinely, what is this? The mage, that guy's dead. I am going to fucking scream. Why? Splits. Damage. Hello. Like, they are just pounding the fucking Banshee. Hello. What are you doing? It literally just caused a wipe, and yet everybody in this group is still just fucking blasting one of the bosses. Like, how? How do you wipe and then continue to make the exact same mistake? Baffling. Baffling. They are still focusing the Banshee. They are still on the Banshee. The warrior is still going to fuck up this mechanic. Unbelievable. 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 It's actually really, really just hard to imagine how
you can play this fucking badly and somehow clear 11s like this guy has. And okay, we've killed the Banshee early again. The Warrior has fucked up. That's the same exact mechanic 2 times in a row. And we have failed to kill the Banshee at the same time 2 times in a row. I mean, like...
Sylvanas was sometimes vain and loved to be
What?
adored,
What?
but she never wanted.
What is happening? What the fuck?
Come, let's find the next round.
Nope. Nope. I'm out. The Warrior is going the wrong way. The Warrior is already going the wrong way. I do not want to fucking be here anymore. I am cutting my losses. Thank God. Holy fucking shit. Holy fucking shit. That is the worst group I've ever seen. Alright, I have an 11 now. Jesus fucking Christ. At least they voted yes, and I wasn't stuck in purgatory. I mean, at least that didn't happen in a +10, so my key isn't fully bricked. Like, it's not the end of the world, because I can just run the 11. But, I mean, I'm just... I'm more just, like, amazed that that even happens. Like, I have seen people fuck up mechanics, right? But that group, everybody in that group, fucked up the exact same mechanics on the exact same boss, back to back. How do you not learn from your mistakes? Especially when I'm typing in party chat, pinging the boss, telling them, focus this one, and they just aren't. How? It's just baffling. It just complete brain off Zug DPS mode. And then just the most clueless tank ever. You cannot fucking trust shit. IO item level? I mean, that group was geared. The tank had cleared 12s and 11s. It didn't know basic mechanics. I mean, I have to imagine there's no way that the tank must have been another one of those, like, bought a bunch of +11 carries. So I actually am going to check to reaffirm this. They have at least cleared normal raid on their own. But I'm guessing if I go to Raider IO, I'm going to see a bunch of +12 runs where there is another tank in the group. Because I refuse to believe you can get to that item level with that score and not understand basic dungeon mechanics. They were... Okay, let's see here. Kid of Sauron... Nope. I mean, they have a lot of bricked keys here. They have... Okay, they barely timed the +11. Holy fuck. So no. Okay. I stand corrected. This guy did not buy carries. He's just a certified fucking 10 to 12 demon. This guy just lives in that range, just wandering from bricked key to bricked key. Holy fuck, what a life. I just... It is incredible that there is a human on this planet who exists like that, who has managed to run this dungeon multiple times without managing to understand the basic boss mechanics. Fucking crazy. Alright. I just see +11 relaxed and just... I am anything but relaxed right now. Oh. There's no other groups up except this one, which... I mean, like, but... I will say that's tough because, like, I can't exactly say that if I had this world contains multitudes. What a phrase. I can't exactly say that if I had searched the tank before the key, that I would have detected that he was a fucking demon, right? Like, yeah. In hindsight, you know, you see a bunch of bricked keys and, like, barely +1 stuff in this range, and you're like, oh, with what I just experienced, that makes perfect sense, right? But I can't exactly say that I would have looked at that and, without any other context, been like, oh yeah, this guy's clearly fucking dog shit, right? Because everybody has bad days or bad keys, and, I mean, you can, like, people get players like that in their keys, so I've had keys that have depleted or barely made the timer because I had the most fucking disastrous group of all time. So unless I literally analyzed his entire key history and realized that there's a clear pattern to it, which I probably would not have done before inviting him, I will admit, I did not do any... Like, I didn't look him up at all before inviting him. I'm just like, look, I'm desperate for a tank, fuck it. But... oh, man. It's just... like, I almost, like, I don't want to... there's so many things I could say, because it is almost just, like, laughable when I think back through the key of, like, there were so many red flags throughout the entire key. And then, of course, we get to the... And I like, I could tell, I'm like, okay, yeah, this guy's not a good tank, but there were a few times where I'm like, oh, he's not the worst tank I've ever seen, and then he just hits me with failing to understand core boss mechanics. Fucking hell. Which, unfortunately for him, easily cements him in the top 5 worst tanks I've ever run into in Pugs. He's not as bad as the Paladin. The Algathar Paladin, who bricked the run with, like, multiple 290 DPS because he couldn't hold threat. That one was an all-time, like, horrific tank. And there was the Blood Decay in Mysara, which is the only key I depleted on Presevoker. That one was probably worse. Although, I don't know. Technically, if we had let this key run to its full duration, it probably would have bricked as well. It's just really interesting because, like, the main thing that I think now is I wonder what's going through that tank's head, right? Because looking at his key history, this is not a one-off thing. Like, this is just what he does. But is there no self-reflection going on? Like, does he leave this key and then think to himself, wow, that group was terrible, time to go to the next one? Because what I don't understand is you get a mechanic like that hook, right? And you fail it. Like, does he even realize he messed up that mechanic? Does he realize he played that wrong? It's very clear, like, you can just tell by the way he's moving, that he has no fucking clue what's happening. I'm targeted by this thing, I don't know what to do, I'm just gonna kind of move around to make it look like I'm doing something, and then he gets hooked, and then, you know, the Banshee doesn't get hit. Right? So, it's very clear he has no fucking clue what's going on there. But technically we didn't wipe, right? Because then the person afterwards did the hook properly. So is it just that he somehow never got targeted by the hook before? And that because we didn't wipe, he's just like, wow, we're taking so much damage. God damn, this really hurts. And, like, there's no thought of, like, maybe I fucked up. But, like, you have to imagine that at a certain point, just, I don't know. It's also, like, it feels really obvious, like, in the vast majority of MMOs, you can kind of tell when you've made a mistake, if you've played MMOs enough. But I guess maybe if you're a new player, it might be possible to just never process that you are the one causing the group to fail, which I have to imagine that is the only conclusion that Tank could reach for him to continue this process. Because, like, I say a lot, right? Like, you know, how do I put this? Entry-level PvE in this game, like, it really isn't hard. And, like, I sometimes get pushback on that, but the reality is, so much of just being able to play basic World of Warcraft endgame PvE is like, have you spent like a tiny amount of time doing research? And there are people who get like really offended at the insinuation that they should have to do any sort of reading whatsoever before playing the game. Which, like, I kind of understand if that's not how you want to play a game, sure. You know, it's not for everybody, but then also World of Warcraft would not be the game for you. Right, but if you go into a raid and you don't know the mechanics, or you go into a dungeon and you don't know the mechanics, or you haven't at least, like, done it on M0 first or something like that, then you're actively griefing. And then, especially, while I can maybe understand... Like, So I like to go into stuff blind, right? But whenever I do stuff blind in other MMOs... I usually have enough, like, banked-up MMO knowledge to see a mechanic, and then I might, like, fuck it up the first time. But then I'm immediately like, oh, okay, that's how you're supposed to do it. And then the second time I don't fuck up. Or I do, like, raid testing on the PTR. Like, you know, earlier this week or last week, I did M+ dungeon testing on the PTR with my guilds. And a bunch of times we fucked up the mechanic and we all died. Right? But that's the point. Like, that's why we're doing it now in the PTR. And I don't mind, like, there was, like, a boss in the PTR where I fucked up and, I got us all killed on the new dungeon, Altar of Fangs, right? I did the boss wrong. Very next pull, I did it correct. We ended up depleting that key, but at the same time, like, it's a PTR run. We're all expecting to be learning. That's the idea. But I would, like... If I ever did that on live servers, I would either start by doing a lower key than what we were just jumping straight into, like, 15s and stuff. That way I could get a feel for it. Or I would look it up at a baseline level. I don't know, it's surprising to me. And I also, like, I think it is just one of the fun ways to play MMOs. Like, I know MMOs aren't for everybody, right? But this guy... Like, you can look up his Raider.io, I just did. He does a lot of 11s and 12s. But he's, like, depleted some. He's barely timed others. So he's clearly doing a lot of keys. And what I don't understand is, like, is he having fun? Is he enjoying this? Does he just, like, think this is the way that you play the game, right? You just kind of wander into keys and, like, whatever happens, happens? Is that fun for him? If you're doing that many keys, like, how at no point do you think, like, I should understand what I'm actually doing? I don't know, man. It's just so... I'm so confused by tanks like that. Well, by players like that in general, but especially tanks. Man, okay. The fucking applicants dried up real fast. This is rough. I was just saying before that we were kind of off to a good start in Resto Shaman, and then unfortunately we got the fucking Wombo combo of just kind of out of nowhere. You know, the first two keys formed relatively quickly, and then now it's just been a fucking abyss of 0 applicants, 0 listed groups. I haven't actually done a dungeon in like an hour now. And then, of course, that Windrunner. So, the unfortunate reality is, like, if it reaches a point where, if this ends up being a fucking Nightmare Keystone Hero challenge, and this takes like 6 or 7 hours, fuck me. Then, well, in that case, then, and I don't know if I'm gonna have time for Holy Priest after the fact. The last few have actually gone relatively well, like under 6 hours consistently. But so far, this is rough. I'm gonna look up this monk. This monk has... Oh. I mean, they've done an 11. Now, the unfortunate reality is I am extremely paranoid. So I'm actually now going to look up this Monk and Raider IO. Okay, they have timed... Okay. I'll take the chance here. I'm a little bit more lenient. If this was a 10, I would be extremely picky, but I mean, I hope to God that this doesn't deplete again. But worst case, it is an 11. So, if this does end up being a complete fucking train wreck, I will still end up with a 10. Is there a chance that with someone who lets their kid play tank on their account? I mean, there's always a chance, right? If somebody ever does that, like, they can actually go fuck themselves, because that's just so disrespectful of other people's time, right? Like, let your kid play Delves, have a fucking playdate with Valera, but letting your kid wander into plus 12s and bricking them. To be clear, I don't think that's what happened, right? If that was somebody who was like, you know, they were timing high keys and then randomly they just ripped that, maybe. But looking at the rest of the Tank's Raider IO history, oh, fuck me. I accidentally slammed my hand on my desk. Holy shit. Wow. Fuck. I really slammed my hand. It's actually bleeding. How the fuck did I... Well, my finger, that is. Like, the tip of my finger clipped the edge of my desk when I was, like, moving my hand. And I moved it too fast. Alright, yeah, I'll live. So, I don't have food buff, but I can grab it as we're starting.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Grab it now. I have to wait on the door
5,
roleplay anyway.
4,
But yeah, the rest of that Tank's Raider IO kind of lines up with what we saw there. Obviously, I can't see... Man, I canceled it a second early. Alright, whatever. I don't have food buff. Not the end of the world.
If we can calm the spirits here, maybe they'll return. The Ranger General was sharp and steadfast.
Well, at least we know we have lust for this pull.
Which path will you choose?
Nice. We get an AMZ too. Okay. Death Knight knows what's up. Okay, we don't get a Mass Grip, though, which is questionable. Because that's one of the main advantages of a Death Knight. Maybe he's planning to Mass Grip them out of this. Okay. I'm very quickly losing faith in this Death Knight. What? Where? Jesus, dude. Okay. Got turned around a little bit. My dehumidifier just shut off. Perfect timing.
Including her life.
I'll have to remember to do that after this key.
She trained with a bow gifted by our mother. Undead fanatics have invaded to loot it and anything else
Dude.
that belonged to her.
What is this pull? What the fuck is this pull? Without Lust? What are you doing? What is this pull? With the Xal'atath affix that nobody's killing? What are you doing? This is a fucking horrendous pull. We don't have Lust. I don't have any CDs. Oh my god. What? Maybe slow down a tad. Like that, there's no universe in which that is an acceptable pull. Jesus fucking Christ, how am I actually getting griefed back to back? I mean, the warrior said it wasn't his fault. It absolutely was his fault. Are you kidding me? He didn't establish threat. No, Xal'atath FX didn't get killed, and Brett wasn't built. It's fine. Slow. Like, yeah, people died to floor shit, but it's like, well, that's one of the issues of doing a pull like that. He's also, like, you can do really aggressive pulls as a Blood Decay like that if you want to, but then also, like, he's not gripping mobs. I mean, there's just no reason why you ever do that pull. You don't have the mobility to group up those mobs quickly. This is, at the very least, the tank said my B, so, like, you know, he recognizes that he fucked that up. But it's the classic new tank mistake of just thinking you need to do MDI pulls, instead of realizing, like, just fucking take it slow. You don't know what you're doing, okay, that's fine. But if you don't know what you're doing, you shouldn't just be doing random fucking crazy pulls. You do this pull as a Blood Decay, you better be ready to grip in those mobs as they run down, which... Jesus. And now you pop IBF? It's just like, if you don't know how to play Blood, Blood objectively is just the hardest tank to play in M+. Speaking as a Blood DK main, who I really enjoyed playing Blood in M+, but you need to know what you're doing. You can't just rip these fucking crazy pulls with zero fucking plan for how you're going to use your defensives and just wing it. Like, the Abomination's still alive. This is another classic, I am brand new to tanking and I have no idea what I'm doing, but I watched the MDI once type shit of, there's still a mob alive that does a lot of damage, but you always need to be chain pulling. Oh my god, you know, there's one mob left. I have to chain pull, I have to chain pull. I watched the MDI, and the MDI, they always chain pull. So I'm gonna chain pull. And then the Abomination's gonna blast everybody. And, like, look, I'm gonna fucking heal through it. Because, you know, I know how to play Resto Shaman. But you shouldn't be doing that. Like, that is a fucking crazy thing to do in a pug for absolutely no reason. We're trying to save 5 seconds and risking a wipe if the healer was unprepared. For absolutely no reason. Okay. This is definitely a key where I'm just no longer gonna use my nature swiftness for damage ever. At the very least, we should have decurses for all of these. Unless they just aren't talenting into their decurse. Which I suppose... maybe they don't get it? No, they definitely, regular shamans should get this, I think. Thought it picked me. Feel bad for this warrior. Fucking 3 shamans in the group and I'm the only one using D-Curse. I am 99% sure that DPS shaman has access to that. At least this group knows how to split damage. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Thank God. I was ready with SLT.
Sometimes vain and loved
Well,
to be admired, but she never wanted
could be worse. As we've seen.
Let's find the next relic.
GG, no heals. Yeah, the unfortunate thing is doing that right after the first room pull, where I used all of my totems, including SLT, and he didn't round it up properly, so everybody was, like, spread out. The other problem is, like, I basically had a choice to make, right? I could either start trying to, like, blast chain heals into people, or I could try and DPS down Xalatath. If either one happens, if either, like, people didn't keep themselves alive with, like, pots or whatever, or Xalatath went off, we were fucked in both situations. I mean, it was just a bad pull, right? So I chose that, you know, pray that somehow, by some miracle, we get, like, the perfect mass grip. And yeah, he's doing it again, right? It's just another classic new tank thing. It's the Wombo combo here. We have the I'm pulling big. This isn't a big pull per se, but it's a I'm gonna leave one mob from the previous pull up and just chain pull completely unnecessarily, as if I'm doing some high key when I'm doing an 11 as a brand new Blood DK tag. And then I'm also like the new one is he just walked past that Dragon Hawk without getting threat, so it hit the warrior and then it started hitting me. And this is already a fairly high damage pull, right? Because I have the Dispels, I have the Poisons, there's the Dragonhawk Fire Shot, but then people are also getting autoed. And unless you play around Mass Grip, like again, as Blood DK, I will sometimes use, like, I'll do a big pull, and then I'll Gore Fiends them all together. You know, that is literally Blood DK's bread and butter. Its main selling point. It's not a super strong tank in M+, but it does have Gore Fiends, which can be very powerful if you play around it. So if I have Gore Fiends, I might, like, tag a bunch of far packs, try and group them up to a centralized point, slam Gore Fiends, boom, they're all stacked. And you can do that. But any pack that I walk past, you have to Blood Boil it, or have something, right? I'll bank a Deathbringer Scythe, I'll walk past it, Deathbringer Scythe. That is enough established threat, right?
My emissary.
Soothing sounds of my harp brought Verisa joy beyond measure. I'll need that relic.
And here, we're like, you can already see, he's inching towards the next pull. He cannot wait to chain into the next pack. With the links active. Why? Okay, at least he hasn't chained yet. And there it is. mean, at least he waited for the pounce to go off before chaining. I don't know. WoW fails. I don't know what the shaman is talking about. I say I don't know what the shaman's talking about as we're in a group of 3 shamans. That doesn't really narrow it down.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
I mean, unfortunately, that one's just a common mistake that I've seen a lot of new tanks make. Nobody's focusing Xalatath. Okay, actually, I managed to do a good chunk of damage to it before it went off, though. I mean, the tank still obviously fucked that up, right? But the way that pull is designed, with the Lasher spawn behind, it's easy to fuck that one up. But it doesn't really excuse it. When did we lust? What? Apparently we just randomly ripped lust on one of those trash pulls for some fucking reason. Okay. I guess. It's crazy. Just making zero fucking effort to run that out. The funny thing is the warrior actually ran his out. I think it was the Ellie shaman who didn't. I really hate this particular Xalatath FX because it's just like, you're so reliant as a healer on your DPS actually swapping to it. And like, it feels like it should be so easy to just target swap. If I'm a tank, I'm at least usually able to swap to it and do enough damage to like solo it. Especially like whenever I'm playing Brewmaster, you can tot it. But here, I'm just... Whoa, 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 whoa. Fucking pincered between 3 tornadoes there. This is a fucking nightmare for casters. They're not gonna move out, Mr. Shaman. Warriors taking a fucking bath. I think, like, the other crazy thing about that Xalatath affix, right, is, like, it gives you a buff. Like, you get increased CDR. I never understand when people don't swap to it, because not only if it goes off, it basically makes the pull extremely deadly, especially if it doesn't get DPS'd at all, but you gain damage when it goes off. That's just, I never understand why people just ignore the Xalatath affixes. I have to imagine they just, like, some people, I'm sure, are just so used to doing higher keys that they forget. But that definitely isn't an excuse for everybody. Oh, I almost walked into that. Thankfully, I reacted in time. Fortunate.
Hunted the old Horde with ferocity bordering on obsession. For good reason.
I do have Spirit Walkers, if I need it.
Savaged our whole
Really? This guy, like... You pop Astral Shift when there's no damage coming out, not when you rip Threat and you're getting autoed by multiple mobs? Kinda seems like maybe that would have been a better time to fucking use it. I don't know. Not me, man. We're probably still fine, but... Okay, you've lost Threat. You've lost Threat. You've lost Threat. Are you gonna reestablish it? Still lost Threat. Oh, he's playing Sand Lane? Oh, fucking hell, no wonder. That explains so much.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
Like, man, how does this guy have Threat? Man. Okay, it looks like the axe at least gives the Threat icon for some reason. The Shaman definitely took a few autos on the previous poll, but... Is it weird that this makes you want to play a Blood DK alt for keys? I mean, is it weird to want to play a Blood DK? No. Blood DK fucking owns. Is it weird that watching this Blood DK makes you want to play a Blood DK? Yes. Because this is the worst possible advertisement for Blood DK tanking in M+ that you could ever see. What? I will never understand why that mechanic just fucking melts people's brains. They see the swirlies and they just freak the fuck out and do the dumbest fucking shit ever. Because, oh my god, we have to stack up or we die! And it's like, you have literally infinite time to get stacked up for this mechanic. It's just... I didn't really see exactly what happened. I think he Gust of Winded, because he was, desperate to get into the stack. And then he Gust of Winded into, Hey, we're gonna swap this out. I'm just gonna... By the way, one of the amazing things about Blood DK on this boss is you can just mass grip the ads. This guy, maybe I missed it, but I don't think I've seen a single Gorfiends this entire key. Dare say, I have not seen a single regular grip this entire key. He's talented into it, at the very least. I just, I don't understand. We're just not killing Xal'atath again. Just do it. Really is incredible how people manage to fuck up the easiest possible things in keys. kill the big floating ghost lady, and you get shitloads of damage, and it doesn't make the mobs hit so much harder, and that's the thing they somehow managed to not do. So what was the damage on that boss? Holy fuck. Just, what are these numbers? How am I doing 18k and they're doing 62k on that? That's, yikes. Well, at least we have lust for this fight. I can kill Zaltap myself, apparently. Okay, they seem to actually have a decent spread. Okay, somebody was standing directly on top of that one in the middle and then just moved. Reasons beyond my comprehension. I don't know, man. Somehow that was even a +2. Jeez. But I live shoulders? Okay.
As for myself,
Sure.
I shall fill these halls with music until they return home. Thank you, champions.
And see, like, look at how much self-restraint I have. I'm not even gonna say anything. I'm not gonna make any comment to the blood DK. There is so much that I could say, but I'm not going to. I'm gonna be an upstanding citizen, non-toxic, and just hit him with the GG. Oh. I mean, look, he was better than the warrior tank, right? And at the very least, some of those mistakes were a bit confusing, like not using Mass Grip at all. At least if he used it, I did not see it. Not using the main utility your class has is like question mark, and that's I think the only really unforgivable mistake, right? Every other mistake the Blood DK made is like the type of mistake that I would expect to see from a beginner tank who's like genuinely just trying to get into the role and learning. Like popping your defensives after damage goes out, not properly establishing threat on packs as you run past them, running the wrong set of hero talents, which in this case is a little bit more acceptable because Sand Lane is played heavily in raids because it does really good single target and like 2 to 3 target cleave damage. So if he just looked at logs or something like that for raid, he might have seen people playing that. Obviously, you only ever run Deathbringer in keys. Sand Lane can do good damage in keys, definitely way better than this guy was doing, but the problem is Sand Lane is a lot more rigid to play it properly. You basically need to do big pulls around your Dancing Rune weapon, and then, you know, you need to do a shitload of burst damage in that window. Deathbringer is far more flexible and just tanky and better for keys by a mile. So, one of the nice things about Deathbringer is you just have so many mini bursts, so it's really easy to establish threat on pull, whereas Sand Lane struggles with that, because Sand Lane doesn't do much damage outside of its burst window. Deathbringer does, especially if you're running 30-second Deathbringer, which I recommend. I personally find that to be both really fun and, especially for keys, really flexible. Because that basically means you have a Reaper's Mark to open with every pull. So every single pull, you can like Reaper's Mark one target and then scythe a big pack, and that is guaranteed snap threat on everything. So, but like, I'm not gonna... The warrior really pisses me off, people like that, because that is a deliberate, I do not understand the mechanic, and I just... That guy clearly put in zero effort to actually learn. The Death Knight's mistakes are, by and large, understandable. Even, like, while not using grip is, like, kind of crazy as a Blood DK, if you're brand new to the spec, Blood DK definitely is a very scary tank to learn how to play in M+, so it could just be that he's so overwhelmed trying to, like, keep himself alive that he just isn't thinking much about utility, which, like, I can understand that. I've been there before. But, you know. We +2 the key, somehow. So, it couldn't be all that bad. What did I get? I got another seat. Okay. Well, so now I've reached the point where I need to start applying to groups, because unfortunately my key is dead. So I'll lower this to a 12, but then I'll read messages in a second, but before I do that, I need to make sure that I've checked to see if there's any groups up. Okay, Sauron, sure. It might be hard to get into Insta Decline. Holy shit. They're like, fuck you, Resto Shaman. I can't sit with them, apparently. What do I get? My loot spec is Resto. Okay, no Litany. Unlucky. Well, that is rough. That is rough indeed. I'm actually gonna quickly swap to Holy Priest, and we'll see if I can find a key on Holy Priest. If not, then I'll just go back here and just kind of wait, but... The irony is that Pit of Sauron actually might invite me on my Holy Priest, because I actually have IO and higher gear on this character. But there's no keys up, I can't even sit there and list my own keys, so... I do not want to just sit there for 30 minutes. Be stuck in hell. Check all 10 to 12. Yeah, you know what? We'll see. Would be funny if they invited me. But it is also a key that I would need on Holy. But maybe they're really picky. Okay, one person left. Maybe it's like somebody who thinks that they need to have the meta comp, and because they're a Shadow Priest, they don't want to... Oh, no, they did invite me. Alright. Joke's on them. Fuck them. They don't want my Resto Shaman, I'm not gonna join. Let me see. It's kind of like, you know as somebody who rarely plays tank in a season, you know you can do better than this. It probably helps that you recently leveled his blood and you've mentioned it's going to be pretty good next patch. Shame on you, you should have been as toxic as possible. I'm making it up for that maneuver there. Let's see. And the 12. Let's see, have your standards been lowered? Would be fun. Would be hilarious if they're this desperate now. There's also 2 other keys. I need both Skyreach and Zenith. Okay, they still declined me. Fair play, they took another Resto Shaman. Cool. Well, I'm not gonna lower my 12 to reroll. But at the very least, I need score from this. All this and still 9 minutes left into next boss? Yeah, I know, right? Honestly, it is fucking wild how that is actually a 2 chest. Even still. It might be toxic if you say something to him, but is it not more toxic to go to his future groupmates? To let his future groupmates go into the next dungeon the way he is now? Depends, right? And that's why whenever I see somebody who is, like, actually really fucking up, right? And just genuinely doing something bad. Like, a good example is, there was the Warlock back when, I forget which Keystone hero was, but obviously I remember it well. There was the Magister's Terrace with the Warlock who did not know a single mechanic. And it was just, like, completely fucking us in the key. We still timed it, despite the Warlock. But, at the end of that key, I did tell the Warlock, like, you really need to look up dungeons before you join them. Like, you cannot just be going in here with no clue of what's going on. And, I mean, there really isn't a lot more I could have said. Now, I looked up the Warlock later, and it turned out the Warlock was somebody who just bought a bunch of 12s, and then thought that they could just start joining 12s with no idea what was going on. So, like, honestly, in that case, it was a bigger issue, right? Than that. But I will say, like, while it's a little bit tricky in cases like that Blood DK, right? Because I would not say the Blood DK is a bad player, right? I wouldn't say they're a good player, but obviously there is a wide spectrum of skill in the player base. And the other thing is, everybody starts somewhere, right? Like, I've been getting cutting edge on tank, and I'd like to think that I've been a very, 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 very good tank player for a long time now. And if you watched me play Resto Shaman in the first season of War Within, you would have been like, this guy's fucking dog shit at this game. He has no fucking clue what's going on. Because, like, yeah, when I'm learning how to play my first healer ever on a role I've never played, I was just objectively not playing well, right? Now, obviously, in that context, you know, it was a role that I didn't have experience with. That's why I was struggling with it. Eventually I learned, and I'd like to think I played pretty damn well that last key on Resto Shaman, so it takes time to learn. But that could also be a good player who's just brand new to Blood DK. And while he is making a lot of basic Blood DK mistakes, I think it would be a bit toxic if I, like, tried to backseat him if he didn't ask. Okay, that guy just took some hits raw. Normally I don't lust just this singular pull, but considering... Where is he? How... that table's an LOS spot? That's fucking wild. I didn't actually know that. I think I'm out of this. Okay, I mean, it is the tank's key, right? Or it's not the tank's key? Okay. They invited... I don't know. I mean, like, that's not the worst way to start the dungeon I've ever seen, but the tank also was just getting completely fucking shredded there. That is partially prop paladin, right? But you can see, right, like, he got dropped to, like, 25%, and then he pressed Guardian of Ancient Kings. And he was getting pounded. I think if I hadn't SLT'd him there, he might have died. Kind of hard to say, right? But... I'm definitely going to be doing a lot of healing this key and less damage. Fortunately. Okay, he popped Ardent going in. That's good. I'd like to see that. What the heck? Okay, you guys saw that, right? I targeted the mob, I pressed Wind Shear, and it did not interrupt. What the hell? I don't know if that was just lag and, like, the mage's kick went off first, but I definitely pressed Wind Shear before the mage. Weird. This is still an interrupt, right?
My emissary brings you power. Take it.
Since this key definitely looks like it's going to be a bit of a struggle, just bear with me, and I'll finish my thought from before afterwards. Jesus. They both ate the Wind Chakram. I just also realized I'm not talented into Gust of Wind, which, like, I mean, you normally don't take, but if I was talented into it, I could do the cool Skyreach jump later on. Doesn't really matter. But I've never actually tried to do that on a shaman. Wait, I'm beating the tank on damage? Oh, brother. I just looked at the damage meters, and, that's not supposed to happen. That's not supposed to happen. What is... How? Oh, like... Okay, I'm glad, you know, sometimes I'm like, yeah, maybe that's just prop paladin things, right, on that first pull. You know, maybe he is playing correctly and he just got spiked because prop paladin just gets spiked. And then things like that, I'm just like, no. Like, I have a sixth sense when it comes to detecting shit tanks. I can just tell. Okay. Okay, he did clear his stacks. I'm calling it now. He is not going to... He's going to aim the frontals directly on top of one of the laser beams. So I'm... Just in case, I'm going to make an active effort to, like, whenever there's a laser beam near where he's facing the boss, I'm going to run over to it and make sure that I, like, establish that I'm soaking it. That way, if it does happen to be directly on top, I can try and outplay it. Because I don't want to risk a DPS getting one shot. At least the DPS in the group seemed to be pretty good. I wasn't really paying attention to what their exact numbers were, but I mean, the mobs aren't dying particularly slow. What was the damage on Renji? Not, frankly, not amazing damage, but it's, it certainly could be a lot worse. Alright, where are we tanking this? Some of them are directly on top. Oops. Of course, I say that and then I immediately fuck that up myself. In my defense, the tank started overly moving the boss. Okay, he's moving. I'll give him that. He actually... My prediction was wrong. Good job, tank. DPS are also being very ethical with this. The mage is using alter time? I like this mage. Okay, we are... I don't know why we were just not standing in that, though. I couldn't really tell who fucked that up. I was wondering why everybody just started dying. This is my beam, right? Oh no, somebody else behind me has it, apparently. Could have been a lot worse. I did beat the tank again. Right, this is... Yeah, we are on the carnival. Dude. What ability is he not pressing? I think it's just Blessed Hammer. He's just barely pressing Blessed Hammer. Which I'm guessing if he's barely pressing Blessed Hammer, it probably means that he's... like, getting no holy power to use Shield of the Righteous. And he's also playing Lightsmith, and you play Templar right now, but... I mean, like, even Lightsmith would do more damage than that if played properly. I mean, he's doing the mechanics, right? And he is squishy, but that is also kind of a prop paladin thing. He's not dying, so, like... I mean, sure. Can't be too upset. I'm gonna lust the moment it's up, though. Okay, nice, they actually swapped to it. And, like, this group has been swapping to Xalatath, so, you know.
4, 3, 2.
Is the mage gonna make it in time? Warrior took an auto to the face, should be fine. I thought I reapplied Flame Shock. Oops.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I respect the mage for trying to commit, but yeah, with this group's damage, I don't think that's realistic. Okay, the warrior ate a tank bus. That's kind of funny. It's still worth it to kill this just because we get CDR. Dude, I hate. Come on, man. I'm actually okay. All right, dude. I don't know why it's just not fucking working. Is hello? There we go. I really hate having to do that. Like that feels like the most annoying mechanic to do. It's just so inconsistent. I jump at the exact same point and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. All right. Do I make it a point to have default UI? Yes and no. One of the advantages of default UI is that with things like the add-on purge, I was basically the least affected out of anybody I know because I didn't use any fancy UI add-ons. Another thing you have to consider is that I do a lot of testing on the PTR, and I often find that people I play with in the PTR like always moan because, oh no, I have to copy over all my UI add-ons before I can even start playing, and I could just pop in, do some testing, and be done. So that definitely is one reason. But really, the main reason is just it's never really bothered me. Like I will change things with my UI or like get an add-on to solve a problem if it's something that actively bothers me. And there are people who say like they cannot stand the default UI, and like, hey, to each their own, right? But I don't know. I have really never found that much of a problem with it. At least that can't be solved with like a tiny amount of add-ons. But the people who do, like, the massive UI overhauls, like, if you want to do that, obviously, more power to you. But I always kind of adopt a, if it ain't broke, don't fix it mentality for that type of thing. Used. Very aggressive pull to do with his survivability, but I mean, respect it. Down in the end.
My emissary brings you power. Take it.
That's gonna hit me, right? Can I... Oh, got the lava burst off. Let's go. I mean, overall, not the best tank in the world, but he got the job done. He's at least doing good AoE, which Lightsmith is... Lightsmith definitely does a lot of AoE without really trying. So there's that.
A willing sacrifice has
Scavengers below. Yeah, I'm gonna make an effort to attack the emissary because I feel like everybody's gonna get so fixated on the ad. Forgot to plot. This interrupt does not. Nice. I'll just free myself. Mage altered that. Interesting. Okay, they altered into the fire. Mage, you were in the fire. Mage, you were sitting in the fire. Okay. I was like, wow, they're actually using alter time to snap back to the start. That's a really interesting movement decision. They just... Oh, my God. Alright, I mean, still a 2-chest, can't complain. I didn't end up beating the Paladin on overall, but I'm guessing if I check boss damage... yeah, I smoked the Paladin on boss damage. I was close to the Arms Warrior? That's, I mean, I'm pretty pleased with my damage at the very least, but that is not a good sign. Okay, well, I definitely did not need a cloak. We have 3 more to go. I mean, all things considered, if the last 3 dungeons aren't a total nightmare, we can still end this on good time in like around 5 hours. And then I should have more than enough time for Holy Priest. But that is a big if. Don't need seats, don't need my Sorrow. And I guess I'll apply for this group. I feel like 13s are going to be kind of a bit tricky to get invited to with low IO, but worth a shot. Okay, I mean... Sure. I feel like I have, what, 283 in bags? You see a 283 Resto Shaman, like, they can only be so bad, right? That being said, I've seen some demon 280 plus people, so... The unfortunate thing is, while I have linked Raider IO, because I don't have any starting score in this character, it's not actually going to show up. Let's see. You think another general problem is the place for new players to learn keys is lower levels 2 to 9, but the population for running those is abysmal? Yeah. They definitely need to figure out what to do with lower keys, because all of the changes they've made over time have turned those keys into just fucking nightmare fuel. They've been adding some new stuff. Like, I don't know, WoW... The solution, right? The solution's obviously follower dungeons being expanded to be like an actual proper tutorial, which... Every time I say this, like, there are some Final Fantasy players who are like, oh, well, it's not good as well. But, like, I really think the Final Fantasy Trust system is much better at this. And I think when I say that, a lot of people who play Final Fantasy will say, oh, but the NPCs are still not good at their role. But if you've ever done a Final Fantasy NPC dungeon, one thing they actually do really well is they show you how to do the mechanics. Like, Y'shtola will say, oh, we have to run over here to stand in this circle. And then the NPC Y'shtola will run over there, stand in the circle, and then, you know, if you have functioning eyes, you can see, oh, that's how this boss mechanic works. So yes, they do abysmal damage, they don't really do a great job at, keeping you alive, but frankly, if you play warrior tank, at least back in the day, you could still chain pull and be fine. But they at least teach new players how to do the mechanics, because every single time I did a trust dungeon, I immediately am like, oh yeah, I know exactly what I'm supposed to do here. Even for some mechanics that might be a little bit hard to figure out. Like, sometimes there's, like, the first time it goes out, I eat, like, 2 Vuln stacks, and I'm like, what the fuck? How did you do that? And then I'm just like, alright, next time that goes out, I'm just gonna watch Y'shtola. And Y'shtola always does the mechanic perfectly. Alright, okay, that's how you do it. So it's like, I don't know, a rotating crossbeam or something. And then I know it for, like, at the very least the 3rd time. And it's with NPCs. So then by the time I go into an actual dungeon, I know what to do. But the follower dungeons in WoW are just completely dogshit. They are so bad. And for some reason, not only did they not design the followers to help you learn the mechanics, but the thing that I've always hated about WoW's follower dungeons is some fucking idiot developer thought, oh, wouldn't it be so quirky if they just, like, hop around in circles, and, like, the hunter will just, like, backpedal into extra packs and pull them. Which, like, it sounds funny when you describe it, but then when it happens for, like, the 5th time in a singular follower dungeon run, and the hunter backpedals into a group and dies, it gets really annoying. Because it's basically impossible to learn any sort of mechanics, or really, you can't even practice pathing in a follower dungeon because they just pull extra shit for you. So it's just really, really frustrating. In Final Fantasy, the NPCs will never pull extra stuff. At least I can't remember it ever happening, because I usually do it as a tank, and they always follow you, like, extremely closely. Like, they're basically tied to you, and they run around, and then once you start fighting, they'll spread out a little bit, but they find a position and plant. And then if, like, a mechanic targets them, they move out of it, and then they move back to an open area. They don't just, like, randomly start jumping around in the middle of combat. So there's just so many flaws with the follower dungeon system, and that should be what people use to learn, but it's just so poorly designed that it can't. With no cooldown manager, say, I don't know, Flame Shock's on CD, are you looking down at your bar to see when it's up? Yeah, I have the cooldown shown on the abilities, right? I mean, it's in my peripheral vision. It's like, the thing that I don't understand about that, right, is unless it's the only thing I've ever used the cooldown managers to track is, like, buffs and debuffs. Like, Bone Shield, for instance. I'm not going to look up at, like, the top right of my screen to see, like, how long Bone Shield has, so I have a tracker there. But why would I need a tracker for, like, when Unleashed Life is off CD? Like, it's dead center of my screen. I can just look at the ability to see. That might really bother people. I don't, like... I can't speak for how everybody's brain works, but at least when I'm looking at my screen, like, my vision basically... My immediate vision covers kind of this entire, like, let's say, circular area, right? And anything outside of this circle that I'm, like, tracing with my cursor, like, that becomes problematic. If I have to look over to the right side of my screen, like, that's difficult. So, you know, if there's a boss ability, sometimes I'll have, like, random boss abilities, like, on the right side of my screen that I don't care about, but then I'll have certain emphasized boss abilities, like, here, right around here, so that I can see that out of the corner of my eye without having to, like, really lose any attention. So everybody works different ways, right? But that's the way my brain works, is it requires 0 additional effort for me. Like, I can process what's going on basically in anywhere here. And I really want to keep, like, this center area as unobstructed as possible, like, right around my character. Some people I see, they have, like, abilities basically all around the dead center of their screen. And I have to imagine that the reason some people do that is if they, like, let's say their peripheral vision is, like, much lower, like, they can only focus on a center thing, if they really need that information, they might need to do that. But for me, right, I prefer to keep this space generally pretty open, and I only have frames here on healer, because, you know, that makes it really easy to, like, move my cursor around and stuff like that. But when I'm playing tank or DPS, my frames are off to the side, because, frankly, that information is worthless to me 99% of the time. And I try to keep this space as clean as possible. The only thing I have dead center is health and resource bars, because obviously as a tank, that's still important info. But it's really important that I can always see, like, this area around my character, because if there's, like, a mechanic that I'm about to be hit by, I need to make sure that if there's a circle here, I could always see that circle. If there's bars covering it up. I have seen, by the way, clips of people in guilds I've been in the past. I can think of one exact example that I thought was really funny. There was a shaman in my guild who died to this one mechanic, and I was looking through their VOD to figure out, because they were messaging me like, how the fuck did I die? Like, did you see that? I didn't see a thing target me. So I looked through their Twitch VOD, and you can see, like, their frames are right here, basically right next to their character. And if you look very closely, there's a line sticking out under their character. And behind their frames, it was very visible. And then I checked my POV, and you could see, like, it was perfectly visible for, like, this entire thing. They were on the very tip of it. But basically 99% of the mechanic was behind their raid frames, and they didn't see that they were standing right on the tip of it, and then they died. So I always try to make sure that I avoid having stuff like that happen. Oh shit, I missed that werewolf. Werewolf subscribe with Prime. Thank you very much. Have a coffee on me. I appreciate you.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I missed a few messages, but let me, I didn't expect to find a key that quickly. Bear with me, and... Which one's crit again? Is this one crit or verse? Okay, it's crit. Just bear with me, and I'll catch up on chat after the fact. Or, like, during downtime while we're running. But right now, I don't know what the tank's gonna do. Okay, alright, so far so good. Yeah, I have threat a little bit. Seems like the proper time to lust. I can use Spirit Walker's Grace if needed, but I'm gonna try and save that. For when shit really hits the fan. Okay, he's kiting. I think we can do it now. Here's Last Resort. Alright. Thankfully, he's running Last Resort. Because I saw him start to kite. I thought he was going to kite, and then he just, like, randomly went back in and got spiked. So I was like, oh, I don't need to use SLT. But then the moment he Last Resorted, I SLT'd. Worked out. W. The damage definitely seemed to be not ideal, but be a lot worse. He's not dragging the boss out, but that's fine, I think. Yeah, we have more than enough damage, so I'm gonna save Poison Cleanse. And then I can drop Poison Cleanse in the next one, if we get a next one. But if it looked like we weren't going to kill those fast enough, I was prepared to drop Poison Cleanse. Probably should kill those lashers, though, so they don't get healed when this thing dies. Ooh. Died a little bit slowly. Alright. A little bit sketchy at the end, but it worked out. The monk lost to the Vengeance DH. Interesting. What was the damage in that first pull? Okay, overall I'd say that's pretty good. Could be better, but you know. I'll take what I can get. Okay, the damage on this pull is questionable. Why am I doing more than the tank on single target? Eh. Is, like, everybody just saving literally every single ability that they have? I feel like it should be possible to do a little bit more damage on single target than what is currently happening. Oh, somebody died? The tank died? Oh, wait, what? Did the Demon Hunter fall off a cliff? Is that what just happened? I don't know how else he died, unless he just got, like, juggled by a tornado. Somehow I completely missed that. Apparently I was a little bit too tunnel visioned on trying to out-DPS the other people there. I think I can get this lava burst off. Big. Oh, shit. Alright, I would really like to not have to use all of my CDs before Croth. That would be lovely. If my DPS could stop getting whacked in the face, that would be much appreciated. Like, I don't want to let him die, but... Jesus.
Now we need to clear out the big one. I will activate the goals for Lishra. That is talent hearts for you soft skins. Use them to get her attention.
I mean, I still have SLT, I'll have Healing Tide for the latter half. Come on, man. Come on. How do you take, like, the roleplay? The bar is so low. Should have saved Combat Pot for the fire phase. Not that it particularly matters. I'm gonna save Nature's Swiftness for spot healing, at the very least. Get this cast. Ah. I cannot get that cast. We should be doing winds here. Come on, I got this cast. Yeah. We're really tanking the boss all the way on the edge there.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Kind of played it a little bit risky with that. I don't know why the druid is just non-stop dying here. Nobody else is struggling. Yeah, I wouldn't make that cast. The Windwalker Monk is a fucking anchor in this key, though. Holy... How do you lose to a Vengeance DH on single target? Is he the group leader? He's not even the group leader. What the fuck did he sneak in here? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Okay, apparently... Why, do I give him my Earth Shields? I do that? I feel like I shouldn't have to give him my Earth Shield, but it might honestly be the correct play. Given the shit that I'm seeing. Dude, brother. I feel like that would be the biggest insult you could ever receive from a Resto Shaman, though. Like, I'm sure that, obviously, if you're doing a key with, like, a Guardian tank and an Augavoker or something, it might honestly be correct at a high level to put your Earth Shields on them. But in a key like this, I should not have to Earth Shields the monk. He's just standing in mechanics. Where is he? He's standing around that pillar for some fucking reason. Like he's trying to line of sight the mobs directly in front of him. There's no way, dude. There's just no way. He's gotten hit by literally every single breath. It's honestly incredible. He presses Fort Brew after I've already full healed him. Alright, is he going to get hit by this breath? I'm going to precast. Yes. See, I have learned faster than this monk. He pressed Touch of Karma after the breath went off, dude. Come on. You cannot be this shit at the fucking spec. Like, come on. Like, clearly, he knows Touch of Karma's an ability. That is a crazy amount of brain lag. Oh, for the love of God.
Excuse the mess. It has been quite some time since students have been here. I'm just putting together my lesson plan.
I fat fingered. Pick on the wrong target. At least we have Solar Beam. I overlapped my cap totem. This is always spooky, because at any moment...
Your survival wasn't necessary.
That could happen. Yeah. Well... I have Ankh. Nothing happens. How much you want to bet the Windwalker Monk did not press a single leg sweep that entire pull? Are we gonna pull this in the boss, or what? Like, the entire point of this is to pull it for boss. Or not? Maybe? There's just actually no way he's that fucking trash. Thank God we have a B-res. I can't soak for a little bit. So this... Like, this guy's an actual fucking anchor, dude. Once again, after the damage has gone out, we get a fucking Fort Brew. Fucking classic. Seriously? I am actually amazed that did not one-shot us on a 13. I've never seen an orb go in. I kind of just assumed it would be a one-shot mechanic. I'm guessing one of the ones in the front. It's wild. Demon Hunter's not letting his stacks fall out. I mean, we still have time, but... Holy. Nobody saw that Ankh? At least nobody in the group? Yeah. You can... bet that's the truth. For how bad one of the players in our group is, it actually is kind of incredible that he has not gone worse. Also, all things considered, the Vengeance Demon Hunter is, like, solid. I would say, considering I don't think Vengeance is very good right now. So they've done better than a lot of tanks I've seen. I was really, like, close to pressing Spirit Link at the end there on Veximus, but I think we're gonna need it for one of these pulls. So I did not want to use it. And now I have it. I mean, I had no idea how this guy was gonna pull it. It looks like he's pulling it conservatively, which I am a fan of, so that's good. But if he decided to do, like, a Giga pull, I wanted to make sure that I had SLT. If we're gonna pull this, we should probably chain into Rome. Unless he's just waiting for the Echo Knight to die, which, given the monk's gravitational attraction to AoE damage, avoidable AoE damage, I should add, it's probably a good idea. I mean, like, we would have been fine, because obviously if I saw him do that pull, I would have probably SLT'd directly before Arcane Smash if I didn't think we were topped for it, but he doesn't know that, so I think as a tank it was really smart of him to pull it this way. So yeah, big plus for the Vengeance DH. I think he played this well. Far away. Alright. Kind of impossible to fail from here, but I'm sure the monk will still find a way to die in this fight. Well, we should not be holding the boss there, for starters, so that's not a great start. Unless he's just really trying to bait the first puddle here, and then move, which, like, fine, I can understand the logic. He's moving now. Oh shit, I was in that. Okay, that was kind of bad. That one is on me. The druid is in the middle of nowhere, so this is a little bit tricky. No. I was like, do I use my Nature Swiftness on him? I don't think the monk deserves it. I will, however, I'm trying really hard to prevent the prophecy from coming true. And the monk is really trying hard to make the prophecy of him dying in this boss come true. It's incredible. He actually manages to find every mechanic and meet it with his face. +2, though. I have a shield, okay.
Looking for someplace new to explore?
I rerolled into a Zenus, which is one of the ones I still need. Platinum Starband is not a bad ring for me, but I don't think I would use it over my crafted ring right now. It's not bad, though. We call Cocoon Orb of Shame if you get it out of schedule. That's fitting. Alright. Let me catch up in chat real quick. The fact that I got a key that I actually need ring. That's a bonus. Roll. If you weren't convinced that the monk is just... he has no idea what's going on. He asked me if I need my ring. I wasn't mean, but I did say that's a bonus roll, bud. The bud is like a little bit toxic. It's tiny bit toxic. It's the most toxic I'm willing to be. But, like... Come on, man. Oh, goodness. Do I actually... I didn't even realize, do I have a shield? Okay, I do actually already have a Hero Track shield, so getting this is not that important. And until I get a Myth Track one-hander, I'm not going to switch to Sword and Shields. And it doesn't really matter, right? I think I mentioned this, but just in case you're unfamiliar with Resto Shaman, this is what I'm missing out on. Which, it's good. So right now I'm taking increasing the healing done by my Surging Totem, which is basically my healing rain. Which, you know, it does okay. It's under healing rain here. It's fine. But this enchant gives you just 2.4% increased healing, and it increases the duration of your healing Stream Totem, which is both Storm Stream Totem here and Healing Stream Totem. So this is definitely better, but I don't have a shield. But it's not like it's completely worthless. So I can play Resto Shaman without it. Huh. What do I... Okay, apparently the Postmaster had this for me. I don't think... Pretty sure those are worth, like, next to nothing these days. So I'll just do that. How many crests do I have? I have 63 crests. I could upgrade something, but if I'm gonna upgrade something, it should be... It should probably be the shoulders. And actually, I don't even need to catalyze this, because I have 5-piece right now. Yeah, so I'm going to... I'll put Silvermoon's Mending on that, and then I'll just upgrade it. And that's like 40 crests. I think technically I do have enough. How much verse do I have? I have a lot of verse. I also have a lot of crit, though. I think because this will be higher item level, and like it does have crit. Crit is by far the most important stat. More so than verse. So I do think this will be better than my crafted ring. Makes me a little sad that I crafted it. But, I mean, at the same time, I have gotten exceptional RNG on ring drops. Like, getting this and this ring is very nice. So, I should be fine. And then also, I don't believe I have the ring discount on this account yet. I only have it up to 285, which, like, right now. But if I upgrade this to 289, then I'll have Mythtrack ring discount. And I think that'll be every slot on Mythtrack discounted on my European account, which is kind of cool. So, it looks like I have the crests for it. Eyes of the Eagle. And it would be Versatile Garnet. There's a case to be made for maybe running some Deadly Lapis Gems instead, since I do have a lot of crit. But I'm not going to worry about that right now. I think I'll just keep going with this. And verse, I think, would only really matter as I start to get into higher keys, and I'm not going to push like that high this season, right? It's still good to keep in mind, but I don't think it really matters all that much. Oh, and then, of course, I forgot to buy Silvermoon's Mending. Silvermoon's Mending... And this will be, I think I'll be 285 overall after this. Possibly. My stats like... Yeah. It's fine. So that's where the AH is? Yeah, I know, right? It took me a while to find. It definitely... The funny thing is, nowadays, I've been playing on Europe so much the past 2 months that I go onto North America and, like, instinctively I start going to the auction house and I'm like, wait, I have the AH mount. I don't need to do this. But it's definitely a weird feeling having to rely on that. Okay, not quite 285, 284. But that's still pretty good. Okay, before I list my key, let me make sure I've caught up on chat, because I missed a few messages earlier. Do I know about the Blood Decay bug? A dancing rune weapon was increasing damage taken instead of reducing per weapon? Really? I did not know that, actually. It still works like that online? That's funny. Goes to show, like, how little you can actually tell, just because... Blood Decay, like, you just feel like you're taking so much damage anyway. It's just more Death Strike healing. That's actually really funny. That's a massive buff, then. If we're going from taking more damage to now taking less damage. I didn't even realize that. Won't really matter in raid either way. It can't hurt. But in M+, that's pretty huge. The problem grows exponentially as the season goes on, as well as catch-up gear becomes easier and easier to obtain. Oh yeah, absolutely. If you're not using Combat Potion on the healers, you could use the Leap Potion. I think it does. I am using Combat Potion, though. Like, I technically could have used it, you're right, but I have been using Light's Potential. You totally agree you don't understand people removing their bars and putting all their abilities on the CD manager in the middle of the screen? You think optimally to click your next button, you need its center to see what's going on. Say you feel like you're going to click Heartstrike next, are you looking at your runes under your character? Well, your abilities get grayed out, right? So, that's a bit of a weird one, because, like, yes, rune tracking is definitely something where when you're first starting, I could see how that could be helpful. I'll be honest, like, on Blood, it's kind of second nature at this point. Like, I just kind of know how many runes I have. So I'm never really thinking about, like, oh, am I going to have enough runes to Heartstrike? I just know, like, okay, I've pressed Heartstrike however many times. Like, you get a feel for it after enough times of how many casts you usually get before your runes have to recharge, right? So... definitely things like that I could see they would be helpful if you're just learning. Kind of like, you know, buffs and debuffs if you're not sure on the timing. But there are a lot of things where you kind of just get a second nature for it. And you just know, like, okay, like you have an internal clock that tells you I need to refresh after however much time has passed. And you just kind of know to do it. But, I mean, like, I don't know. Like, it's... Blood Decay doesn't really... play that way, because also you're doing one of two things on Blood a lot of times, right? Like, you're either, if you're going into Dancing Rune Weapon, you want to have all of your stuff up, ideally. So that's pretty simple. It's just, you don't press Heartstrike, like, immediately before Dancing Rune Weapon. Make sure you're going in with all runes. And then, the vast majority of the time, like, I can see my runic power, at least, but the vast majority of the time, you just press, you dump Heartstrike. And really, it's less of, like, do I have a Heartstrike available? Runic power, like, obviously that one is more important, because that one you will need to know, like, do I have enough banked runic power for Deathstrike? A lot of times if I'm, like, doing casual content, I won't really pay attention to it, but, like, on Mythic Lura, right, I do try to make sure I'm sitting on enough runic power to where I know, like, okay, this is 2 Deathstrikes going into the Tank Buster, because you, generally speaking, want to do Vamp Blood, AMS, and then another thing, right, is AMS generates runic power, so I usually try to aim to have, like, around 80% of my runic power bar full. That way, when the first few Lura spikes hit me, I generate runic power, I go up to around full, and then I immediately press Deathstrike. So before I overcap RP, then I'm spending the first Deathstrike. But then I Deathstrike, and then after that, I mean, it's basically just... The only thing you need to make sure, really, is that, am I going to have enough runes to refresh Bone Shield? Like, do I have enough runes to cast Marrow Rends? Or sometimes it's more optimal, actually, to refresh with Death's Caress, depending on the situation. Because you don't want to let Bone Shield fall off. But generally speaking, if Bone Shield's not in danger of falling off, then you don't really need to know exactly... Well, if Bone Shield's not in danger of falling off, and Heartstrike, or what's it called, Dancing Rune Weapon's not coming up anytime soon, then you just dump Heartstrike, right? So... There are things I use the cooldown manager for, though. Like I said, shield block uptime tracking, Bone Shield uptime tracking, and, like, more recently when I played Resto Druid, I found that I could not keep track of Life Bloom, so I actually added the Life Bloom tracker, because that's a buff on other people, so it was hard for me to remember, like, exactly when it was good to refresh it. That kind of thing. But, I mean, it's kind of to each their own, right? I think your circle of vision just feels big. With buttons in the center of vision, it's just your party frames at your target, which feels good to me. Yeah, I mean, maybe it's just a me thing. Everybody's different. And credit where it's due, right? Like, whenever I see people asking about UI, a lot of times people are, like, very one-track mind of, like, my preference of UI is the best and everybody else is wrong. You seem to be a bit, like, open and, you know, understand the reasoning and are explaining your reasoning, and hey, that's valid, right? And that's the thing about UI setups. Everybody has a different setup that works for them. And, like, so many people are quick to judge UI. I've said this before, right? The very first comment I ever received on YouTube, the first video I ever posted, was an, at the time, world record speedrun, and the first commenter said, default UI failed before you started. That is the first thing that somebody who clicked on a world record speedrun decided to say. There are just some people in this game who are just, like, so brain-rotted and think that their way of building UI is the only objectively correct thing. And, like, the amount of, like, Dunning-Kruger, like, just brain rot shit you need to have to click on an actual world record speedrun. Obviously, that was my first video ever, right? I wasn't known at the time, so, like, the person also didn't know that I had rated at a cutting-edge level for many, many years at that point still. But clicking on a random video of somebody getting a world record speedrun and then thinking that is, like, the best thing to say, of, like, I'm better than this guy because I don't use default UI, that is, like, the genuine opinion that a lot of people will have, when in reality it's just whatever works for you. You'll see some crazy UI setups. I mean, there are some people who will make changes to the default UI and then turn it into the most abysmal dog shit ever. Like, they're, you know, I like Chi, he's a friend of mine, but one of the mages in my guild, Chi, has changed his keybinds so that instead of moving, like, instead of strafing or whatever, the way he moves is by, he presses a keybind to start auto-run and then presses another keybind to stop auto-run. That is how he moves. This guy is in a Hall of Fame guild as mage. And he's a good player, I mean, most of the time. But there have been some times where he, like, dies to the dumbest shit. And we're like, gee, how the hell did you get hit by that? And then when he explained how he moves, I'm just like, how? But, like, you know, again, he's not a bad player. He just, like... And frankly, a lot of the times when he dies to mechanics, I don't even think it's necessarily his control scheme.
I think it's more just he seems to get overloaded sometimes and panics. But the fact that that is unironically how he chooses to move in the game is, like, fucking mind-boggling to me. But it works for him, I guess. There's still a chance the monk eats everything and drops a ton of puddles. And that is exactly what happened. Thankfully, you know, still able to heal through it. You just came across a wild statement from someone on a WoW Discord mentioning that Blizzard's main reason for class tuning isn't balance, but to maximize sub fees from people relearning and re-rolling. Yeah, that is definitely a fucking crazy take, considering the vast majority of players are one-tricks. I mean, I feel like that's the take that you can only have if you've only ever spoken to meta chasers in, like, a high key level. Like, 90%, I would say 90% of the player base, honestly, that might be pretty close to accurate, plays, like, either 1 or, like, 1 to 2 specs, and that's it. I mean, even at a cutting-edge level, I think significantly more than average, the people who I meet in cutting-edge guilds only play 1 spec. Really, the only exception tends to be tanks, and even then, I have played with quite a few one-trick Blood DKs, which is usually why Blood DK is so popular, because if you have to one-trick a tank, that is the one to do it with. But the vast majority of players that I've raided with over time have been one-trick players. I mean, even in my current guilds, right? In my current guild, we have a one-trick Rep Paladin, and he's good. Like, Herb is a really good Rep Paladin player, but for splits, he has Rep Paladin, and Rep Paladin for all 3 split runs. He has Herb with a special character, and Herb Ret are his 3 paladins. So that is how the vast majority of people play this game. I'm definitely in, like, an extremely small category of people who play lots of different specs. Hello, Terry Uwu. Terry, good to see you. Asymmetric bar button placement of yours is definitely not for you. What do you mean asymmetric bar button placement? Well, the only thing that's asymmetric about it is the stuff off to the side here. But there's a reason I don't have any actual abilities here, right? Like, this is all consumable utility stuff, right? Like, I put my buff items here, generally I put my mounts here. My actual bars, which, like, the stuff that I am looking at in combat is basically this rectangle here. And I would actually say I generally try to keep it symmetrical. The space between the last bar and the screen? What, like this space here? I mean, I guess I am not that nitpicky. I'm a little bit OCD, but I'm definitely not that OCD where, like, the exact spacing, I'm like, oh my god, it has to be perfect. When I'm designing, like, thumbnails and stuff, I tend to be, but for something like this, it doesn't bother me. Like, the spacing between the bars, like here, I try to make sure that is correct, right? So I try to keep that spacing accurate. You'll notice that these buttons aren't lined up properly. There's not much you can do about that in the default Blizzard UI. It just doesn't line up well. But I do try to keep things mostly spaced out properly. But there are certain unavoidable things. But, like, the way I have this structured, right? There is a method to the madness, right? I always have, like, major cooldowns. Like, defensives are usually on Q. Mobility spells usually on E whenever possible. Major cooldowns on R and T. Across the vast majority of my characters, I try to maintain this. Miscellaneous spells, like in this case, Nature, Swiftness, Lust, some tank defensives I tend to put here. I have on Control 1 through 3. Control 4 is always an on-use trinket. Control 5 is my potion. Buff abilities, like raid buffs, are always on 0. Other buff abilities tend to be on here. If I'm on a tank, Taunt is always on equals. Heroic throw type abilities, I tend to put either on dash or shift 4. It really depends. That depends on the tank. Sometimes, like on Druid, I tend to put combat res on shift 4, because also Druid has Moonfire, which instead of like heroic throw, which is part of my regular bar. But that's kind of case by case basis. Then here, I usually save this for Gunshoes and Gliders. I do actually use shift 5 and shift 6 on some characters, but since I'm so used to these being my keybinds for speedruns, I tend to try and keep these open.
Control R is Gateway Control Shard, whenever I have it. Shift 1 is Health Pot, Shift 2 is Health Stone. Always make sure these are the same. And then my main abilities are usually on like 1 through 8, I guess, depending on how many abilities I have on that spec. And then, you know, these ones I use as like shift modifiers. So in here, you know, Healing Wave and Chain Healer on Shift 3 and 4 in this case. And then, oh yeah, also, if I have an interrupt, it's always on F. If I have a dispel, it's always on Shift F. And then crowd control and utility abilities are usually on H, Y, and G. And my racial, if applicable, is always on G. Right? So Blood Fury, Arcane Torrent, Void Elf Racial, stuff like that. So I do have a consistent setup that I use. And that's so if I ever think to myself like, oh, I need to use my racial ability, no matter which race I'm playing, I just instinctively know what, like, my finger knows what button to move to press that. Same with, like, kick and stuff like that. There's some relearning of muscle memory, but by having it set up like that, it tends to... I don't have to relearn stuff. And notice how they're, like, distinct sections, right? Like, we're each... In each corner of the rectangle, I have different things, right? So it's relatively symmetrical. I have some control modifiers, yeah. I used to have more control modifiers, but I don't need them quite as much. But I mean, you can see here, Control R, Control 1, Control 2, Control 3, Control 4, Control 5. So I do have some. And then also Control 6. I forgot to mention that. Control 6 is always Mount. Control 7 is always either Auction House Mount or like Traveler's Tundra or Grand Expedition Yak. So I have my flying mount. But like stuff like that is more for speedruns, right? I used, for the longest time, back before I did speedruns, I actually didn't even bind my mount. It helps to have your mount bound, even for competitive content, because there are a lot of boss fights where you actually now will need to mount up, like Tindral, Dementius, even in an M+ dungeon, being able to like very quickly mount after a pull. So it does matter, but the thing that actually finally got me to put a keybind for my mount was when I started doing speedruns, and then having, you know, you have to mount up so many times during leveling runs. Pouring one out for the Rogue one tricks? Yeah. Rogue's in a rough spot. I mean, I will say, though, like, for Race the World First, right? I wonder if you're saying that, because somebody in my guild did link that apparently Zorthus made a video recently talking about how, like, Rogue is in a rough spot at the moment. And so, like, now I've seen people talking about that. But the thing about Rogue is, like, obviously, and Zorthus is in a very high-level guild, but even in my guilds, right? Like, we're Hall of Fame. We got World 56 on Lura, but we have a Rogue player, Natty, and Natty's really good. Now, if we're in a situation where Rogue is so completely awful, then yeah, like, I guess, you know, he'll probably be on the bench. That's unfortunate. But I think for the vast majority of guilds, even at a Hall of Fame level, if Rogue isn't, like, tuned to be just so far below all of the other specs, and your Rogue is a good player, it's usually fine to have one Rogue. Like, sure, Atrophic Poison doesn't attribute properly a lot of the time. It's not amazing, but if you're doing pretty much the same DPS as somebody else, and you don't absolutely need to, like, class stack, you know, like MM Hunters on Vanguard, or, like, specific classes for Bellerin egg damage, etc., and you're fine to bring, like, a floating DPS spot, Rogue is still probably fine as a 1-of, though. But obviously, like, when you get past 1-ofs, like, yeah, it's rough. It's definitely not a good place to be, or a good time to be a Rogue 1-trick, but if you are your guild's singular Rogue, there's, like, a non-zero chance that you'll usually get brought, unless you're literally in, like, the top 50 world guilds, or Race the World First, obviously. At that point, you know, everybody is an extremely good player, and it's just whatever does the most damage, so there's that. But the problem is so many people will, like, blindly copy Race the World First, and Rogue might still be totally fine, and in 90% of boss fights, you do not need a strict 20-man comp, right? Like, you might need a strict 15-player comp for a lot of fights, and sometimes even, like, a 17-player comp, but if the Rogue is one of your best players, and they do as much DPS as, like, other specs, then your Rogue might just out-DPS, like, yet another Flavor of the Month spec, unless it is something obscene, like The only example I can think of recently is like stacking Hunters on Light Blinded Vanguard, something like that. But a lot of guilds are just really rigid about meta specs. That stuff filters down. You're basically race to world last. We only make it half the time. Our rogues tend to turn into DKs because we need grips. Yeah, that's a separate story, though. Like, obviously, if you're in a guild where you really don't have people to fill every role, like, my guild is doing 3 split runs. We are going to have somebody to fill basically every single role. And, like, my guild leader is even telling me that he wants me to keep my Brewmaster prepped just so that we have a backup monk buff. Which I have told him the odds that we ever need that is, like, it would have to be a fucking disaster for that to be necessary. But, like, I'm not pushing really just because I think the odds that I'm not on Blood DK permanently is so low because of how things are looking that I'm like, sure, you know. It's either that or Guardian Druid, and I don't really feel strongly enough to say, like, oh, I think Guardian has a chance to be played, because with Boomkin, it just doesn't. So, I'm like, sure. But we have, like, tons of backups. But obviously, yeah, if you're in, like, a Race to World Last guild, then a lot of times it's less so that Rogue is bad, and it's just, you know, like you said, that's actually a good example, you might really need grips for a fight. And if you just don't have DK players, then the Rogue might be the one who gets pressured into leveling an ult. So, I could definitely see that. Let me list... check all. It's Nexus and Pit that I need, right? Yes. Okay. I wanted to at least see if there was a Pit of Sauron key up before I listed my key. But obviously, I have my 12 Nexus, so I'll just list it. I'm just hoping that afterwards it doesn't take an eternity to find a Pit. So if there was a Pit up right now, I'd rather do that now, because then I have the guaranteed Nexus afterwards. But we'll see. According to Zorthus, Rogue is doing half the damage of top contenders due to damage profile more than tuning. I mean... yeah. It definitely, Rogue is in a rough spot, for sure. I have not looked at logs, right? I think, I didn't watch the Zorthus video. So I don't know exactly, but what I can imagine, just based on like raid testing and what people in my guild have been discussing throughout the entirety of the testing cycle, is this raid is very 2-target heavy. 2 to 3, 2-target especially, but there's also likely going to be some 3-target cleave on Ulatek. So any spec that does that really well, Blizzard tends to only really balance around single target, and then everything after that is just kind of a shit show. And the problem is when you have the last 3 bosses, I don't remember a time when this has been the case. The last 3 bosses all look like 3-target cleave is going to be incredibly important to have. So, in that situation, like a good example, right, is Boomkin this tier did amazing on Veilgore and Ezrak. Hunter, like I just said, was amazing on Light Blinded Vanguard. But then Hunter was, like, fine on the other bosses. So... it was still run, right? Like, you still ran, I think, 2 Hunters, even the Race to World first, on Bellerin for the bird and the egg. But it's definitely very, very, very lopsided this tier. So even if a spec is, like, not amazing single target, and they are extremely good at 2-target, that's going to carry them really far on all of the fights that matter. Yeah, 2 to 3 target is like... I wouldn't say... It's not 95% of the raid. I don't know if I would go that far. Like, if we look at the bosses, right? Scissorak is pure single target. The first boss is high target AoE. Entombed Sentinels is technically single target. It's like... It's spread 2-target cleave. It's basically like Destro Lock cleave. You technically can hit the other boss if you're like a ranged player, but they're never stacked. There are periods of 2-target cleave. I would not call that a 2-target fight. Vashnik is mostly single target with some burst AoE cleave. What are the other bosses? Tortolan Explorers are largely 2-target. That boss is. But then, the real important thing... So, that is, I would say it's more like 40 to 50% of the raid. The real kicker, though, is the last 3 bosses, which are the most important bosses. Those ones are all 2-target. And so that is really the profile that matters the most. You can apply to the key if you want, yeah. Which one did you already? I'm guessing not. I think I remember. That's your character. Or which demon hunter are you? You're the dev DH? Okay, well honestly, yeah, both of them, it's fine. Or I actually, which of the demon hunters? Because I think this one is also Devourer. Daredevil, okay. We got 2 in a row. Hello, Empress Christie. Good to see you. Is some possible? Sure. But yeah, Rogue is definitely not in a great spot, for sure. I don't really know how Blizzard's going to balance it. It's the same thing with, like, Blood DK, right? Blood DK Sand Lane does amazing 2 to 3 target cleave. How do you balance that? When... I mean, the fact they buffed Blood DK is just... Honestly, might be one of the most mind-bogglingly bad balancing decisions I've ever seen. Because, like, that is... It's the kind of buff where if they had just buffed Deathbringer, that would have maybe been understandable. But the fact they buffed Sand Lane, too, and, like, they gave Sand Lane pretty relevant buffs. It's just, like, there is no way you make a change like that without just having no fucking clue what is even happening in your game. Like, you just have to be completely asleep for every single period of raid testing to think that buffing Sand Lane Blood DK is a good idea. Like, that is just fucking wild. Why is the Demon Hunter typing go, 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 go? Like, brother. Calm down. I think you're probably too high to have this be a problem, but in tons of guilds you've been in, way too many people want to play melee. No, I understand that for sure. At this point in time, like, yeah, you generally have a nice spread of people. But, like, you know, I didn't just wake up and join a Hall of Fame guild. In fact, Lura, I got fake Hall of Fames before where, like, I barely made the cutoff. But Lura was my first real Hall of Fame. I've rated in, like, even in, like, 400 to 600 ranked guilds at the time, you'll still find that, yeah, most melee DPS specs are way more popular. So I absolutely know what you mean. Okay, are we doing big pull? Okay, I'm gonna lust here then. His health bar was not moving and I was scared. I think honestly, probably fine to do that though. Nice. The Paladin definitely got fucking blasted. I didn't see if he Divine Shielded. Maybe he was, like, saving that as a last second. I assume he's running Last Stand. He is. And I didn't see him press it, so that might have been his plan. So maybe I like, SLT'd for no reason, and maybe after he saw me SLT, he figured he didn't need to run it. Because he is, like, fairly high IO. So I have to imagine that he knows what he's doing. But, I mean, in the end, he didn't die, so all's well that ends well. Oh, shit. Okay. I saw that you ripped threat, but I didn't see your health bar move. So I figured I was safe to save my cooldowns. I want to be careful not to pull that next pack. That would be bad. Assuming we're gonna kill that, yeah. Yeah, the damage in this group is very good. And the tank knows what he's doing. The tank's also doing good damage. Overall, solid group. I'm just like, ever since that first pull, which, like, you know, to be fair, went well, but I'm very scared because the tank's health was, tank's health moves around a lot, and then also, I never know when he's about to, like, rip another crazy pull. But this has been pretty good so far. Oh, he bopped you. Oh, shit. I don't see that very often. Drop heli who actually uses their utility? Okay. Surely I can DPS for a little bit. Tank's health bar. A little bit spooky. Speaking. Okay, this is really awkward.
2, 1.
I've never seen something this cramped. I think that, honestly, that was kind of a sick SLT, and like there wasn't really even anything I could do. Like when I. Okay, I could do something really sick here, I think. Can I get... Oh, I got all of them! Yes! Yeah, I think really the tank just should have moved when he saw that the new ones were spawning there. But that SLT was kind of sick, if I do say so myself. We're a little bit cramped here again. But if we bait here,
5,
we should have...
4,
yeah.
3, 2, 1.
Alright. If it works, it works. Oh, no. Okay, I got you. I'm quite pleased with how I played that. Doesn't even really feel like I had to do that much HBS. It was just the particular segments. He keeps dragging it out of my spirit, or, healing tide. Surging Totem. I can't speak. I can technically decurse, but okay, not much I can do about that. Come on! I think I barely killed it in time, maybe? Either way, it didn't summon the thing. No, 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 no. Okay, this is bad. A lot of those are going in. Woo! Okay.
What a miserable display. You have all failed
Ow.
in your purpose.
Can I purge the shield off that mob? I forgot to check. It broke so fast by the time I thought about it. Shield was gone. Probably should have saved Orc Racial for the burn phase in the boss. Yeah, it's probably not going to be up. It'll be up for the second one if we get it, though. But I'm going to lust the first one. Actually, I just realized this is still the first wave of trash. Okay, actually, it might actually line up perfectly, then. Yeah, I think it will. Nice. Right, yeah, that knocks back. I guess, yeah, you have to... okay, I cannot purge. It looks like. It's a no. I could probably stun it, I think. What healer so far do I find the most fun to play? Well, at this point, the only healer I haven't really played, I guess, would be Holy Priest, kind of. So we'll see. TBD on that one. Why? I instinctively popped Orc Racial on pull. Whatever, my damage is not that important for the burn phase. I am going to save Ancestral Swiftness.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
How did I do? But yeah, so as for your question, which one do I have the most fun with? So far, I think honestly Mistweaver. Like, obviously Mistweaver's meta, it's really strong, but I really enjoyed it. Oh shit. One of the DPS DC'd. That's unfortunate. After thinking about it more, I really do like Mistweaver a lot. Disc probably close second. I'll be honest, it definitely is really fun, just the whole damage to healing playstyle. Especially as someone who's not as used to healing, but the other thing is, historically, I have played the caster Mistweaver builds, and I enjoyed those too. So Mistweaver has that advantage of, for me, I know for a fact I like basically a lot of different variations of Mistweaver. I also, Disc, at this point, I've played both Oracle and Voidweaver Disc, and I've enjoyed both of them. So kind of similar thing of, I've played multiple versions of it. And, for example, Resto Shaman, I really enjoyed this build, Totemic. It's really fun. But I played... Oh, fuck. Hitbox was through the floor. That's, annoying. I played, Whispering Waves Farseer at the end of War Within, and I did not like it at all. I really did not enjoy that version of Resto. So, yeah, it's definitely, I know for a fact that I have not loved every possible version. Why is the monk's just melting? And, Resto Druid I wasn't a huge fan of. Didn't hate it, but just didn't love it that much. Holy Paladin I'm still relatively new to. I think it has the potential to, if I'm definitely going to keep up with it over time. And it could be that, over time, maybe it'll be a healer that I end up really enjoying. I didn't dislike it. In fact, it was definitely one of the more fun healers, but I'm relatively new to it. I only started playing it as part of this challenge, so I don't have as much historical experience with it. So I only have the one build to go off of. And, I enjoyed my time on Holy Paladin, but I'm not going to pretend that it was, like, the most fun I've ever had healing. Whereas, like, Mistweaver, when I played this Fistweaving build, which is different than the variations I played before, I'm like, oh my god, this is fun as hell. So, I definitely did not have quite that experience on Holy Paladin, so I wouldn't put it quite as high. And, like, what else am I forgetting? Preservation Evoker. Definitely is above average for me, but I've been told, I don't know if he just stood in the fucking thing or what, but his health just got 100 0'd. I probably should have dispelled him, I just didn't think he was going to die before I could get that healing wave off. Unlucky. I wonder if he was standing in Searing Rends, like the claw thing on the grounds. Because it seemed like he was ticking down really quickly. But yeah, Prez is definitely interesting. The versions of Prez that I played have mostly all been the same, but one of my friends told me that Flameshaper Prez is apparently way more boring now than it was when I played it before, so I'm trusting him because I have not played it since War Within, and he says it's bad, so... Or, well, rather, he says it's unfun to play. Not that it's, like, bad, just that he has to play it for Raid, and he thinks it's boring as hell. So... Assuming he's right, then I probably would not enjoy it as much as I did back in War Within. But I would still put it, like, above, right now, like, Holy Paladin, and definitely above Resto Druid. And TBD on Holy Priest, though I have to say, from what I've seen so far, like, I've already prepped Holy Priest. I'm planning to do it later today. And based on my research, it looks like a build that I actually would really enjoy. It's the type of playstyle that I tend to like. Not so much damage to healing, but I like the idea of having, like, the big, like, burst CDs with your holy words, and then having a lot of ability to deal damage. Definitely having, like, an interesting damage rotation as a healer. I'll be honest, yeah, it's a plus. And I should note, I have only ever really played Holy for leveling, but I have played it quite a bit for, like, leveling runs, and in that context, basically the playstyle for Holy that I'm familiar with is exactly that. It's like the whole chastise into Holy Fire spam. So I've played Holy Priest as a DPS before, basically, and I know for a fact I really enjoy that version of it. And considering that appears to be the build that they're playing in M+, I have a feeling I'm going to like my time playing it. And I've been, like, really bad at finding that thing lately. Nice. I got, a crit versus shields. I mean, if I end up getting a one-hander from something, nice. Well, I don't need that right now, obviously. I've gotten a lot of good rings, so... Yeah. But... getting one of the set bonus rings is at least something. I'm pretty sure DPS Shaman wants that, though I can't imagine I'm going to be playing DPS Shaman anytime soon. And yeah, H-Priest is going to be after Arsham. That's the plan. I am playing Oracle, yes. Yeah, for anybody who knows H-Priest, the builds that I looked up, thank you for helping, Owner. The builds that I looked up that I'll be using is Oracle H-Priest with the Holy Fire, like, whatever it's called, Imperial Blaze stuff. And I'm running the build without Prayer of Healing. And it's only running 3 out of 4 points in the Apex talent. That's the build that I saw most people playing. The one thing that I saw some variation on is some people were dropping, like, 12-second Apotheosis and keeping 4 to 4 Apex. Some people were dropping another one where it's like Trail of Light, I think, where my Flash Heals echoed or something like that. And they were running the Apex one, but I saw more people dropping the 4th Apex talent point, so I figured that would be worth trying. But the general build seemed pretty consistent between most of the top H-Priests I looked at. I only found, like, one person who was still running Prayer of Healing. That's the build you run? Cool, cool. The other DH, oh yeah, what was the overall? I didn't see. It's bugged. Other DH kicked your ass. The other DH, for the record, was like 293 or something. They were super geared. But I mean, from what I know, Devourer is like very particular. Like, you really need to play around collapsing star windows. Unfortunately, I don't know enough about the spec to really comment on like what you could have done better. I mean, your damage was good. Like, I guess the overall is bugged, but like if we look at Leatrix, like, yeah, this boss definitely, yeah, he smoked you there a little bit. The only thing I can see is there's like a lot of other stuff here, right? Whereas his damage rotation is much more focused. You're pressing consume a lot more than he is. As somebody who knows nothing about Devourer, just like general observations, so whatever might be causing him to be pressing Devour more than consume, that kind of uptime thing. And other than that, I'll be honest, I don't know. I can't see a single cast of Cull from him, right? Like, he didn't press Cull at all. So what would be causing that, or Reap? He practically did 50% more overall? Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know enough about Devourer to comment, really. High keys, you usually want 4 out of 4 Apex to buff your CDs, but low keys, whatever. To be clear, I did look at high keys, though. So there are definitely a lot of people in, like, 23s and 22s, is what I was looking at, who were running the 3 out of 4 Apex build. So at the very least, there are people playing it. But yeah, I can't imagine it's going to make a huge difference in, like, 12s and stuff. Trail is good for cleave, gotcha. As an S-Priest main, you thought there was no way for them to get off the Psychic Link roller coaster, but just letting Ghost AoE is such a promising start? Nice. I haven't been following the S-Priest changes. I don't think my guild really has... actually, we do. Varia mostly plays S-Priest. But I haven't heard Varia say anything about S-Priest, so I have no idea what it's like at the moment. But it's good to hear that the changes are nice. Yes, hello. My cat has come to say hi. And realistically to beg for food. I should be looking at keys just in case if there's... It's probably going to take a while to find... Okay. There is already a Pit of Sauron up. Yes, meow, 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 meow. I mean, that is a super sus post, though. They can't even spell massive. That makes me think that they just bought carries, and now they somehow managed to get their hands on a 13 key. Let me see. That seems to be the case. Yeah, they're running an adventurer piece. I'll be honest, I'm not that desperate. I'm more than happy to wait it out. Yeah, I just realized I didn't even check what key I had, but it's not a pit. So I'll give it a little bit. The orb collecting ability, Reap/Cull, becomes Devourer in meta window. There's literally 3 buttons to press. Reap becomes Cull after Void Ray. Gotcha. So maybe he's just, like, lining up his Void Rays better? Because he seemed to have more of that? I don't know. Just got your first CE. When did I get my first one? First off, congrats. My first CE was Kill Jaden. Back in Legion. I got, my guild... Well, I started... Okay, now my cat is climbing the back of my chair. Yes, thank you, Finn. Thank you. That's very nice of you. I didn't start actually raiding until Legion because I started college in Legion, so I never had time when I was in high school to actually raid. And I did do, like, my first AOTC was Garrosh. So I did some, like, casual heroic raiding with my friends, and I mostly did challenge modes back in Mop and WAD for fun. Mostly WAD. And then when I started college, which was pretty much exactly when Legion came out, I started college the semester, like, right after the August launch of Legion. And, what's it called? That's when I first said, all right, you know, I can do whatever the fuck I want now. I'm going to join a raiding guild. And my first guilds, it was a complete fucking disaster guild on Emerald Dream. Well, the server was Emerald Dream, but also I guess the raid was Emerald Nightmare. Are you still hanging off my chair? Can I move my chair without, like, accidentally hitting you? Yes. And then, what's it called? Keep refreshing just in case. Yeah, I definitely... Like, if they get a tank, I'll apply, but I have a feeling that that's just going to be a fucking train wreck. Considering that's just a hard carry warlock. But yeah, I was raid leading in Emerald Nightmare. So in my first real tier, it's kind of a freak coincidence that I ended up raid leading. It wasn't something I signed up for, but it just kind of fell upon me. And in fairness, I had been raid leading the AOTC guilds, because a lot of it was just like my high school friends. So I had some experience with it, but then I was pretty much the only one who was willing to do it. So I raid led Mythic Emerald Nightmare. The guild was complete dog shit. I can't remember if we actually killed Mythic Il'gynoth and then just like didn't start Cenarius, or if we wiped to Il'gynoth for like a month or something. It was not pretty. And then that guild imploded midway through Nightholds. I progged basically up to Elisons on Nightholds. I did, like, during TOS, I eventually went back and got Gul'dan, but obviously it wasn't really current content then, so that doesn't count as cutting edge, right? But Nighthold was still somewhat relevant content in TOS because you could get 5-piece back then. Or no, actually, rather, you could get 6-piece back then, which meant there was no 6-set bonus, but you could run 2-piece, 4-piece. And a lot of people really wanted 2-piece, 4-piece. So you saw many people, their best in slot was that. And that was back when we had Titan Forging. So you could keep farming Nighthold to get, like, Titan Forged, high item level 2-piece of Nightholds. And I know for Windwalker Monk, it was, like, super strong for them. For a lot of other people, it was really good. So I still regularly ran Nighthold. And, like, you still actually had to do the mechanics, but obviously it was easy. Any raid tier is going to be easy after it ends. But KJ... I got, like, a decent rank on KJ. I kind of, like, stumbled into a higher-ranked guild for my first Cutting Edge, because I was friends with some people from M+. But then I ended up leaving that guild on Antorus, because it was insanely toxic, and rejoined a different guild, and that guild got all the way up to Argus, but they collapsed midway through Argus Prog, and there were like a few months left, but I was kind of burnt out and didn't feel like finishing it. Then I tried to lead my own guild for Uldir, and we did not make it very far. Everybody was really burnt out on BFA, because that expansion was fucking dog shit, so I just didn't, I scrapped it. It was mostly a friend guild. We killed the first few mythic bosses and then gave up. I did not like Ultir as a raid tier. But then I came back. I started joining random guilds in BOD. I ended up getting Cutting Edge Jaina towards the end. And I started off tanking, which is what I normally do. But I started playing Havoc Demon Hunter. And I actually got Cutting Edge Jaina as Havoc. I think it actually is the only Cutting Edge I've ever gotten as a non-tank spec. And then I progged Eternal Palace, but my guild imploded on Ashvane around the time Classic came out, and I did not feel like joining another guild to prog Eternal Palace, because that raid tier was kind of ass. So instead I started playing Classic. But I came back for Nyalotha, and I actually got Cutting Edge twice in Nyalotha. I at first got it on my Brewmaster Monk, and then I joined a second guild on my Vengeance Demon Hunter, because the guild I was raiding in on my Brewmaster Monk was shit, and I somehow ended up as an officer in that guild. If anybody remembers the cheating officer story, that was that guild, that was Nyalotha. So that was a whole train wreck, right? But I joined a different guild on my Vengeance Demon Hunter, got N'Zoth, and then took a break. And then, again, new expansion, Shadowlands, came out, and around that point, I started doing YouTube. It was Shadowlands pre-patch is when I made my YouTube channel, and initially I was just making a guild with friends. I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go back to raiding casually again. And then I mentioned in my first YouTube video that I was making a guild for anybody interested, thinking that, like, oh, maybe a few hundred people watch this. Right? And then the video gets, like, over 100,000 views, and, like, I got a Wowhead post on my first ever YouTube video, which was neat, I guess. And then, obviously, it blew up. Then I had a bunch of random people trying to join my guild, which actually made my life hell, as, you know, trying to guild lead, because I had to tell a lot of people who found my channel and really liked my speedruns that, like, sorry, I can't bring you on the raid team, because there's only 20 spots in Mythic. And then all of my friends who were going to be officers in the guild and help me, like, recruit and stuff got burnt out and quit and stopped playing. So in Castle Nathria, I basically ended up solo guild and raid leading everything on the worst expansion launch ever, because Shadowlands was even worse than BFA. Obviously, anybody who was around remembers that. So I was miserable. The game was just not fun to play. All of the specs that I enjoyed felt like shit to play. And I still managed to raid lead through Council of Blood. But after Council of Blood, I'm just like, I'm too burnt out. And so I took a break. I started playing Guild Wars 2 for like half a year. Came back for Sanctum of Domination. I started joining some low guilds on Prot Warrior, which is what I was playing. Turns out Prot Warrior was by far the worst tank in Sanctum. So I eventually swapped to Brewmaster Monk. And then I found a guild, a really, really nice guild. Really cool people, many of who I'm still friends with to this day. And I got Sylvanas Cutting Edge on Brewmaster Monk. And unfortunately, that guild imploded on Sepulchre. I guess imploded's the wrong word, because they did quit, but unlike a lot of the other guild drama things, that was kind of just like, it was basically how I felt on Council of Blood. All the officers were just like, it's too much work, I'm not having fun, I don't want to do this anymore. But I'm still friends with a lot of them, and I'll still, like, every now and then, I'll randomly see one of them, like, pop into stream or leave a YouTube comment and be like, hey, good to see that you're still doing this, or whatever. So I'm still on good terms with all those guys. But then I joined, like, 2 different guilds throughout Sepulchre. One of them was a fucking train wreck. Ended up getting Jailer Cutting Edge on Brewmaster Monk, and I guess spoiler, every single tier since Sylvanas I've gotten Cutting Edge. So I got Sylvanas Cutting Edge on Brew, I got Jailer Cutting Edge on Brew again, I got Vault of the Incarnates Cutting Edge on Brew, and I technically killed, what's it called? I did play Blood DK for part of Sepulchre, but Brew was still mainly what I played. I primarily played Brewmaster, but it also, if you're gonna one-trick a tank, Blood DK or Brew, for the longest time, were the best picks. And nowadays, of course, Brewmaster is just fucking dog shit, and is going to be the worst tank by far next patch, which is depressing. But then, what's it called? I played Vengeance Demon Hunter in Aberrus, which is what I primarily played in Legion and BFA. And then lo and behold, it's finally good and fun to play again in Aberrus, so I played it there. And then Blizzard made it feel like dog shit to play. They made it really strong in keys and feel absolutely shit to play after Aberrus with the Emirdrassil rework, which I maintain was fucking trash. And the seeds of that rework are the reason why Vengeance still feels like crap to play to this day, because they took a good foundation and then completely ruined it, and just turned it into a Soul Cleave spam sigil placing garbage bot, which is kind of still how it plays now, except now it's even worse because it has, like, RNG meta procs, which, like, who the fuck thought that was a good idea? And then Emirdrassil, I started the tier playing Brewmaster, but it very quickly became clear that Blood DK was really nuts, especially on Fyrak. So I swapped to Blood, got Cutting Edge as Blood, and did not get Firaloth, which I'm still tilted about. I was one of the only Blood DKs, now, the only Blood DK that at least I knew of. I'm sure there were other ones, but out of, like, all of my fellow tank friends, I was the only person who still did not have Firaloth by the time that I got Cutting Edge. It was like world rank 400, 500 or something like that, so it wasn't exactly, you know, early, but I had plenty of time at that point, and it just didn't drop. Every single other person on my raid team had Firaloth. It was fucking crazy. So, really tilted the fuck out of me that tier. Then, what's it called? Nurubar Palace. I joined a new guild at the end of Dragonflight for a Mirachusel Reclear, and I started the tier on Brewmaster again. It is, like, because I've been playing Brewmaster for so long, very often my raid leaders are like, oh, well, Brewmaster is usually good, and you've been playing Brewmaster forever, so, like, you know, we're going to have you start in Brew. Like, that's exactly, I know I'm skipping forward, but I've talked about this a few times. My current raid leader, who's, like, a good raid leader, and don't get me wrong, but I kept telling him Brew was really, really, really bad right now, and he still wanted me to start on it for Midnight Season 1, and then very quickly early on, I swapped to Prot Warrior and then to Blood DK, and obviously that's what I killed Lura with. But that was his instinct, right? Which, like, I understand why that was his gut instinct. Of like, you know, Brew's usually good, but I knew enough about Brew to tell him, no, it's not, and I was vindicated. At the very least, this time around, he trusts me, and he's only asking me to play it as, like, the third split character, as an emergency, which, like, sure. But what's it called? I started Brew on Nurubar. Now, Brewmaster was, I wouldn't say it was good in Nurubar, but it was, like, fine. Where am I going? Pit of Sorrow. Right. It was, I think, used in Race to World first. Brew Bear. But we did not have a bear. And I, very early on, like, even on Heroic Week, before it was clear that Bear was, like, one of the optimal plays, I had been telling my raid leader, you know, let me play Bear, and, like, trust me, this is the play, and then he let me swap, so then I eventually played Bear for all of Prague. Obviously, everybody had to have a Blood DK for Ovenax. I don't know if they're in yet, so I don't want to run in. Then I pegged Prot Paladin very early on as one of the two picks for Undermine, so I played that. And then I joined a new guild in Undermine on my Prot Paladin, got Cutting Edge with it. But then actually, Prot Warrior, I found Prot Warrior to be so much fun that I actually got Cutting Edge twice in a separate guild. I joined a completely different guild, so I don't count it. Like, right now, I have killed Lura on Prot Warrior, Guardian Druid, and Blood DK. But I only really count that as, like, a Blood DK CE, because technically speaking, like, I more view that as a Lura farm kill for Druid and Prot Warrior, right? But I raided in two guilds at once. I raided in a morning guild and then in a night guild. And I raided Prot Paladin in one, Prot Warrior in the other. And I had to prog the entirety of the raid, like, from scratch, with, like, two separate teams for both tanks. So I got the full start-to-finish prog experience on, like, you know, One-Armed Bandit, Muggsy, Gallywix on both different tanks. And, I mean, they were both really fun. It was exhausting, but I don't regret it, because both of those tanks were extremely fun to play in Undermine. And then I played Brewmaster Monk again in Manaforge Omega. And then, like I said earlier, I played primarily Prot Warrior for most of Prague this tier, and then I swapped to Blood DK towards the end and played that for Cutting Edge. And going into the next tier, it looks like I'm going to be on Blood DK once again.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, they said Bloodlust first pull.
5.
What do I think about Season 2 Holy Priest and Resto Shaman? You're asking the wrong person. To be clear, the entire point of this challenge is I am learning how to heal, right? I am a tank main. Anything that I know about healing is either, like, stuff that I'm reading on guides or discussions from talking to the healers in my guilds. Now, I can tell you what I have heard, right? Do I have disease? Magic and curse? No. So I can't help him here. So the only thing that I can tell you is, like, through osmosis, right? From talking to the healers in my guilds, specifically about Holy Priest and Resto Shaman. I mean, frankly, nobody ever talks about Holy Priest, right? That's never really a consideration. The concept of a Holy Priest one-trick is just not real, right? And for M+, I know nothing, right? I mean, for M+, I from what I've heard about Holy Priest, that is to say, oh my god, look at that kick snipe. It was like, as it was going off, I'm like, oh, nobody's gonna kick this. And then I had the thought of, wait, I'm playing Resto Shaman. I can actually kick it this time. And then, of course, I ended up being the one to fucking get it, because nobody fucking does that mechanic for some reason. Even though all you need to do is just press your fucking interrupt key. About time they got it. But yeah, so as far as Holy Priest is concerned in M+, what I have heard about it is nothing, which means it's probably not going to be very good, I'll be honest. If I'm not hearing people say, oh wow, it's a Holy Priest season, and like, it could be wrong, like maybe it's sleeper OP, but I have heard zero discussion about it, and that probably means that it's not going to be amazing. Resto Shaman, as far as I know in M+, is basically the same as always, which is Shaman buff's pretty good, and Resto Shaman's usually pretty good in M+, like it is right now. So, if it's not a Mistweaver season, or basically for any comp that runs a monk, which I can tell you right now, Brewmaster is basically fucking dead. You are like, Brewmaster will not be run. Like, right now, Brewmaster is already pretty bad. But people still play it in M+, right? Brewmaster next season is completely fucking dead, just as a spec entirely. You will not play it, ever. So, that basically means that one of the main comps that Resto Shaman fits into right now, which is Brewmaster comps, basically if you're not running Mistweaver, it's losing that. Right? So, now whether or not Mistweaver ends up being the meta healer still, that's a separate discussion. So there might be, like, a lot of people think Prop Pally is going to be the play for M+, from what I've heard. And technically speaking, either Mistweaver or Shaman is a viable candidate for that. From what I've heard, Resto Shaman will be perfectly fine. One thing, though, is, like, you don't really have to worry about Resto Druid, because Boomkin's going to be really nuts. So most comps are probably going to have a Boomkin. I would imagine, I've heard DK is still really good. DK's kind of historically been really good. So there's that. So that means it probably has a decent chance to be played in M+. In Raid, it's really hard to say. I haven't heard amazing things about Shaman DPS in Raid, but I also haven't heard, like, Giga Dooming of, like, oh my god, it's so bad. Like, the specs that I've heard Giga Dooming are more like Rogue and stuff. But, who knows? Like, it could still end up being, like, maybe Resto Shaman is the correct way to get the buff in Raid. I can't imagine it'll be a bad option, but it might not be the optimal way to get Shaman buff in Raid. But kind of what I was saying before about Holy Priest in Raid is really just, like, nobody plays only Holy Priest in Raid, so I don't even really think it's a discussion. Everybody agrees that Disc looks good, and every single, at least at the level I play, right, every single Disc healer is expected to be able to play Holy if needed. So, have historically there been some fights where Holy is played? Yes. But due to the nature of how priest healing works, you never are a Disc player or a Holy player. It's just whichever spec is better for this fight. You know, it's easy enough to change it up, right? So you're almost certainly going to run priest healers, and then if a fight is good for Holy, maybe you'll play Holy. Whether or not a fight will be good for Holy, couldn't tell you. I really don't know that. I think, generally speaking, as a default, Disc tends to be better. And again, I haven't heard any particular discussion about, oh my god, Holy Priest seems insane this season. If anything, I've seen people continue to say that Holy Priest really needs a lot more help than Blizzard's giving it, which seems to indicate to me that whatever changes they are getting are not enough. But again, I haven't paid attention. But just like, just to reiterate, right? I am not a healer main. I'm somebody in the process of learning healing, so that's a question better suited for probably somebody like Automatic Jack, who is likely on the front lines testing that. Now, if you want to know about tanks, obviously that's my forte. But yeah, I'm not, like, tuned in with all the ins and outs of, like, what the best healing comp is going to be. But from the little that I know, by talking to my healers and by, like, knowing what specs they're prepping. Seriously, we're not going to kill Zalta? Okay, well, at least I managed to get enough lava bursts off to where this probably won't be that bad. Never ceases to amaze me that people just don't do the fucking Zaltath ethics when it's just so fucking easy. But yeah, pretty much just like before, the healers in my guild seem to think it's a Mistweaver, Disc, and Prez season. Which, like, those are the healers that are good right now, and those seem to be the healers that are good. I think the main thing that's changing is Resto Druid is considered to be a solid healer at the moment, and we're not even really... Like, I think some of us are prepping... Some of our healers are prepping Resto Druid. I, again, have not been fully tuned in to what they're all doing. But... Resto Druid stonks are just kind of down. Any Druid spec stonks are kind of down because of how... Well, outside of Boomkin, because Boomkin's looking really fucking broken. Mark... What the fuck? What the fuck? That's new. He's like, I'm gonna micro the entire group, and you better fucking listen to me. Alright, I don't want to upset Mr. Tank and drop a rock in a place that he doesn't want. God forbid the 1.2k IO tank doesn't get the rock in the exact position he wants. That is, I think, the first time I've ever seen somebody ask that. Well, he didn't really ask that. He just said, I mark where you put down rocks, and then he started pinging. Like, kind of fucking wild.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Now, your bones will freeze.
Why? That's wrong. I don't know why he's breaking this one. That puddle's actually going to make it really hard to hide behind here. Okay, never mind. Actually, we have space.
5,
But, I mean, you still
4,
should
3,
have broken that one.
2,
It's
1.
fine.
Now, your bones will freeze.
Alright, are we going to charge ahead and ignore the Zaltath ethics? Almost certainly. Okay, and this means I basically need to solo it, because otherwise he's going to charge ahead and drag it into the pack. Please don't pull the pack before it's dead. Okay, thank God, actually. I thought he was gonna fuck that up. So many tanks just, like, ignore that. And it still buffs the mobs, right? So then you have a fresh pull of fully Xal'atath buffed mobs because everybody just ignores it and lets it go off. Oh shit.
My emissary brings you power. Take it.
Just got hit by that. I'm probably gonna need... Yeah, I need to break Zods up here. Nobody else is hitting it. And that goes off. Of course it does.
We could probably use these parts.
Assuming he wants Bloodlust on boss. Alright, do we kick Death Bolts? Probably not, but at least I can actually help. It's on me. Honestly, the best target it could have picked.
My emissary brings you power. Take it.
I'm probably gonna have to hard swap to Xal'atath ethics. Have to imagine, yeah, they're probably not gonna run away. But they did kill it. Okay, he is actually moving. Whatever it's due. Is the hunter just sitting in the goop? How are they just taking so much fucking damage? I don't understand. Okay, I can get this kick. On Hunter. Make a fucking effort, man. The Hunter's at least doing damage, but they're so tunnel visioned and doing damage, as a BM Hunter, no less, that they're just getting hit by every fucking mechanic. I mean, we're very fine on time, right? I can't complain too much, but... Well... I am kind of a healer, so I feel like I feel like as a healer, it's just my job to bitch and moan about people taking unnecessary damage. Really need to top off for that.
My emissary.
This here, and then I can just reposition it. Problem is, nobody's gonna swap to this. He is really running up the tunnel, holy. Kind of a crazy pull to two. The tank is definitely doing pulls that are like, in a vacuum, okay, but he's not really skilled enough to make them clean. And it's just kind of by the skin of our teeth that it's working, especially because, like, then Zalatath is nearly dying. I don't want to say that I'm, like, kind of hard fucking carrying, but I feel like I kind of am. Especially because every single time that Zalatath comes out, I insta-target swap and focus it down single target. Well, also, I haven't let anybody die yet, so...
Heroes, to me!
Intruders have entered the Master's domain. Signal the alarms.
Heroes, we will hold off the undead as long as we can, even to our dying breath.
Alright.
Deal with the Scourge Lord.
I'll catch up on chat messages after this. I see there's a few new ones, so just bear with me. Last key for Resto Shaman, so you know, trying to lock in here a bit. Especially I don't have SLT for in case somebody fucks up, right?
A willing sacrifice has
So I've seen people fuck up this boss so many times, probably more so than most M+ bosses. I'm gonna stake my claim on this. That way they know where to go. Nice. Christ. Can we get Zalatath, please? Did we... Okay, we somehow barely killed that. Okay, I think he health stoned in time. Did he actually... He did drop health stones before, okay, I just forgot to put it on my bar. I don't know why... It's okay to get the ad. He probably should have pre-positioned, but it's fine. I'm actually going to save for this. Nice. Okay. Again, a 2 chest against all odds. It's like, that key may even be described as clean. It didn't feel clean, because like we were on the cusp of fucking up so many times. And the DPS outside of the hunter was rather low, but, you know. Healer diff. But that's Resto Shaman done with. So like I said before, we are doing Holy Priest now. Overall, this was basically bang on 5 hours. So that is like, I would say, the average time it takes one of these. Ran into some issues earlier, but considering the issues I ran into, the ladder keys were actually quite fast. Let me make sure I'm not crazy, right? Yeah, okay, that's it. That being said, though, I did do the Mysara yesterday, right? So technically I only did 7 of the keys today. So considering I did 7 of the keys, it actually would be closer to like 5 hours 30, 5 hours 40, if we add the time from the end of the Paladin run where I did the Mysara. So it definitely, I think overall, was a little bit below average, but still plenty of time to do H-Priest now. And it's now 9 a.m. in Europe, so hopefully it'll be a little bit easier to find groups. Alright, before I do that, let me catch up on chat real quick. As someone that has played every healer besides Prez at the stage and has only really enjoyed our Shaman and Disc Priest, do you think Prez is worth investing on, or does it play similar to other healers you've already tried? Prez is rather unique. I would not say it plays like any of the other healers. At least not, like, in totality, right? It has similar mechanics, but it's definitely very unique. I like Prez, but one of the reasons I like Prez is because it does feel very involved and kind of challenging, and Prez definitely took me the longest out of any of the healers to, like, really wrap my head around. It's a strange spec. I have heard that in raids, it doesn't play super well. You basically just, blast the raid with a bunch of big CD heals, like Dream Breath, like throw up balls. And one thing that my friend Leandros pointed out that apparently, according to him, makes Prez feel bad in raid, is a lot of times you basically can't really do anything. Like, you have to send out TA and, like, build echoes on people in preparation for the big burst, so you can't really spot heal. Which makes sense, because the way Echo works, you apply Echo to somebody, and then the next heal you apply to somebody else gets duplicated onto that person. But a lot of the times what you want to do is you want to get Echoes rolling on a lot of people, so it's kind of like a mini Atonement, but like a little bit more powerful. But then the problem is, if you do like a mini heal, right? So for Disc Priest, for instance, you have Atonement rolling on people, and you're mostly just doing your damage rotation to heal everybody, but if somebody takes damage, you can just throw a powered shield, a flash of light proc on them, and they're fine. But on Prez, you can't really do that, because that consumes your echoes, and then fucks your burst window up. So, in dungeons, it's not so bad. It is a little bit tricky, because there are times where I'm like building my stasis window, where stasis stores 3 spells, so I'll do like, what's it called? Like, ball into, I'm about to do Dream Breath, but then somebody gets blasted, and I need to VE them, or they're dead. But then if I VE them, then it consumes all of the echoes from my ball, and I was gonna, like, Marithra's that or something. So, well, usually you do, what's it called? I'm trying, it's hard to give an example on the fly, but you definitely feel this as you play it. But really, the main thing with echoes is if you need to VE somebody or you need to Marithras and, like, you don't have all your echoes out, or, like, you have echoes only on partial people, then you basically fuck your ramp in raids, or in M+, you can fuck your cooldown timings with stasis and have an ability in your stasis that you don't want, and that can feel janky. But that being said, the fact that you do have to be so meticulous about setting up your healing and like building it properly does make it feel really fun. And then when you do perfectly line everything up and shitloads of damage goes out and you have the perfect stasis window to cover it, it feels really rewarding. So I do enjoy that, but it's a bit tricky for sure. Werewolf said it's so alien to other healers' style that you'll be, how the fuck does this shit heal? Yeah, pretty much. Early on, I didn't really understand what I was supposed to be doing with Prez. One thing is, Prez is not a reactive healer, right? So you said you enjoy Arc Shaman Disc Priest. I enjoy both of those as well. And one of the things I love about Resto Shaman Totemic, at least, is you have so much reactive burst healing. Like, okay, tons of damage is going out. Healing Stream, boom, free chain heal. Healing Tide, boom, free chain heal. Oh my god, everything's hitting, like, the group, everybody's about to die. You can even drop this, boom, another free, chain heal. And then, oh yeah, you still get, like, the Nature's Swiftness, and then boom, another instant free chain heal. Like, you have so much burst reactive healing on Resto Shaman that there's very little that you have to set up. Is your Surging Totem down? Are your Riptides out? You've basically done your job, and now you're just responding to incoming damage. And it's very intuitive, right? One person's taking damage, Healing Wave. Bunch of people are taking damage, Chain Heal. But then you also have, like, a lot of cooldowns. Obviously, like, Unleash Life, right? You need to do this before the other thing, but you don't even need to, right? So there is nuance to Resto Shaman, of course, but it was the first healer I started learning, and it felt really nice to learn healing on, because when I wasn't sure of damage patterns, I didn't have to worry about, like, oh, is my ramp properly set up? I can just blast. And Prez, you need to know when stuff's about to go out. You need to already have thrown out your TA, got an echo on all 5 people in the group, and then you need to have pressed Dream Breath at some point before. So, like, a lot of times what I'll do is I'll, like, right before, like, maybe 10 seconds before damage goes out or something, I'll throw Temporal Anomaly, put echo on everybody, then Dream Breath to get a Marithras ready, and then right as the damage is close to coming out, I'll TA, put echo on everybody gets slammed, and then I have my Marithras ready to echo onto everybody and blast them back to full health. But that's like, I have to set that up like 10 seconds in advance, and then your main healing CD, Stasis, you have to feed it those 3 abilities in advance. But it feels really good. Like, when you set up Stasis properly, that feels awesome. But if you don't know Prez, and you're still getting the hang of it, then you'll press your big healing CD, and nothing happens. You have to build it yourself. There is, obviously, like, you have Rewind, which is basically kind of like a big burst heal, kind of like Healing Tide Totem, I guess, but much stronger. So you do have that, but you obviously can't entirely rely on Rewind for all of your healing. So, I like Prez, but yeah, it is very different in how it heals than the other healers. Do I have to gear them already before I start, or is the gear a process? Already did, yeah. I mean, right now, you can see my well, we're done with Shaman, but most of my healers were in the 270-something range. So basically, I started this challenge towards the end of May. We're at, like, the very end now, but if you're just watching this part, I started... At end of May, I leveled up all of these healers. I streamed most of them. Some of them, like, when I leveled my Monk, I did it as Windwalker. And I was like, yeah, I'm not going to stream that. You've seen me level Windwalker a bunch of times. Same with Druid. I leveled as Bear. You don't need to see my, like, 50th Bear run. But all of the new ones, like, I streamed the Evoker leveling process. I streamed the Priest leveling process. That one was fun because I played Disc for leveling. I streamed the Shaman leveling process, the Paladin leveling process. A lot of those I started from scratch, from level 10. Specifically the Paladin and the Shaman. So... those streams are all still up on my YouTube channel, if you want to go watch those. Those were back in May. And then, end of May, and, like, over the course of June, I geared them. I didn't stream the entire gearing process, because a lot of that was, like, you know, after raid, before I go to bed, I log on to Europe, I do, like, a bunch of delves and all 6 of the healers, just to get stuff from my vault, for, like, 2 hours, and then I log out. So I basically collected weekly vaults and, like, Delver's Bounties over the course of a month, just chipping away at it while I was working on... Also, that was around 12.0.7, right? So I basically put this on hold as I worked on the new leveling guide, but I was still chipping away at it, right? I only did the most important sources of gear every single week as I was working on Follow the Arrow. And then once 12.0.7 was out, once I had the add-on updated and the new leveling guide created, then I started the actual Keystone Hero part. By that point, I had all of them ready to go. I put out polls to determine the order. We did Prez first, then Disc, then it was Druid, right? Yeah, then Druid, then Monk, then Paladin, which was yesterday, and then Shaman. And then Holy Priest I didn't put on the poll. Holy Priest I was like, I'm just going to do it when it's ready, and it just so happens that, it's ready now, so I'll be doing it in a moment, but I didn't want to put Holy Priest on the poll, because also, if it reached a point where, what's it called? Like, Resto Shaman was going after Holy Priest, and it wasn't because I felt like it was ready, it would feel weird, because then I've already done Disc. I am using the same priest, right? I'm not making a second priest for Disc and Holy. I think that would just be arbitrary, right? The main point of this challenge was for me to learn all of the healing specs. That's the idea. Obviously, the gearing is a part of that, the leveling and the gearing. And I streamed on the second channel some of the gearing process, but a lot of it just wasn't very interesting, right? I'm not going to stream, like, my 5th week of Delves. But every now and then, after raid, sometimes if I streamed my raid, I would basically stream the process of doing weekly Delves after raid as I, responded to people in chat and just, sat there and yapped for a bit, because, Delves are mindless content. But yeah, the vast majority of stuff is on there. Some of those streams I don't think are in the playlist. I do have a playlist on the main channel for all of them. I think I've missed a few, but after this is done, I'm going to go back and make sure that all of the times that I did stream for the challenge are in that playlist in chronological order. And also, since a lot of people have been asking me, which healers did you enjoy, etc., I'm probably going to put, not a main channel video, but like a second channel video, just talking about my thoughts on all the healers. I'll probably title it something, like, I learned, or I did a 0 to hero and all 7 healers, here are my thoughts or something. And I will, at the very beginning, make it very clear up front that I'm new to healing, I'm in the process of learning it. Do not take this as, this is what healers are good or bad or whatever, and it's my personal opinion, but as somebody who is new to healing, what did I think of all the different healers? And I think, I would imagine there'd be enough people interested in that an off-the-cuff video that I can throw up on the second channel would probably be worth making. So I'll do that. I don't know exactly when. That'll probably be, end of next week, whenever I have time to sit down and record it. We still have one left, but worth mentioning, I think. Sounds depressing to play. Everyone seems to suggest Prez is so foreign and strange, but you talk to Prez players and they're rabid defenders. Well, yeah, I mean, I don't think I would say Prez is bad. It's a hard healer to learn, but there's a reason why I enjoy it, and I understand why Prez players enjoy it. It's definitely one of those playstyles of, if it clicks for your brain, you're gonna love it. If it doesn't, yeah, it's rough. Which, that is the experience I had, because when I first started playing Prez, it did not click at all, and I really struggled. Go watch I think it's still the most viewed clip on my Twitch channel, was one of my first keys as Prez in a Cinderbroom eatery. It was not a fun time. So, it was rough early on, and that's kind of how I felt. I'm like, how the fuck do I heal with this thing? But then, at some point during Season 3 of The War Within, it just clicked. And I'm like, oh my god, I get it now. And since then, I've really enjoyed Prez. I think it's fun. But it has taken more time. I feel like I understand Resto Druid and Holy Paladin, despite only playing them over the last few weeks. In the case of Holy Paladin yesterday, I feel like I get it, right? Obviously, I haven't mastered it, right? But I understand the basic flow of it. But it took me a while to even really understand what I was supposed to be doing on Prez, and how, all the different combos work. And there's still, a much higher skill ceiling for Raid. So, I think if you like healing, it's probably worth trying. Obviously, I always think people should try everything. There's a reason why I'm, new to healing, but I'm making a real push to learn, and so that's why I'm basically forcing myself to learn all of the healers. I don't want to half-ass it. If I'm going to learn how to heal, I'm going to learn all of the healers and learn how to do everything. And that way, I can say with absolute certainty, these are the ones that I like, these are the ones that I'm best at. And then, going forward, what I'll probably do in future seasons is I still have the ongoing challenge where I want to get Keystone Hero on every spec in the game. at like in one season. So I might like maybe I'll take a break on 1 or 2 healers for a season or two, and eventually, whenever I decide like this is the season, I'm gonna get all the specs done in one go. I'll obviously, dust them all off, but I will have still maintained muscle memory. But like going into next season, my plan, I've mentioned this before, my plan is to pick 3 healers that I'm really enjoying and focus more on them. I'd get like 3k or higher next season on those 3, and potentially join a second guild on Europe and try and join that as a healer. That is the plan. But as for which I play, the only 2 I'm 100% certain on is I'm definitely going to pick Monk and Priest at this point. I am really enjoying those 2. The third one, up in the air. Initially, I was saying Prez, but then I was talking to Leandros, and he said Prez doesn't feel great in Raid, so maybe I changed my mind. I might also just, like, it's still early. I might change my mind to just focus on Monk and Priest. I might do that. We'll see. But I don't know. I'll see how I feel. Like, this won't be for another, 2 months, bare minimum, more likely 3 months. So I guess I'll see how I feel at that point. But I'll probably continue chipping away at, weekly vaults on all of them once the season starts, just so that I can start collecting great vaults and bonus rolls and whatnot. And maybe over time, I will start to form a stronger opinion on what I want to do. I should also, before I forget, I'm going to change my chat cover to Holy Priest. There we go. You wouldn't get invited to the 250 item level if you solo pugged? Yeah. And the thing is, I've been pugging the entire process, right? Like, every now and then, earlier owner in YouTube chat joins one of the keys. So every now and then, viewers will join in. But this is on Europe, and all of my guildies are on North America, so I haven't had any support from, my guild or anything like that. And most people I know are on North America. So every now and then, somebody from chat will join in and help out, but it's also, it's not like I'm getting carried, right? I'd like to think that I'm pulling my weight in all these keys. We definitely need to see the Big Dick Bear runs. You missed it, I think, Pia. I mentioned earlier, it looks like the bear will be put into cold storage for the upcoming season. I can't remember if my raid leader ever responded. Okay, yeah, my raid leader never officially responded, but I did tell him that I think the play will be for my second tank to be Prot Warrior. So obviously Blood DK main, but he wants Brewmaster as the third tank, and then if it's between Bear and Prot Warrior for the second one, I think Prot Warrior has a higher chance of being played. Honestly, I don't know if I want to do this, because my co-tank is almost certainly going to be covering Prot Pally anyways. In theory, the best option would be for me to also have a Prot Pally. So then my first character is Blood and my second's Prot Pally, and then my co-tank's first character is Blood and my co-tank's first character is Prot Pally and his second is Blood. Because I'm really confident that the tank meta right now is either going to be Blood DK Prot Paladin or double Blood DK. But I think it would probably be best. The problem is my Prot Paladin on North America is not ready at all. I haven't brought it to any runs. And there's 0 chance of a double Prot Pally meta, so that's not really a concern. And my co-tank is also really, really, really excited for Prot Pally. So really, the only situation in which I would need Prot Pally is if it's a double Prot meta, which it wouldn't be. There's no chance of that. So I don't think it matters that much. And in that case, I think it's probably better to have more buff coverage, because I think my co-tank's third tank is Vengeance DH for split runs, just on the off chance it's needed. So it would probably help to have me cover that. Really, it's just between Bear and Warrior buff, what do I think is more important? And I think the chance that balance ends up not being played is 0. So I don't think Bear is strong enough going into this season to where you would run it on top of not needing buff. I think Bear is unfortunately not bad, but just not necessarily needed. It does not sound good for DPS DK with double blood DK. Honestly, DPS DK still looks good. There is still a non-zero chance that you run double blood and 1 DPS DK. If you're not running double blood, which frankly that's more likely, there's actually a good chance that you run double DPS DK. DPS DK looks pretty good, and there are so many fights where grip or AMZ will be helpful, or AMS, right? It really would not hurt. I think even in the case of double blood, you'd probably still run at least 1 DPS DK. But to be clear, right now, I would say, with the current balance, and of course things are subject to change, but if you put a gun to my head and said, right now, what is the likelihood of tank comps? I would say 75% odds Blood DK Prop Paladin, and like 20% odds double Blood DK, and then like 5% something fucking crazy, which realistically something crazy would be Blood DK plus X. If anything, it would be like Blood DK plus Prot Warrior, because maybe if Arms gets like shot in the head, which like balance, there's just no way that spec gets nerfed to a point where you don't bring multiple of it. And even if balance gets shot in the head, its corpse would probably get back up and at least see one of in raid. It's that broken right now. But melee DPS can be a little bit finicky to play, and while DPS Warrior seems pretty good right now, I don't know if it's so obscenely good that if it did get fucking murdered last second, Prot Warrior also seems pretty good. So there is a real chance that you could play that. Same with like Devour, but they would have to really nerf Devour, same thing, for that to not be played, and that I find that unlikely. I think the chances of Vengeance Demon Hunter is unlikely. So I'd give it like 5% odds of Blood DK Prot Warrior, very, very low, and that is predicated on the idea that Arms receives like massive nerfs or something like that, and you really want Warrior for Battle Shout, but that's the reason I'd say 5% odds. Most likely, Blood DK Prot Paladin, and double Blood DK only if they're so overtuned damage-wise that they are just the highest damage tank, and then you just bring 2 of them, and then also only if they're so far ahead of Prot Paladin on damage, and you don't bring Ret, that you don't need Diva Aura, if that makes sense. Which, again, unlikely, why I say 75% Blood DK Prot Paladin. It's probably the highest confidence I've ever had in a specific tank lineup going into a new tier. Assuming nothing changes. What was the plan again for Blood DK 0 to Hero? Yes, so the plan is... The one thing I haven't decided is the exact day. It's going to be one of 2 things, right? It's either going to be later tonight, like right now where I am, it's 3 a.m. Monday morning. So it's either going to be late Monday night, like middle of the night, or more realistically, what I think I'll probably do is like during the day on Tuesday. Because one of the nice things is my guild is taking a break this week. We don't raid. So I can't really stream during the day on Tuesday because then I have raid in the evening. And, I usually stream raid when that happens, but we don't have raid. So I will be able to in theory do the Blood DK 0 to Hero. And the idea would be at some point middle of the day, probably Tuesday. I guess I should say one of 2 things. Either I do it like Tuesday morning or Wednesday or Monday night, and I just do the leveling process and some of the early gearing process, and then we do a part 2. And then I stream like the final gearing and the dungeons later. Or what I'm leaning towards, but frankly, it really depends on how I'm feeling like tomorrow and Tuesday, is at some point middle of the day Tuesday, maybe like, let's say 6 hours before the European weekly reset, I do the Death Knight leveling, and then I get as much done as I can before the reset. It also, another thing, depends if there's going to be extended maintenance. If Blizzard announces that there's going to be like 3 hours of maintenance, then I might just split it up in 2 parts anyway, because I don't want to like sit there while streaming just waiting for the maintenance to end. And then ideally I would do it all in one sitting so that the moment the weekly reset happens, then I just jump straight into doing all the reset activities. I open my vault, I then get as much gear as I can, and then jump into keys. I think it would be more fun if I did it all in one sitting. The problem is, I have no idea how long that's going to take, and I don't exactly want to just rip a 15-hour stream. So I'll think about it over the next 24 hours, and I'll see how I'm feeling. But it's going to be one of those two things. Either way, the first part will be before the European Weekly Reset, at the absolute latest, middle of the day on Tuesday. And then I'll see how I feel for the actual dungeon section. And then, yeah, that'll be that. And then after that, what's it called? After that, I will probably throw together a catch-up gearing video, like in preparation for the new season, which basically summarizes all the stuff that I did to get my Blood TK ready. That way, like, you can follow along with the entire process if you want, or there'll be like a 10-minute long video, I don't know, that summarizes all the really key steps you need to get geared up. And then at some point, probably on this week, I was initially saying I was going to rush out a video, but I'm probably going to make, like, a video about the tier set thing. If there's no Wowhead post by then, like, if there's a Wowhead post, then maybe I'll just be like, whatever. But if it has not become public knowledge about how the tier set thing works by the first week of August, then I will make a video on that. But I guess I'm waiting to see how that shakes out. And then, obviously, end of this week, I'm going to be doing the super fast speedrun. But that will be off-stream. And then whenever it's done, which depends, like, I might have to do it Tuesday morning or something like that. And if that happens, it probably wouldn't be uploaded till middle of the week. But if I get it done on Sunday morning, then you may see that run as early as, like, Sunday night. We'll see. But that's going to be off-stream, and then I'll upload it as soon as I possibly can. And then at some point, I don't know when, but I have to do delve testing. I wanted to do that before, but fucking Blizzard just has not gotten their shit together. So we'll see. Anyways, I think I've caught up in chat, so it is time to swap over and do Holy Priest. And it's going to be a longer stream, but so be it. I'm hoping that this goes a little bit better than some of the other ones, because I'll have an easier time finding groups, just because my character already has score, so I won't need to be or I get to be a little bit pickier, I guess, about the runs that I do. That said, I am playing Holy Priest, so... I mean, I have heard that the spec is not great, but I can't imagine I'm going to struggle that much in 12s, and I do feel like I understand what I'm supposed to be doing with it, so we'll find out, I guess. I have on me right now a 12 Skyreach, but before I run my own key, I'm going to see if there is... Yeah, I can check all I need to do is healer roll available. I'm going to search... I'd rather not do 10s. I'll search 10 just in case, but I'm going to prioritize... Search 10 to 14. I'll cover a wide range. If there is a group that is, like, relatively set up, like here, you know, this is, they don't have a tank, but seems like good players, then I'll knock that out early. I'm curious how many people are actually going to hover over my character and see Holy Priest, right? I could be sneaky if I want. I could queue as disc, but I'm not going to do that. I want to make sure that, you know, if they invite a Holy Priest, it's either because they didn't read, or because they knew what they were getting into. One or the other. That's it. I mean, that has everything, right? Okay, well, they filled. If a group's, like, literally ready to go, I won't do Skyreach because I already have a 12 ready to go for it. I might queue for that Zenus, but ideally, I won't go for 11s unless I'm, like, really desperate. I'd rather do 12s. Unless it's, like, if the group is already basically full, and it looks like it's going to be super clean, then, like, yeah, I'll knock it out. Does really high key pushing not interest me, or is there not enough time for it with rating and content and leveling guides and add-on development? I mean, pretty much both. Yeah. It's definitely, like, I'll put it this way, if I really enjoyed it, I would make time for it. Rating, especially, like, I've continued to push up in rating over time. I'm in a Hall of Fame guild now. I did not used to be, right? I made that decision to invest more time into rating, so I enjoy rating. That was a decision that I chose to make. I think at this point I'll just list my key, because I'm not getting invited to this, so I will just list +12 Skyreach. It should be fine. So if there's something that I enjoy, I make time for it, right? So yeah, I don't love pushing score. I'm not gonna say I absolutely hate it. Like, I have done it for fun every now and then in the past, but yeah, I don't really enjoy it to the point where I'm gonna make sure I do it every single season. And obviously, that kind of goes to the second point. I don't hate it enough that, like, if I had nothing else to do, yeah, sure. Which is why, like, the last few times I pushed score, the last time I really pushed score was definitely before I started doing YouTube. But sometimes if I have, like, or in the past, before I was making, like, as much YouTube video content, stuff like that, I was only doing it a little bit casually, then I would sometimes in my free time push keys a little bit. But that's contradictory. Let me check this mage. But yeah, I've thought about doing it more often. I can say that I'm gonna, at some point, at least push to 3.4k just to get the achievement in my free time. Yeah, I'm good. But, I mean, that's won't take that much time. And also, I can very easily, at this point in the season, just push to 3.4k without, like, any effort. Oh, my blood DK, that is. I have said, I've been saying this for years, and I'll stand by it, that the day they add Mauve Souls to the M+ pool, I will at least try to get title on that season. But I said that many years ago, and Mauve Souls, for whatever reason, despite being one of my favorite dungeons of all time, if not my favorite dungeon of all time, and many people I know's favorite dungeon, despite that, they, for some reason, have not re-added it to the M+ pool. I don't understand why. But eventually, surely one day, they have to add back Mauve Souls. So, I don't know. Whenever that happens, I will push that season. But it's kind of a combination of both factors, right? Another thing is, like, yeah, that's a Holy Paladin main. Let me browse groups, see if there's anything. Search 10 to 14. There's a 12 Algathar. I'm not seeing anything here, so I'm gonna... Let's see if that 12 Algathar is still... Yeah, still there. My priest is solid item level, overall. So, really, I feel like the only reason why I wouldn't get invited to some of these keys, especially I've timed most of them on 12 already, is if they're being extremely picky and notice that I am holy. But, like, man, come on. If the Holy Priest stigma is that strong, okay. I was gonna say, no way it's, like, that fucking strong. But basically, a lot of times, whenever I find myself having free time, like, it is definitely, it's a very time-consuming process. The thing also, how do I put this? There's two main reasons why score pushing has never really been something that interested me a lot. It's not that I dislike dungeons. I like dungeon content a lot, and back in the day, I did challenge modes a lot, and I really enjoyed it. The two big things for me that, like, challenge modes differ from High End Plus is, one, the amount of time that you kind of have to grind it. I guess I should add another reason. Historically, one of the reasons I haven't liked it is because it has, in the past, been very, well, I guess it still is, but in the past, a lot of the specs that I did not enjoy, like for a while Vengeance Demon Hunter, were the meta. And I didn't want to have to play an alt just to be able to push score. So that was just kind of like a deal breaker for me. Now, this season, technically, Brewmaster was good, but also I really do not like the current Brewmaster playstyle. And while Guardian Druid I also generally like, I find the current Guardian playstyle extremely degenerate, and I don't think it's very fun. I probably still would have pushed with it if I had time, but then again, it really goes to how much do I think I would enjoy this, and not really. It would be an immense time investment, And the really big thing there is it's a time investment that has no determined end date. Like, when it comes to raiding, I know exactly what I'm signing up for. I know roughly how long it's going to take to get Cutting Edge, and I understand that, like, I'm going to have to do farm at specific times later on. But M+, you could just end up the entire season endlessly spamming keys, and that might really suck. Okay. I can... I need to focus a little bit. I can finish... There's a lot that I could say in regards to that conversation. I need to be keeping this on cooldown. Bear's doing pretty good, though. The bear's pinging that we're gonna go there? Okay. Where... What are we doing? Okay. I mean, that felt easy, but obviously they played that well. The bear seems good. So, I wasn't particularly challenged. I have no idea what this is. If this is a strat, I have never seen this before in my life. I feel like it has to be, but... Should probably save that. Does, I didn't even think... Does Chastise? It does reset the cooldown on Holy Fire, so I should manually cast it. Like so. And... spam this. Okay, all that kind of just fucking melted. Jesus Christ. I was out of position for that. Fucked up slightly. Probably fine, though. I mean, obviously there wasn't much to heal there, but I did 69, nice, K overall. So the damage for H-Priest feels really fucking good. Which, yeah, not really surprising. I did say going in, that was the one thing that I remember really liking about H-Priest during leveling, and it seems like that component is the same here. I haven't really had to use Apotheosis yet, but I also haven't felt like I need to. I know that I can use Apotheosis for damage, right? Like, you can... So Apotheosis resets your holy words and increases their recharge. So, like, if I wanted to, if I felt more comfortable, like, if I knew that this was going to be as safe as it has been so far, I could, in theory, have just used Apotheosis during Lust, right? To just get, like, more Chastises and AoE Holy Fires. So, like, I want to make it clear, I am aware that that is an interaction, but I've also been saving it because I haven't known, like, will I need to use it for, like, an emergency, like, blast everybody with, Holy Word Serenity. And that hasn't happened yet, but also, it's a little bit too early for me to feel overconfident. Let's do... I'm gonna put her mending on you. I guess, oh, it puts a dot, right? So I should be holy firing, like, swapping targets to make sure that I have it up on both enemies here. Alright. That is Talentos for you soft skins. Okay, I'm gonna save... I'll have PI up for the burn. But definitely, I think I'll need to use a defensive Apotheosis on Kroth, right? In fact, I can actually use it here. Let's get it on CD. I think I don't need to participate in that mechanic, right? Shit. Where is the gust? The tank is getting blasted. Okay. Want to wait until... Why did I do that? That was really dumb. Okay, that was a mistake, but fine. We can get rid of feather. I'm gonna PI the hunter this time.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, I'm not gonna make the same mistake twice. Where is the hunter? He must have gotten hit by, like, the wind gust or something. We are doing crazy things here. Okay. Almost beat the tank. Oh, close. If I hadn't fucked up and gotten myself fully locked, then maybe. So far, this feels pretty good, though. Okay, you get fucking crazy resets of Chastise in your, Apotheosis. I'm almost like, I wasn't expecting it to come back as fast as it is. That's fucking wild. Bloodlust on platform. Ooh. Doing a big pull. Okay. He needs to watch the worm, though. Nobody pulled the worm. Nice. No! Come on, please! My damage!
Members of the Blue and created a construct named Veximus that quickly started to wreak havoc. Blue dragons battled Veximus fiercely, attempting to prevent it from absorbing stray arcane orbs that could allow it.
Hey. I don't have... I need to drop my stacks first. Nice. Let's just run to the corner here. Veximus unleashed his full arcane power against them. Figured I didn't need to use Apotheosis there, and I was correct. But... I do want to use it now. I kind of greeted a little bit at the end there. Wanted to see if I could beat the Og, but... it worked out. I can probably pot here and have it up. Okay, this is definitely one way to do this. I feel like we lose more time by just letting those mobs live because we can't mount than it saves by just running ahead, but, you know. This tank has definitely done a lot of weird shit so far this dungeon. I probably should have feathered somebody else, because I get the buff of feather regardless. Nice, I got that. I didn't get LOS.
About what you have done. Learn from this.
Dude, Hunter, you need to stop taking damage. He's really fucking my DPS. Just because the Hunter is preventing me, oh my god.
Wish you had lasted a little longer.
Okay. Those orbs came out of nowhere. Oopsie. And I don't have the talent. I'm talented to the GS one. Bear? DK? Somebody? Okay, that took forever. Okay. I mean, in fairness, this is also, like, what the fuck are we doing with the boss positioning here? Like, you know, I get that I definitely should not have gotten hit there, but also, like, can I not be put into fucking bullet hell on a caster, please? Holy...
Think about what you have done.
Jesus. What is this positioning, dude? This is the worst taking of this boss I've ever fucking seen. Holy. Alright. Do I actually need anything from here? I have no idea if Puzzle Box is good or not. I don't think it is. Why am I in Death Knight Lit Spec? Blind. I don't think I actually need anything from here. I guess it's... is there a chess piece? There is a chess piece. I guess I'll roll. I got an offhand. Alright. Crit haste offhand, so... if I get a crit haste main hand, then that is... actually good. Where are my Hearthstones? There we go. Alright. Overall, I mean, I think that went well. Obviously, I only died at the end, and, like, partial fuck up, but also that was a demonic way to tank that boss. And I was greeting for damage a little bit, but I could use an at player macro for feather. I mean, I have an at cursor, right? So I'm not going to use an at player. I think that would be silly, especially because, like, it wasn't that I fucked it up. Like, I forgot. Like, oh yeah, I don't need to feather myself. I could just feather somebody else. And then I started doing that. And I just dropped feathers on somebody else, and then I got the thing. But I can very easily aim. Ooh. Obviously not in my party, so he doesn't get it. Yeah, not too tricky to do that with the at cursor. Rick and Morty last episode is out. I can't remember the last time I've watched Rick and Morty. I used to like it like years ago, and I just kind of stopped watching it. You can't heal yourself in angel form? Well, I mean, that much I know, right? Honestly, it might be worthwhile. I think everybody I see is running Guardian Angel, and I can understand why that is good for high keys. I think this is the one change that I'm going to make. Of like, yeah, for the keys that I'm doing, it's probably just going to be better to run this, right? Like, obviously, it would be better if I didn't die, but how often am I going to get maximum value out of Guardian Angel anyway? So, I'm probably fine to run that. Everything else felt fine. I was pretty pleased with how that build felt. Obviously, I didn't end up doing that much overall healing, but I mean, there really wasn't a lot to heal. And, I mean, I spent most of the dungeon just DPSing. Like, I absolutely could have done more flash heals and stuff if needed, which then obviously the feedback loop with holy words and whatnot. But it just didn't feel like it was required. Know about that one. What key do I have again? I still have my Skyreach. Yeah, oh, and I just saw your message, Owner. There is a talent like that, but most people are running the reduced cooldown on Guardian Spirit, or Guardian Angel, or whatever it is. So, I figured it would be better to just run what the top players were running. I did, that one I was like, maybe I should change it up. Well, whatever. You're just tanking the boss over there, meaning you're grouped to it too. It's just less running after. I mean, I feel like, wouldn't it be better to, instead of doing it on the pull, like, after the first set of ads, like, it would be better to just slowly kite the boss over there, right? The way that tank did it was really strange, where he made us, like, stand there and wait, and then drag the boss over. Like, then you're losing uptime. I feel if you want to drag the boss over there so that you don't have to run as far after the fight's over, I totally understand that. But there's plenty of time during the fight to slowly drag it towards the doorway. Unless I'm missing something. That tank definitely did that dungeon in a strange way overall, though. I mean, this is a full group. I'll apply to it. Can't hurt. I'm not really seeing any other keys I really want to join. If this one doesn't invite me for a little bit, then I'll just list my Skyreach and then run that. I'm just trying to get other keys out of the way if they happen to be up, so that I don't have to sit in hell for a while after. But none of this seems super enticing. All right, they want to be ultra picky. Fuck it, I'll just do my own Skyreach. That's the first for you too, seeing the strat. It's saving like 3 seconds from running from the default spot. Yeah, I mean, I understand the logic, but the way that tank did the dungeon, I mean, there was a lot of weird stuff. He was also like constantly typing in party chat, explaining the pulls he's doing. Very much screams to me a tank who watched like a video guide and wants the dungeon to go exactly like the video he watched. That way he knows exactly what to do. Including weird stuff like, when all of the mobs are at 1%, he goes into cat form dash and then runs away. And it's like, okay, dude, but Like, he probably saw a video of a tank do that, and like, yeah, you can run ahead of the group and pull it, but when the mobs are at 1%, like, they didn't die, the rest of the group can't mount up. So, if you know for a fact that your group is going to stay behind, sure, but then all the mobs just kited him to, like, the area behind that thing, and then it just took longer and wasted time. So it's things like that where it's like, it's clear that he's doing some sort of strategy, but he's just blindly executing the strategy without thinking of the reasoning behind. And that, yeah, Skek said, at least you watched the video? Very true. I'm not going to complain about that run overall. I mean, it went well. I'm more so responding to the comments about, you know, how he did that boss. And, like, yeah, it was weird, but overall, he did a good job. He kept himself alive. He did good damage. So, I cannot complain. Significantly better than a lot of the tanks I've run into in Pugs. Let's see. Really not finding people, huh? Yeah, let's see here. Okay, I meant to hit delist. I really hate how it wipes your search filter when you delist a group. I'll see the Mysara group looks more... Okay, and then immediately canceled. They filled. Both of these filled. Fuck. It's not like I was missing much anyway in my Skyreach. Oh well. The longer this goes on, at the very least, the easier it'll be to find groups. Oh, and before I forget, I need to... I'm going to open a Google Doc and then jot down which dungeons I've done. 12 Algathar. That way I can keep track of it. And now we're back to having no groups, and then I will list my Skyreach once again. Alright. Is there anything I can upgrade also? I have fully upgraded gloves ready to go. What is it? These things. But until I get another catalyst charge, I can't use these, which is annoying, because I've done so much shit on this priest, and I have been unable to get a single catalyst charge. It is genuinely infuriating. Meanwhile, I got 2 while running on my shaman. Groups. Raider IO alts, please. That's such a... That is one of the weirdest titles I've seen for a group. Like, you're requesting high-level alts? I don't understand the logic there. That one's only a 10, but it does have a Guardian. I almost want to do harder keys, because the problem is, if I do 10s, I have a feeling that it's just going to be the same thing again, where I'm basically just DPSing the entire run. And, like, I mean, that was kind of fun. I actually quite enjoyed that, Algathar. But I also did not feel like I was challenged whatsoever that run. So it's hard to really feel like I understand the spec. Alright, let's see if there's... I saw there's a Magisters that now has a Blood DK. Oh, there's a Skyreach. I have a Skyreach, but if I do this, I could just re-roll my key. And I'll take what I can get. Alright, I guess I'm just re-rolling my Skyreach. If it works, it works. How many accolades do I have on this character? Okay, I have enough for a single Warbound hero piece. I'm gonna have to... After stream today, what I'm gonna do is basically figure out how many, like, what Warbound pieces I already have, how many accolades I have across all my characters, and, like, how many hero track pieces I can expect to be able to buy for the Death Knight. If I get lucky, it's entirely possible that I end up in full hero track with delve stuff. Because I can get, at the very least, I can get 2 hero track pieces from Delver's Bounties on, like, the, what's it called? Before the weekly reset, and then the day after. And then, obviously there's RNG to get more, but I should have enough crystals to buy probably 2 pieces out of delves, because I should at least get 200 untainted mana crystals from the delves that I run. And it, like, some items are only 100 crystals. So assuming I don't get those slots from Delver's Bounty, I can get 2 hero track pieces from that. Then I can get 2 hero track pieces from the vendor, assuming I get proper RNG on that. And then, if I have enough accolades to just target the remaining slots of my Death Knight, that could be pretty nice. And then I'd be able to jump into keys pretty quickly. The only limiting factor would be, like, how many crests was I able to farm? Okay, yeah, I have oil.
2, 1.
Let's see how this goes.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hey. Okay. Holy crap. What the fuck? Who is this shaman, dude? What the fuck? I'm so slow. I mean, that I've never seen. Okay, that's unfortunate. I feel like, yeah, that was bound to happen at some point. My guy did too much damage, ripped threat, and just died. I mean, that is... It's about the coolest way you can go out, though. Ooh, I can spam Holy Nova in between pulls to reduce... Oh, I didn't even think of that. It doesn't have to actually damage an enemy. That guy just stood in the swirly. And Repel went off. At least I was positioned correctly. I probably should have potted. shit. Oh, that's really unfortunate. I mean, it should be fine. It's just that that lines up really poorly for me. My DPS uptime. I glanced at the meters and I saw that I was not on the bottom though, so it looks like I did pretty good at the very least. Don't forget to life grip. Well, I mean, I don't really think there was a whole lot that life grip would have done there. I'm pretty sure they were just kind of fucked. Damn. The Evoker got double hit. It's a good thing I reacted in time and GS'd him. They all seem to be getting it. Do this. I beat the tank. Nice. How did I do on the first boss, Renjit? Oh, I beat the Evoker on the first boss, too. God damn. I'll be honest. Holy Priest was definitely a bit of a dark horse for me. I did not really think... I thought I would find it fine, right? I wouldn't have strong feelings about it. I'll be honest. This spec kind of fucks. I kind of like this. The fact that I can just, like, I basically just have a full damage rotation, And then it's kind of like Resto Shaman in the sense of like, oh, you know, you need healing? Alright, just like, take this gigantic cooldown and fuck off. And leave me to my damage rotation. It's pretty satisfying, I'll admit.
Five, four, three, two.
Okay, well, let's make sure it doesn't die. Okay, I think it's gonna hit the egg. Oh my god, there's no way. It's targeting me again, dude?
Five, four, three, two, one.
Nice. Shaman's slick over there. Okay, first try. What? I think I got the tank with that feather. Alright, not too bad. I beat the Evoker again. Look at what the fuck? What just happened? What the fuck is this shaman, dude? What the fuck? I mean, the rogue kind of popped off too. I've never, like, since when is shaman this good? What the fuck? This guy's fucking crazy. Fuck you! I'm in apotheosis! Fuck you, Paul! The one time he decides to just fucking fall asleep at the wheel. It's in my CDs. Not gonna happen, dude. Alright, go, 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 go. I beat the Evoker again. How did I do in overall? I beat the fucking tank in overall. Let's fucking go. I think I beat the, I beat the Evoker in overall as well. Fucking easy. Dude. This spec. I might unironically have a new favorite. Holy fuck, this spec is crazy. No chest from here, so I don't care enough to bonus roll. I need to reroll my key. Let's hope it's not Elgathar or something. It is Nexus Point. Alright, nice. So 12... Skyreach. I need to reset the data so it doesn't bug out. But... what's it called? Current segments. There we go. Yeah, this is a really fun healer. I mean, I'm basically playing it like a DPS, like Battle Priest, pretty much, but it works. Like this is an insane build. It's just it must be that Priest just cannot live higher keys, right? What is hero rating? No, hero rating, technically, according to Blizzard, is 2,500. My definition for the challenge is, at a minimum, a time 10 for every single one, which is, like, around 2,550, but in practice, I end up getting, like, 27, 2,800. Keystone Legend is 3k, Keystone Myth is 3.4k. Yeah, it's just, it's... I have to imagine that it's just, like, on higher keys, the reason why this just doesn't work is it, well, obviously, partially, because Mistweaver is just insanely busted. Like, I was doing this much damage on Mistweaver with, like, minimal effort. And it also pumps out ridiculous HPS. So, I mean, that's one reason. But this kind of feels like the next most damage I've done, besides Mistweaver. And it surprises me that it's, like, really... wow, that's low. Okay, thanks. I mean, alright. Yeah. Yes, obviously. It's not... I'm not pushing extremely high keys. Again, I do mostly 12s for the challenge in practice. But... you know, if you just came in, you'd be like, by the way, I do high keys. Oh, that's what you're doing? That's low, right? I'm doing it on all 7 healing specs. This is the last one, right? So, goodbye. But anybody who thinks that that is not a reasonable amount to actually understand how to play the spec, I encourage you to pick 7 new specs that you've never played, level, gear, and then, you know, try and push on all of them to a reasonable degree. Right? Like, yeah, if that is your end game for the entire season on a single character, sure. But obviously that's not. It's 0 to hero on every single healing spec. I mean, I don't know. It's just random fucking chat trolls. I should just learn to ignore them, honestly. But it is... I always do find it funny, because we've had a few of those so far. Where they're just like, by the way, I do big keys. Oh, you're only doing 10s and 12s? Oh, that's so low. I do big keys. I'm such a big player. Which, like, look, if you like pushing keys, more power to you. But it's one thing to do that and enjoy it, and it's another thing to just be a little fucking weasel and, like, join somebody's chat and try to be a dick about it. Without understanding the point of the challenge, right? Oh, okay, that was fast. How much score was that Skyreach even? So it just, like, the highest you get is 380, regardless. Interesting. That Shaman, I was about to check the overall. The Shaman went fucking crazy on some polls. I didn't even know Enhance could do that. Alright, I'm actually gonna have to heal for certain parts of this dungeon, though. So... we'll see how that goes. I've mostly just been DPSing. I thought Skyreach would be a little bit more challenging. There were some pulls where I actually did have to heal, though. A hearty feast, ooh. Very fancy. Okay, the Death Knight's almost here. Actually, I just realized my dehumidifier has been off for a while. I'm gonna go fix that.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Five,
Alright.
4, 3, 2, 1.
And I'm back just in time, W.
Sisters were the last to visit these halls, but they threw their home and their bond away. If we can calm the spirits here, the Ranger General was sharp and steadfast, while the Peacekeeper kept the calm. Which path?
What? The insta-bubble is, questionable. Okay, I mean... we have another Giga Enhanced Shaman. Since when was Enhanced this good? This is a different Shaman, right? I'm pretty sure this is a separate Enhancement Shaman. When did Enhance turn into a fucking crazy, insane burst damage spec? I have not seen a single fucking Enhance. Like, I mean, we're at the end of the fucking Keystone Hero Challenge, and this is the first time I've seen a crazy Enhance in 2 keys in a row. I don't think he was the one... I know I PI'd one of the Shamans, but I don't think it was him. And where did... that worked. It definitely, when there's a lot of damage going out, and I can't just, like, zug-zug DPS, It's a lot more stressful to heal with H-Priest, but I mean, so far, it is working. Yeah, I mean, I'm still doing, like, Mistweaver levels of damage.
Hawk seems to have stolen my heart. She won't let you close without a fight.
Yeah, I finally get picked for this. Yeah, overall pretty solid single target. Definitely slaughtering the tank on that. You think people are sleeping about Enhanced Shaman? You've encountered some and their damage amazed you? Yeah, I mean... Shit. I definitely... did they get, like, buffed in 12.0.5 or something? I don't remember them ever being this crazy. Maybe they'll be this way next patch, too. Okay, I did not mean to GS the DK, but you enjoy that, buddy. Oops. Well, let's hope I don't need that.
She trained with a bow gifted by our mother. Undead fanatics have invaded to loot it and anything else that belonged to her.
I don't know what Mr. Paladin's doing here. Like, why go ahead and do this crazy pull if you need to bubble on pull to make it possible? Like, he charged ahead. I'm gonna start this pull early. And then immediately waste bubble because he knows he's outranging his healer. But, so then, like, what are you achieving by doing this? I don't understand. Where's the shaman? Okay, there's the shaman. Where's the shaman? He's in the fucking doorway, it looks like.
Our mother's bow meant everything to Sylvanas once. I'll need it.
He juked the fuck out of my feather. That's crazy. Oh, like I don't think he intended to do that, but he like randomly just like shuffle sidestepped right out of the path of my feather. That's fucking crazy. Annoying, but that Harldan just spell warded himself? Huh? Can I dispel curses? Magic and disease. I cannot. Okay. We just kill here, right? We should.
Sylvanas was sometimes vain.
Lost to the tank on that one, but also
She never wanted to
he just has way more passive cleave.
come. We have one more round.
That's why I told you to add player macro. People see the things on the ground and avoid it. Well, I mean, that guy sidestepped like instantly. I do not think he did that intentionally. I think he was just randomly like PvP stepping and happened to dodge it. And obviously, if I'm playing with the same person every single time, then I'll at player macro it. Like, I could mouse over frame macro it, possibly, but I mean, that, to be clear, that is the first time in, I cannot remember how long, when I've tried to snipe somebody with it and missed, right? Oh, fuck my life. It's really difficult for me to watch that. This is kind of an annoying pull to do when I don't really have... I mean, I have some instance. Like, see, even there, I caught him in the leap. And now he's just... He can just stop short of it. It's just this shaman. It's this fucking shaman. Okay.
The ghosts of vengeance past.
Just got spikes. Dude, this... Like, I must admit, like, at the very least, this paladin has not died yet. But his defensive usage is just baffling to me. Like, he opens with Bubble. Bubble is quite literally your strongest defensive. Why are we using that on the opener? This is also the worst way I've ever seen anybody pull this fucking room. This is such a terrible way to pull this room, I don't even know where to begin. I've never seen anybody pull it like that. That is just so fucking scuffed. Why would you ever do that? Especially making zero effort to, like, maybe he thought he was doing some weird LOS thing. But he didn't try. He's just like, alright, I'm gonna let all the guys in the back just, like, fucking blast my group in the face. I mean, yeah, it's a bad way to do that. Didn't let anybody die, though, so, you know, there's that. The DK was close. Why are we moving with that? Dude, what the fuck? Oh my god. At least the boss is dead. They're just fucking dancing around the room with the fucking circle. Oh.
I'll use these relics to return peace to the spire. Perhaps then my sisters will return.
Alright, this boss is heavy healing.
The restless heart that haunts us. Lay it to rest.
Death Knight's running Death Pact? That's, That's a fucking crazy thing to do. Just fucking swipe across the room with the frontal, sure. Why not? I forgot to pot. Alright. Did I did beat the Paladin on that last boss, but he still won on overall. And what do I bonus roll? I rolled shoulders. I think this place has... Oh, there was no chest here. Probably a bit of a waste of a bonus roll, but... Actually, there's a one-hander, so maybe. My key is still something I can run, right? Yeah, Nexus Point, so I'm not going to re-roll it. But overall, considering Windrunner, in my experience, has been the hardest dungeon to heal... You're kind of sad now. You watch my content, you haven't tried the add-on, you watch the videos, and you came to YouTube to chat. You were surprised the hero requirement is low and you weren't dogging me. I went off on you for no reason. You were just surprised not trolling you. Okay, you need to work on your wording then. If you really did, if you really are saying that you just were surprised, that's not how you worded it, right? Oh wow, that's low, okay. 10 keys are like an 8 key from seasons ago. I mean, if you can't understand how that comes off as extremely condescending, then you have, frankly, negative social skills, right? So, if you're apologizing, okay, but also let's not pretend that you were just surprised, right? Like, that's you being surprised? Alright, then work on your communication skills, because that's not great. Now, you could argue that, like, yeah, you're getting a little bit caught in the crossfire because there have been a few people in chat who are genuinely trolling. But, yeah, frankly, I'll be real, dude. That is an extremely condescending message. Sorry. If you can't see that, then, yeah. Because it's his strongest defensive, you said it, and I assume that's in reference to Bubble. And... yes, you take the most amount of damage on pull, but you take... once you've rounded up all the mobs, right? I think I'm kind of misreading it with the tone. Maybe, obviously, things don't come across the text, which, again, work on how you word things, right? I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, but frankly, if you can't understand at all how that message comes across as extremely condescending, then I really don't know what to tell you. It's really not rocket science to understand that one. Pretty straightforward. 12 runner. And to be clear, I'm main tank, right? Like, I'm not saying that you shouldn't press bubble early, but specifically in that case, bubbling it, what's it called? Yeah, and I'll be honest, right? You can get I'll time you out here. There's no way to, unfortunately, there's no way to time out on YouTube, which is what I would normally do. But, yeah, that... also, making a big fuss about it is just kind of fucking weird. So, I'll let you sit in timeout for a bit. If you want to come back and apologize and say, sorry, you know, I should have worded that better, by all means, right? But, you don't lose aggro when you bubble with Last Stand, or Final Stand, or whatever it's called. It AoE taunts all mobs. So no, bubble is an actual defensive for Paladin. And I see what you mean, freeze. Obviously, the point is not, can I snipe it on myself, right? So this is, when an ally walks through your Angelic Feather, you're granted 100% of its effect, right? So if I just wanted to target it on myself, I mean, I don't need an at-player macro for that. Like, I'm not going to miss my own character. The only thing was, I tried to drop it on somebody else, and then they sidestepped it. So if you're saying at-player for myself to guarantee Feather, I mean, I can, right? But at the same time, I'll never need it. I'm not going to miss the Feather on myself. I'm just trying to, like, the shaman's behind me, I'm trying to help him get caught up. That way, instead of just feathering myself, I can give it to 2 people. And, what's it called? That's just overall better. But I understand your logic there, at least for the feather. But yeah, so as for bubble, I'll look for keys. I mean, let's be real here. Let's not pretend that tank was like some high-level tank doing strategies. Now, if you're planning around bubble, if you know, right, that I'm about to take a lethal amount of damage, then you bubble. But generally speaking, bubble should not be what you use on pull while you're rounding up mobs. For one, you don't have aggro in bubble unless a mob is nearby you. It puts an effect on mobs that forces them to attack you. It's an AoE taunt when you bubble, which is why you're able to hold threat in it. But if you use it while you're rounding up mobs, then any of the new mobs you pull aren't going to have the last stand effect. So that's why on that pull, actually, a few people took auto attacks. Now, he was generally good about it. The way he tended to do it in that particular paladin is he rounded up a bunch of mobs, and the moment he had them, then he pressed bubble. But you're not taking that much damage at that point. And then also, if you bubble at full health the moment you have all the mobs rounded up, you're wasting some of the mitigation potential of bubble. Now, you could argue that maybe he's just overly scared, right? And it did work for the most part. I mean, the key went well. He did kind of do some sketchy pulls, but that has nothing to do with bubble per se. But generally speaking, when I'm tanking dungeons on Prop Paladin, I open with Guardian of Ancient Kings while rounding up mobs, because frankly, that's more than enough DR to survive the process of grouping up the mobs. And also, you usually have a free Word of Glory that you can cast. So you're taking damage as you round up mobs. Yes, there's a lot of upfront damage. Obviously, if a pull is so lethal that you know you need to bubble, then you can, but those pulls were not, right? So usually, Guardian of Ancient Kings, also it has 2 charges, right? So you get it rolling on cooldown, and then you, generally speaking, want to do Ardent Defender, because it's a low cooldown, so you can use it more frequently, and Bubble's a longer cooldown, so unless you know that you need Bubble in whatever the cooldown is, like, it used to be reduced, but now I know they removed some of the talent interactions that reduce the CD. But unless you know that you need to be able to immune a mechanic in a few minutes and you need to bubble early to make sure that you have it, generally speaking, you can start with Guardian of Ancient Kings, the mobs get you low, Ardent Defender, you're usually pretty safe, and there's a built-in cheat death, and then if your Ardent Defender is about to fade, or it pops, right, and you're getting absolutely fucking clobbered, then try to snipe a bubble while you're at low health, and that way now you're sitting immune for the next few seconds when the damage is presumably at its peak, after you've rounded up all the mobs and stopped moving. And then usually because you're low health, then when you get your free Word of Glory proc, you can immediately spend it, heal yourself to full, and you're coming out of bubble with high health. So that's just overall a much better way to use bubble. It's just kind of a no-brainer, right? And then I should remove Windrunner Spire. 12 Mysara, sure. I think I'll just list my key at this point. In fact, actually, what I'll do... Yeah, I have a hero track, Heart of Winds. I don't know if that's worth using over the Crusader's Keepsake. I don't think it matters all that much. Let's do plus 12 Zenus. And I'm going to, as people list up, I'm going to go grab coffee real quick. Because I have to refill at some point, so I figure, hopefully... not enough for me to rip an invite. Hopefully by the time I'm back, there's at least a few people I can invite. So maybe it'll be like 2 minutes. Well, unfortunately, still pretty empty. Maybe one of those was a tank. If so, unlucky. I mean, there's a 14 Magisters. Maybe, I'll be honest, putting 14 there, I don't really feel like I'm in the mood for a 14. Especially risking that. I have not healed a 14 yet, so I don't want to do that for the first time on a Holy Priest. I would do a Mysara. If I get invited. We shall see. Still need 5 more. Alright. Still a ways to go here. I will say I'm gonna be fucking exhausted by the end of this one. And unfortunately, I was hoping that the group joining process would be a little bit faster at this point, but it's still been taking quite a while. Come on, man. I was not expecting it to be such a slog. Because it's like, decent time at Europe by now. I mean, there are keys, right? But it's... Did I correctly set this? Yeah, I took Windrunner out. It's still fairly empty. check the DPS. I mean, the DPS are basically secondary. It's, you find a tank, right? And then the rest just kind of rolls in. Sylvanas Cutie is a crazy name for a hunter. Are they on... They are on the server Sylvanas. That is quite fitting. But they're a night elf. So it's a night elf named Sylvanas Cutie. I mean, your entire existence is wrong. Okay, well, I don't really want to have to sit here and wait for tanks, so the fact that there's 2 tanks listed, I will take either one. Ah, fuck my life. Ah. He's confused, but he got the spirit? Yeah. Oh, this one has a tank. You're gonna block me on all platforms? Alright. Good for you, buddy. Goodbye. It would have been so much easier to just say, hey, sorry, I could have worded that better. You were reading that? I'll give you the summary. He refuses to apologize. He said he did the classic thing where it's like, if this is how you treat people in real life, I feel sorry for them. Oh no. I told somebody that, you know, maybe try not choosing your condescending wording a little bit better. And like, so here's the thing, right? Like, this is, stuff like this happens all the time, right? To everybody. There have been times where I have said something that I meant purely constructive to somebody and they take offense to it and they're like, you know, get upset. I'm like, oh, sorry, you know, didn't mean it like that. And then it, you know, it blows over, right? And I gave you a full 10 minutes to be able to say, hey, yeah, I could have worded that better. I gave you the benefit of the doubt. I said, sure, you know, maybe you didn't mean it like that. But it's one thing to say, oh, I didn't mean it like that, sorry. And then we have a different discussion. But the reason that you got silenced again, and now banned, is because instead of doing that, you just chose to type a large crash-out paragraph and pull the whole cringe, like, oh, you know, you shouldn't treat people this way. It's, like, the fact that your message got silenced is because, guess what? The vast majority of people don't fucking type like that, right? You're the, outside of spam bots, you're the first person that I've had to time out all day. And there have been plenty of people here typing all day. Crazy how none of them type in a way that can be perceived as condescending. But you did. And if you said sorry, for the record, I would have unbanned you on YouTube as well. But, I mean, as you said, you're gonna block me on all platforms. Alright, now, have fun with that one, buddy. I'll really miss that one view. How hard would healing be to get into? I mean, it depends, obviously, on your experience, right, with other forms of content. I think, if we're assuming, right, like, speaking from my perspective as somebody who tried to get into healing, having never really played it before, it's definitely tricky, and the process of learning the role is definitely the hardest part. Learning different specs, I mean, I feel, like, now that I've gotten the hang of it, I mean, learning Resto Druid, learning HPal, H-Priest, it's all been Bozo take, I mean, goodbye too. What's the most meta healer at the moment, Mistweaver? Look, the reality is, like, I mean, frankly, I don't want to beat this point to death, right? everybody has a right to not have to deal with annoying people when they're streaming. It's stressful enough as it is. Like, I have social anxiety, right? I, generally speaking, don't love social interactions. But that's why I usually, when I'm speaking to somebody I don't know, well, like, obviously, right, I match energy, right? So if I'm speaking to somebody I don't know who has never interacted with me, right? If I'm sending the first message, or talking to somebody at a guild that I just joined, I always try to be as nice and polite as possible, right? So my first message to somebody would never even remotely come across as something like that. If that's how you open up in a conversation, I mean, again, I repeat, if you want to call that a bozo take, call it a bozo take. Rethink your interactions with other people. Because that just reads as condescending. That original message reads as condescending. And then, obviously, we can talk about things from that point on, right? But that original message reads as condescending. And if I interpret it wrong over text and you say, oh, sorry, that's not how I meant it, and I say, which I did, all right, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt then, and then everything blows over, cool. But then if you double down and say, you shouldn't have, reacted that way, you should have, read my message more charitably, how dare you, and then crash out and be like, you shouldn't treat people like this, I'm going to be honest, you're just kind of a shitty person if that's your reaction to somebody misreading your tone in one message. Because shit like that happens all the time. And if I'm able to say, all right, give you the benefit of the doubt, you didn't mean it like that, you should also be able to say, okay, I understand how you mean it like that, and then we move on, right? But if you're the type of person who can't do that, then frankly, I don't want you in my stream. I don't want you around here. I don't want to have to, frankly, I don't want to have conversations like this in the first place. It's too much work. I just want to fucking talk about the fucking game, right? There is a way to ask questions respectfully. That wasn't it. It happens. Apologize and move on. And if you can't do that, no, then you don't have to watch the stream. You're here, like, from your own free will, right? Free the bozo take guy. Like, you have to make a choice to watch. And, not everybody's going to see eye to eye, right?
5, 4, 3.
And if you don't agree with my opinion, you're welcome to leave, right? But also, I am well within my rights to ban people who
5,
are annoying little twats in chat.
3, 2, 1.
Hi, first visit here. Sounds like you're having a great morning. Yeah. I mean, all joking aside, right? It has been pretty good overall. Just dealing with unfortunate people in chat. It's par for the course in streaming, right? Oh my god, where did his health go? Also, I don't know... Okay, I don't know who's the best target here, so... Okay, Jesus fucking Christ. I'll answer the next part of your question in a second, obviously. You can see I'm dealing with a lot right now. I already did Shaman? Yes. Yeah, we started with Shaman. We are on the last one, which is Holy Priest. I mean, part of this is just blood DK shit, but also... Like, his health bar went to basically 0. It doesn't look like he purged, which, I mean, I sure hope he's running purg. Alright, I'm just gonna Divine Hymn this. I mean, that's what it's there for. Use it or lose it. Getting targeted by fucking everything. I guess better me than somebody else, because I can use my defensives. I thought he was going to chain pull into the other guys, so I panicked for a little bit, especially because I fell behind a little bit. I mean, it's nice to see how even when there's, like, really high incoming damage, like, Holy Priest can adapt, because I've been basically playing it like a DPS. But this is the most that I guess I've been challenged healing-wise so far. And I'm able to keep up. But I can kind of see how on really aggressive pulls, this would be a little bit hard to keep up with. Fortunately, I'm guessing that was... looks like a mana battery went off. Who's doing the most damage? The warrior is doing pretty good. Yeah, I am. Did the bozo guy mean you, or the guy that got banned? I mean, based on the timing, almost certainly me, which, like, you know. Right. Now, again, if he didn't mean the other guy, obviously, poor timing. Especially with a message that has no other context. Right? Also, first-time messenger on Twitch. That was not on YouTube, that was on Twitch. But the lovely thing about Twitch is it also has ban appeals, right? So you could... like, hey, if you really did fuck up, but also, again, first-time messenger. Obviously, it's another thing is it's very different if it's somebody who's, like, a regular around the stream, right? There have been many times where, like, if it's somebody who I recognize, obviously, yeah, you're gonna be a little bit more charitable because you understand that normally, you know, this person is not, like, a regular troll, right? But when somebody fires off with their first message like that, it's one of those things, right? Like, I don't want to beat this point to death, because it's really just people who have never streamed before, or really never even considered what it's like to have to deal with random strangers heckling you, especially while you're trying to focus on something, right? It's just, it's not fun. And the idea that, like, you're just supposed to tolerate that, and every single random message that somebody says, you know, think deeply about, like, oh, you know, is this message that blatantly reads as condescending actually, you know, a serious question when you get, like, millions of messages like that every single... well, not millions, literally, but you get what I mean. Right? Which is why, again, the moral of the story is misunderstandings happen all the time. It's so much easier to just apologize and say, hey, I misunderstood, and then smooths it over. That's like the big takeaway that guy obviously missed, right?
has never been clearer, Lothraxian.
But I'll leave it at that, because I'd really rather not continue beating this topic to death. Where are we going? Is this saving time, Mr. Tank? We have to pull that anyway, later on. Okay. There's clearly not enough mobs that you could group together here to be efficient. We need to drag that in to make sure that we're being really efficient with our pulls. That is at first. I cannot say I've ever seen that one before. Okay, nullify, just... What the fuck is he doing? What the fuck are you doing? Why are we chaining like this? What is this? Who pulls like this? This is just crazy fucking dumb shit. Why? Why would you pull this? I have done a lot of Nexus points. Especially Nexus point, because, like, on a lot of characters, I farmed the ring. Right? I have literally never seen a single human in this entire fucking season pull Nexus Point like this. What the fuck? Which healer do I like best? Honestly, right now it might be Holy Priest. Previously, it was, I think it's a kill. Are we gonna grip this? Okay. We have smudges going in. He has Death Grip. But we're just gonna leave it to the Holy Priest to just... DPS down fucking smudges before they go in. I choose to believe that the reason he's doing fucking crazy pulls is he was so impressed with my healing. He's like, alright, we got a sick healer. I'm just gonna do the fucking craziest shit ever, just to see if he can handle it. That's my headcanon. Look, where is he going? Why are we chaining already? Brother, finish your food! You don't constantly have to chain pull. You can like finish a pull before immediately going to the next one. So that you can, you know, make sure you establish threats. The shaman doesn't get whacked in the face. The shaman is not happy. You know it's bad when they're typing in /say chat. Look at that. Chastise. Oh, and I just got nullified.
Survive.
I do have the come back to life thingy. So. Good thing I have my die. Right? I'm just gonna solo all the smudges, I guess. That's what we're doing. And I have to imagine that the plan for Percent is to just pull the entirety of the final platform? Maybe? All of Final Platform all together. I'm here for it. Let's fucking go. I mean, with the way that he's been pulling so far, it would not surprise me at all. Oh, with the boss too? Oh, where did... Okay, so this Hollow Soul guy was from one of the other places, I guess. Alright, so I'm gonna save PI, Plot, and Apotheosis for the intermission. Please, 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 threat, threat. Oh my god.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Well, I beat the Blood DK at least. Nice. I kind of fucked up... Oh, there we go. I fucked up a little bit, but also I saw one of the DPS getting spiked, so I interrupted my my healing to try and make sure they were topped. So I was ethical. It's a really good thing we pulled that pack on the bridge earlier. We really needed that. Anyone checking the logs? Harldan looks sus. Oh, true, true. Yeah, maybe that's the DK's plan. Just pull everything with Lothraxian, and then... AoE... What was the ability called? AoE Death Test or something? Oh, we are not establishing threat. We are pulling things without establishing threat. Love to see it. Jesus. Alright. Love when people do this type of pull. Just gonna drag it all down the ramp without actually properly getting threat on the mobs. Okay. Alright. You've successfully pulled all the lingering images. Despite, presumably, knowing that this was the plan going in for Mr. Death Knight Tank here, we have also not prepared to AMS the triple Searing Rend, and our Purgatory has been procced. Why does the Demon Hunter have threat? Why is he dying? Are you just bathing in your fucking searing ren puddle, mister? Why are you taking so much damage? What the fuck? I love how we've also ensured Dude, this is such a fucked way to do this, because now we're gonna get knocked into this pack. Okay. Fair play, nobody got hit. I mean, there was a method to the madness. I'll give the tank that. I do think, I maintain, it certainly was madness, though. What do I get? Dude, I got, I should have set Loot Spec to Shadow, I keep forgetting. What key do I get? Pit of Sauron, that is one of the ones I need. Nice. Alright, we are halfway done with Holy Priest. 12 Zenus. It was Death Touch. Oh yeah, Area Death Test. Gotcha. That was the one I remember, Area Death Test. I'm guessing the other one was called Death Touch. Why is my that's just like, whenever you don't reset the damage meter in between dungeons, that's Blizzard damage meter does that. It just gets broken. So usually I only remember to reset after every 2 dungeons, then it looks scuffed. You'd advise to get a healing frame add-on like Dander's and set it up? We'll see. I mean, I probably would not use Dander's. I haven't necessarily heard good things about that. I mean, right now, I'm definitely fine. I've had no issues. I can understand how in raids, it might be more important to have, like, certain frames, so I'll cross that bridge when I get to it, but most likely I would just ask the healers in my guild what they use, and look at their setups and see if anything catches my eye. But I'm not too keen on it. Oh, I missed a few messages, huh? Oh, you missed what I said. Mistweaver is the most meta healer, to answer your question earlier. Stardance, I would not recommend... Yeah, honestly, I disagree, Owner. I mean, really, yeah, you just need to rip the Band-Aid off. That's a good point, though, actually. The hard part about healing is, honestly, you can't practice it. Like, the exact thing that you just said, at least personally, in my experience, that did not really help for me at all. And the process of healing, even low keys, is significantly different, in many ways harder, than what healing is supposed to feel like. So, healing can be particularly tricky to learn for that exact reason. There really is no way to, like, dip your toes into it and slowly learn it. Even tanking, while many people will view tanking as, like, complicated, you can technically do, like, M0s and stuff like that and practice pulls. And a lot of tanking is pretty straightforward because, like, you are kind of... With the exception of, obviously, playing around your group in M+, which does require some practice as a tank, but, like, not as much as healers having to adapt to what people in their group do. Like, your defensives as a tank, it's pretty easy to get a feel for, like, okay, big damage, I press shield wall. I keep shield block up. There's, you know, I do a big pull, I press Avatar and Demo Shed. I was going to press, or talk about Last Stand, right? But then Last Stand's gone now, right? And I was thinking of Prot Warrior as an example. Every tank, obviously, is different in that regard, but knowing when to use your defensives, you can kind of get a feel for that, even in lower content. That doesn't necessarily change, obviously, as you do higher and higher content. The real thing that changes is you need to plan out your defensives better. You can't just, like, YOLO it and keep your defensives as oh shit buttons, which you kind of can for a while as a tank. Like, Blood DKs can just scrape by for a long time, pressing nothing but Death Strike, right? But you'll be able to learn that with enough practice in any form of content, even like time walking dungeons. And the like other thing, like tank what's it called, damage rotations, obviously that you can practice on a target dummy. Doesn't really involve, like, there's some nuance there, right? Of obviously, as a Blood DK, you might want to hold Death Strike to, like, time it for a heal, whereas if you're just optimizing damage, the only thing that matters is not overcapping RP, so a lot of times you'll just dump Death Strike. Also, you might dump it during Dancing Rune Weapon window for damage. Even on some prog bosses, I'll do that sometimes if I know I'm not, like, actively tanking or nothing threatening is happening, to just maximize damage. That's the kind of thing you get a little bit more feel for over time, but also, let's see, what do I get? I'm in healer with spec. Nothing. I have yet to pull a single good trinket out of any of these, except for Plume on my Paladin, which is Strength Agi. So, I can't even use it on healer. Oh well. It was not advice for me, but for somebody else. Gotcha. That's fair, yeah. I guess if you are not comfortable with default UI, maybe try out different setups, but that's understandable. But yeah, it can be tricky, because the biggest thing about healing is you are inherently responding to what random people in your party decide to do. If every single person plays clean, like in some of the early keys that I did, the first 2 keys I just did as Holy Priest, I basically was DPSing. 90% of the time, I'm just sitting there, smite, you know, Holy Fire, Chastise, Holy Fire, and like, that's the entire key, right? At that point, I'm basically just a DPS that sometimes presses Serenity, and that's all I had to do. But then that key, that fucking Blood DK, was giving me a workout. So, depending on the tank, right? The Bear Druid in that first key was a brick wall, the Blood DK in that last key was extremely squishy. And if I had only practiced in, like, time-walking dungeons and stuff where people are basically immortal, I would be used to Holy Priest as, like, a DPS, which is kind of how it feels while leveling. Because I have played Holy Priest while leveling many, many, many times, and it's quite strong. One of the reasons Holy Priest is quite strong is because spamming Holy Nova over and over and over and over and over is, generally speaking, more than enough to top the entire group in low-level dungeons. That is not the case right now, so it might build, like, a false sense of security, and then you're going to walk into your first key, and speaking from experience, when I first started learning healing, you're going to be screaming and crying and begging people to stop taking extra damage. And it's going to be rough. But then eventually you're going to learn to adapt. Let's see. Have I gotten... I still have not gotten a fucking Catalyst charge on this character, man. Ugh. Pain. Let's see, are there any groups up? There is an 11 pit, but that's my key, so I guess I'll list my pit. I don't know if I've actually... I can't remember if I've run my key at all on Holy Priest so far. I've had viable keys, and then I just end up finding a group for that exact run. Somebody whispered me, can I join? It's the Paladin here. I mean, I've never had somebody ask... I mean, they're asking politely. Normally, for their item level, I wouldn't even check their logs, but I don't see any logs, right? So, I mean, 265 is just, unfortunately, way too low compared to everything else here. That's the unfortunate thing. Like, this guy, I'm sure he's probably decent. He's managed to get, you know, 2,700 rating. I mean, assuming it's not somebody getting carried. But the reality is, why would I invite somebody who's 265 when I already have many options? And even then, I know for a fact if I just wait a few more seconds now that I have a tank, I'll find even more options. That being said, and I was curious about it. Okay, this person actually did just buy a bunch of keys. So, you know. That's the problem. I mean, they're asking politely, but it's... I will I've always said I don't understand the logic for people who buy keys with the expectation of, like... I mean, obviously, if you're, like, a cutting-edge player and you're just... You know, my raid leader, for instance, my raid leader of my Hall of Fame guild very often buys keys. Because and he'll admit, he'll tell you himself, he's just lazy. And he just does not feel like doing it. Do we have a res? The priest seems good. I mean, I'd rather have a demon hunter. The paladin has whispered me again. I know I've missed a few messages in Twitch chat. I should have stopped to read. I'm gonna be a little bit picky just because I don't wanna waste time. And a demon hunter would be quite nice here. So, I mean, obviously, if somebody else, the only reason the Shadow Priest seemed good, but we already have priest buff, so it's kind of a waste. Okay, that is... Jesus. I said I wanted a demon hunter, and, I mean, I got a demon hunter. Holy fuck. Of course, it's not applicable to you, because you researched the spec before playing it. Okay, I see what you said about, like, setting up healing add-ons. Yeah, that's fair. I guess, I mean, I would still obviously recommend researching whatever you're going to play before you play it. But yeah, I understand. You gave up offering add-ons to me a long time ago? Yeah. I mean, you know how I am. I am picky. Look, I have sometimes tried it. There's a few add-ons that I've, like, jotted down in my notes that people have recommended to me that I'm sure I will try out at some point. But it's just I'm always too busy to take the risk of, like, I'm not going to download a random add-on before, you know, booting up stream to do the healer thing. I don't want to take the chance that whatever it is, like, really disruptive. So usually it has to be a time when I'm, like, not doing much, and then I remember to check that add-on that somebody recommended. The healers in your guild all use helium? I've heard the name, but I don't really know much of a... I don't know, like, the differences, or whatever. Take mage food. I mean, I doubt I'm gonna need it, but can't hurt. You click cast with Dander, super simplistic, and takes up almost none of the real estate.
4,
Nice.
3,
Werewolf said I'm a
2,
diehard cell
1.
user. Oh shit, it's my key. I gotta actually activate. Then again, I'm not a cute gamer e-girl. Alas.
4,
Alas, you are correct.
2, 1.
Presumably, we're gonna get a list here. I've been pretty impressed with the shamans. I maybe should have PI'd the demon hunter because they're, like, super juiced. But I don't know, man. These shamans, they've been doing pretty good. Okay, yeah, I definitely should have PI'd the demon hunter. Holy fuck. What the fuck? Havoc, too. What? Immolation Aura does that much damage? Holy shit. That is crazy. Oh, no. Oh, they kicked it. Nice. Okay, I got freedoms. I can remove disease. Okay, so I can... I mean, a really bit of a waste, but whatever. Okay. Interesting. I mean, the Paladin's pulls are definitely interesting, but they're not bad. They're, like, it's not like the Blood DK pulls, right? He's just pulling very aggressively. I respect it. It's, spooky. Okay, I missed the Shaman. I think I give up trying to feather Shamans. They are really good at sidestepping me. Okay. I'm trying really hard to keep this guy alive. Okay, please. Oh, he lay on hands himself, I guess? Okay. What? How do you... Oh, man. Alright, immediately lost respect for the Paladin.
I simply wish you had lasted a little longer.
I mean, don't do aggressive pulls like that if you don't think you can live it. Does he not realize that he... Okay, I mean, we're still... Come on, man. I mean, we're fine as long as he doesn't pull like an idiot, right? But... Okay, now he has a gargoyle chasing him. Problem is, we can't really pull with that gargoyle on our asses, because otherwise it's just going to... It's just going to drag through everything else and pull the entire dungeon. Thankfully, he knows that, right? So I assume that's the reason he pulled the way he did. The biggest issue with that pull is that he didn't get threat on the mobs before starting it. Because I had to blow basically all of my healing on keeping the Demon Hunter alive, because he tagged the mobs and then immediately ran in. Classic beginner tank mistake. So, obviously, the Devourer DH dies, or it's actually a Havoc. Havoc DH dies, and then everything will immediately go to shit, so I did everything I could to keep him alive. Succeeded, but then the tank was clearly not prepared for that. But, I mean, it's fine. This is very timeable. He just needs to not do crazy pulls. What are we doing? Okay. Well, let's hope he knows to kick... Okay, he did kick the Arcanist. Fair play. We're not going to break the close one, right? Why would we break the close one? Why would we do that? It's just fucking baffling. Alright.
5, 4, 3, 2.
I never understand the logic of, like, I don't want to run all over there. Oh, wait, I have to hide behind the thing. So now I have to run all over there, and I have to force all of my range players to run all over there, too. Or maybe I could just break that one first, right? Mage is at a range. Mr. Mage. Now, obviously, in this case, the mage dropped it in a fucking abysmal spot.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Is it?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Come on, Mr. Demon Hunter. You were the chosen one. At least he understands he fucked up. Also, what are these placements, man? I've never seen people... Why are we picking... What? Okay, alright. Thank God. Last second course correct.
5,
And, like, the boss is dead, but, like, the fact that he thought that would have been the correct one to choose. Okay, nice. He saved the B-res. Okay. These don't chain until we drop combats. What? Why? Like, it's just the most baffling pulls. Why would you do this pull? Why pull that mob? There's just literally zero reason for him to do pulls like this. Like, he does this pull, and he doesn't even... Like, you are a prop paladin. You're like... Well, outside of Blood DK, the one tank who has the ability to just stop that mob from sitting out in the middle of nowhere and free casting. If you're gonna do this pull, at least have the foresight to be like, oh, I should throw a singular shield to stop that mage from just sitting here and blasting the group. See, this... You know, you want to talk about, like... Is it easy to learn healing? Right? This is why... It's not, exactly. Because you can learn healing and fundamentals, but it's not going to prepare you for Paladin tank just pulls way more shit than he possibly needs to, and then just leaves a caster sitting out there just blasting your entire group, right? Like, you know, nothing that you read is going to prepare you for that, because it's not supposed to happen, but those are the realities that you'll find in many pugs. Nobody's going to teach you what to do when the tank just comes fucking crashing across the room and nearly runs you over with the tank mechanic. I mean, thankfully he didn't, but for a second I saw my life flash before my eyes there. They'd work? No, it doesn't. What? Oh, okay. I maybe wasted Apotheosis, but I'm mostly... We're still short on count? That's actually impressive. Have you guys ever seen this pack pulled in a single one of your Pit of Sauron keys? Because I don't think I ever have. This is like a rare bingo card pull. Holy. And now let's say you have, right? If you've seen this pulled, have you ever seen it chain pulled with this pack, the fucking ramp pack? They could not be further away from each other. Those make me laugh. Fucking poor Demon Hunter. I mean, admittedly, in fairness to him, that one's hard to see. Here, I'll give him PI. Are we double chaining? There's no way. What? Like, what? In what fucking possible universe could you think this is a good idea? Why? Why do this pull? And again, by the way, fucking Cold Wreath just sitting out there. What's the Master Spell? I mean, this has to be the worst Pit of Sauron route I have ever fucking seen in my entire life. It's almost impressive. Are we going to charge up the tunnel for absolutely no reason here? Honestly, I have seen people do that pull, at least. It looks like he's going for it. He's being really slow about it, though. I should try to spread my healing out. And no, he didn't want to fully commit. Okay, but we're... Okay, I was gonna say, we're not gonna pull the fucking... The Elemental? Why are you charging? You have Avenger Shields! You can pull mobs from a distance. It's just... baffling, this guy. I mean, as long as people don't completely fuck up this, surely. Frankly, we could full wipe here and be fine. I don't want to, like, bring it into existence, but, like, that is something that could happen. Wait, age is so far. I don't want to use my Apotheosis until I have PI. As long as he is actually in range of that, it's hard to tell. Yeah, he's just playing that super safe, and you know what? I respect it. Gonna play it ultra safe. Alright, nice. What did my key turn into? Seat is... I don't have a seat yet, right? Yeah, I'm not done seat. Nice. That is one of the ones I still need. Yes! Oh, finally. Holy shit. I never think I've ever been that excited to see... Oh, actually, those are good boots, too. I don't think I've ever in my life been more excited to see a Catalyst charge. Holy fuck. That is huge. I don't even want to know how many Delves and Keys combined it's been since my last Catalyst charge. That is... Oh, fuck. Can I expect the Demon Hunter? I think they already left. My bad. Yeah, they did. I mean, they were... What was their name? Velt Outlands. So you could check their armory profile, I'm sure. They, I mean, they did really well. Holy. The tank... I don't think the tank did horrible. The tank's real issue is just his pulls were fucking abysmal. Like, Prop Paladin's already squishy, and he just made things 5 times harder for himself for absolutely no reason. I don't understand why. Like, if you're clearly not that comfortable in Prop Pally and don't know how to use your defensives properly, and, like, you have... I'm not crazy, right? Like, Prop Pally has a Disease Cleanse, so Like, I was trying to cleanse him whenever I could, but, like, he also can do that himself. Like, he has plenty of tools, and then he's doing pulls and, like, letting casters just sit there. Like, why? This is not... Like, why are you doing these pulls? It's just... I don't know. Like, his damage was, I mean, not great, but, like, fine, I guess, and... I don't know. It's not the worst tank I've seen. Like, frankly, it's more so, if he had just done normal pulls, I don't think he would have had any issues. But he just insisted on doing the most demonic Pit of Sauron I've ever fucking seen. And, like, hey, I healed through it. Like, we lived. But... yeah, that was rough. That was a noise you just heard? Which noise? What noise did I make? I'm sure I've made some noises during this. I think I have a lot of crests. Yeah, I'm sitting on a bunch of crests. Okay, I can finally catalyze these gloves, which I've been sitting on for ages. Yeah. Thank goodness. And then now I can upgrade these boots, and they are better stats and myth track, so I can get those. That's going to be a pretty nice upgrade, actually. We have, did I write down Pit? Yeah, we have 3 more keys to go, and I have 1 of them. So that is a good start. Item enhancements, feat, expansion, Shaladrasils. The choking noise when I got the catalyst charge. I cannot overstate. It's been so fucking long since I've looted a catalyst charge in this character. It's actually fucking crazy. So, yeah. I saw that flash on my screen and I was just like, oh my god, finally. I can't even recall what noise I made, but I'm sure it was good. Oh, goodness. It's 286. Honestly, it's kind of nice that... What was I saying before? That Monk and Disc are the two... Well, Monk and Disc and now Holy. The nice thing is, though, I'm going to pick 3 classes to play. So the fact that I enjoy Holy is just a massive plus, because I was already enjoying Disc. So if I end up keeping my Priest going into the next season, and I'm enjoying both Holy and Disc, that gives me a lot of flexibility. And right now I am. Like, right now, the only thing I'm trying to decide is Holy Priest my favorite healer? Or is it second favorite behind Mistweaver? This spec fucking owns. I really don't understand why it's left to be off-meta. I mean, I understand, like, mechanically why it's off-meta. I get that. But it's just a shame that, like, it has such a cool playstyle. It's just a shame Blizzard can't fucking tune it properly. And obviously, like, I know it has some issues with, like, survivability and whatnot. But this is incredibly fun. Definitely, it's really hard to pick between this and Mistweaver so far, for, like, which one I've been enjoying the most. Let's see, though. What keys do I have? Let's take out Pit of Sauron. 714. 18 Mysara. I don't know if I feel confident enough to heal that, I'll be honest. That one might still be a little bit outside of my comfort zone.
Hope you find lots of treasure out there. Don't forget to repair your gear.
Yeah, I don't... I can't do it. I don't know. I can't bring myself. I'm too nervous. Yeah, I mean, they found a healer, but I didn't even feel like signing up for that one. I feel like I might be able to heal that, but I really don't like Mysara. That's just a little bit too spooky for me. Let me, though, I've missed a bunch of messages on Twitch. If I see a group that's like... that fits my criteria... Okay, there's nothing up right now. Let me scroll up and read the messages I missed. You want to see how Harldan gets old and see his golden years? Get off my lawn, you punks. Yeah, I would not be surprised if I end up being a very grouchy old person. I could totally see it. Like, man, it's like, the problem is, like, so many people... I've said this before, the one thing I always fucking hate is, like, toxic positivity. Like, the people who just are like, oh, you should be, like, super nice and, you know, Care Bear fluffy to everybody. Like, I'm definitely a bit of an asshole, right? But I never feel like I'm an asshole without reason, right? And, like, yeah, if somebody pisses me off, I don't mince my words. Or I can't talk, right? You get what I mean. I don't censor myself, I guess. But I'm not just, like, going around being a fucking asshole to everybody. And I'd like to think that if somebody's, like, you know, in situations like that, there's a genuine misunderstanding, I get it. It happens. And, like, there have been people, especially in guilds, right? Like, I have been in a lot of guilds. And there have been times where, I'll be honest, somebody makes a really poor first impression on me, and, like, does or says something that, like, really pisses me off. And, you know, sometimes I misjudge them, right? I don't jump to... There's a difference, right, between the whole, like, banning somebody in chat, right, where it's a random fucking, you know, faceless person who, like, I don't need to put up with that. And if somebody makes me a little bit uncomfortable, like, in a guild or whatnot, you know, I'm not going to immediately be like, oh, you know, I'm leaving this guild, right? And I'll usually try to give that person a chance. The only thing that, like, is a hard line for me is, and has earned a permamute for me, is racism, right? Especially extreme racism. And unfortunately, there is one of those that I've had to deal with, who, like, yeah, it just is what it is. That person gets perma-muted, and I do not want to interact with them ever. But that's a separate thing, right? But somebody who just, like, rubs me the wrong way, you know, I'll give them a chance. And, like, actually, I'm going to be very generic and not name names, but even in my current guild, there actually was somebody who, when I first joined, like, I got kind of an off feeling about them. And I'm not going to pretend that I'm, like, best friends with them now, but I'm on good terms. Like, we've chatted a few times, and like, they definitely have, like, you know, kind of a jokey personality, right, where there's been a few people who I know have been, like, a little bit annoyed by stuff they've done, but overall, they're a fine person. And, you know, since I'm not talking about this person, that wasn't in reference to, obviously, if you've watched some of my, like, streams where I'm doing stuff with my guilds, the warrior in my guild, Baze, like, Baze will do things that, like, genuinely piss me off, and I'll scream at him and be like, Baze, you fucking idiot. But Baze, I know, like, he is a good person, right? And he just, especially, he intentionally does stuff to try and get a rise out of me, but he's doing it in jest, right? So even though there are times where Baze will drive me up the fucking wall, I'd be lying if I said that Baze wasn't one of my favorite people in the guild. I hope to God he's not watching this, because I do not want to give him any ideas. I hope nobody in my guild's watching that, because also they're totally going to clip that and send it to him. But as frustrating as he can be sometimes, you know, I do enjoy his shenanigans. But even people who I wouldn't, like, say I am friends with, right? Yeah, sometimes you get off on the wrong foot, but I'd like to think I give most people a chance. I mean, even that dickhead in chat earlier, right? I gave him multiple chances to apologize, and yeah, they didn't, you know? It is what it is. You can't please everybody. Goals, you live in a very small town where teenagers are all entitled little ... You live across the street from the high school, middle school, and you can't wait until you get a bit older so you can sit outside and yell at them all. Oh boy. Is that okay, not a hearty feast. I already have food buff then. If you do it too young, cops are gonna come. If you do it as an old person, you're just that eccentric person. So true. There's always someone who's older and more eccentric than you. Just 1 hour ago, your old neighbor lady asked you to move the cat food as the cats were pissing on her yard. What the heck?
What we require to gain entry to the Void Storm.
One of your buddies used to do that to healers. He'd keep talking more and more until the healers started to struggle, and then he'd say something like, okay, now I know your limit. Yeah, fair enough. And, like, you know, the other thing is, speaking of,
3, 2,
Speaking of messing with your healers, I mean, I have done so many pulls that are like completely demonic, and to be fair, in guild groups, right? In pugs, I never ever ever do like random shit. Okay, wow. Mr. DK was kind of getting clobbered there. I was not expecting him to take so much damage that quickly. But there have been runs early in the season where I just do crazy shit while playing in guild groups. And especially one of the healers in my guild, Cubs, well, used to be. He left recently. But early on in the season when I was running keys with him, I would always do super crazy pulls, and then he wouldn't be able to heal it, and like he would die, and then I would just solo the rest as a tank, and I'd be like, man, my healer's so trash. Skill issue. And I would just constantly BM him. Like, he knows that I'm joking, though. And then he'd start, like, yelling at me, like, hey, you can't do that pull. You're not supposed to do that pull. You can't live that pull. I'm just like, I don't know. I'm pretty sure a better healer would be able to live that. But obviously the difference is, you know, I'm playing that with guildies, right? And he knows that I'm completely joking. But then, the irony is, Cubs has gotten his revenge, because over the course of this challenge, I have had tanks do infinitely worse to me, so... I have definitely gotten my fair share of karma from all the shit that I put him through early in the season. Do I have Fade Spect for snare removal? I do, yes. I might have been forgetting to use it, I'll be honest, but I do have that talented. Have I got a favorite healer whilst doing this challenge? I think I may have answered that. I didn't read that message, but I think I might have actually answered that accidentally while yapping. But the answer would definitely be, at this point, I think, you know, we're far enough into Holy Priest for me to say that, like, yeah, this is definitely among my favorites. But I think whether or not it's this or Mistweaver, I think might be a bit of a tie. But I think one thing that I can say is for sure, I have a type when it comes to healers that I like. The ability to do big damage as I heal and have, like, an interesting damage rotation. Because, like, I've been really enjoying Disc as well. So this is really fun. Okay, interesting. Okay. That's unfortunate. He got comboed. I don't even think the worms died. Did he just get, like, targeted by a spell? Because I was about to cast a flash heal on him, and then his health bar just dropped. Long run back. I really hope the tank doesn't pull before the Warlock gets here, though. Fingered pot. Just got that cast off in time. Apotheosis is over. What? Oh. I think I got Z-axis there a little bit.
Policy demands compliance. Proceeding with impairment.
Okay, this is the one that knocks you back. Huh?
Compliance is not optional.
I am running that talent, right? So I'll have to check. Oh, maybe it's only snares and not, like, full roots? Removes all snare effects. That's so misleading. I hate when there's, like, a difference between root and snare effects. Like, that feels like it should be considered a snare, like, quote-unquote, snare. Okay, I really do not like this. You need to blood boil these, my guy. You cannot just, like, tag one of them. This is really not a good way to do, especially this pull. Oh, this poor Warlock, holy shit. He almost just got marked for death. He was the last person I direct healed, and then the mobs chose to cast on him. That was almost really tragic. Yeah, that was a really, really, really bad pull, but to blow literally everything, and we got through it. Are you... What the fuck?
Survive.
Okay. Yeah, I can still heal, right? And I mean, I come back to life. That's fucking crazy, though. Before I even had a chance to dispel myself, I'm just instantly dead. I just got fucking gunned down. I mean, that's also why... I do not like the way he's pulling this all away. Like, chain pulling this is also fucking crazy. Like, just because the mobs are not dead does not mean it's just suddenly okay. Like, there's a reason you split these up. And the reason is not dead yet, so don't just immediately chain it. It's like, yeah, it's about to die, but also all it takes is one bad wombo combo, and then your fucking healer is on the floor. Holy shit. Yeah, I mean, that is one way to fucking pull this place. I mean, one of you guys go.
3, 2, 1.
So much easier when there's like a clear order, so you don't have people just like kind of sitting there being like, oh, who's gonna go first? Who's gonna go first? Like here, I'm just gonna fucking let it rip immediately. Oh my god, and then I immediately fucking walk into a circle. God damn.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Ugh.
Your fall is written. Help me remove the wards around the Sinister.
Didn't beat the blood DK, damn. H-Priest can be Raider M+. Can be Raider M+ without having two different sets of items. I don't understand the message, Chipokasa. I'm not sure I know what you mean.
Surround him. The void has broken through.
We're not properly establishing threat. Un blood boil, por favor. Dude, I love when tanks do this pull without actually getting threat on the fucking mobs. It's so much fun. At least nobody died. But I nearly did. Okay, I have threat again, somehow. I guess here would be Holy Nova. Died. Like, is he just not pressing Blood Boil as he grabs those mobs? I have to imagine he's not. So otherwise, I don't understand how I get threat there. I have PI soon. I'm not going to PI off the rip. Or rather, I'm not going to use all my CDs off the rip and pot. Especially because I want to wait for all the things to come out. Okay. Oh, nice. I was directly on top of it. Love you. Okay, going into... Right after this Astral Grasp, I go crazy. Ooh, okay. I didn't quite beat the DK, but I was able to multi-dot decently well, I think. The Blood DK is using fucking Death Pact? Dude. Word of advice to any other Blood DKs, or would-be Blood DKs watching this. Do not play Death Pact. Never play Death Pact. It's honestly, like, it's not even worth the GCD. It's barely worth it for DPS DK. It is not worth the GCD on Blood. The shield is fucking pitiful relative to your total health pool. That is wild. It's unfortunate because obviously, like, back in the day, like in Mop and Wad, it was actually a pretty chunky heal, but nowadays it's just pathetic. It does nothing. I don't think he did a single hit on these. I'm pretty sure if I try to Holy Fire these, I'm just gonna get whacked in the face and die. It looks like all the other DPS are doing the same. Thankfully, they seem to have gathered that. Alright. The hard part's over.
Champion, I know what to do. I'll need to attune the
Unfortunately, we're saving my Sara, it looks like, for last, so... Hopefully this... Should have saved. Whoa. He just bombed the DPS DK. I don't know what the fuck that guy was thinking. I don't really know where I want to stand. It looks like everything's covered, but... They are, struggling here a little bit. Do not run that. Oh my god. Oh. I got a private AMS? Oh. Don't mind if I do. Oh, he almost just straight... At the very least, I would have had angel form for that, but, I mean, you can see that he just drifted across the platform and was like an inch away from just fucking blasting me. Oh my god. I don't remember this fight as being a damage-heavy fight. I'm gonna be real. Oh my god, he almost did it again. I have to imagine that people are just gobbling balls, because I don't see how else everybody in the group is dying. Like, I mean, relatively speaking, I'm not taking that much damage. Okay, I'm gonna just get the fuck out of melee. You better soak that, you better soak that. Okay, he's soaking it. Whew! Oh, that was a 13, I forgot. I got a... Oh, actually, that is really good, because I got the crit haste offhand earlier. So now I have 2 crit haste weapons. Nice. He said, no they don't, H-Priest uses Mastered Crit on Raid and crit haste on M+. Makes sense, yeah. I mean, I'm not even sure if that's what the person was asking, but if that is what they're asking, then yeah, that makes sense. But I didn't understand the question either way. I'm gonna swap to this. It does mean I need to buy a new enchant, but so be it. We have 2 keys remaining, right? 13 Magisters. Just double. Well, okay, yeah, it's skewed because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep. We have 2 keys remaining, and I have one of them. I have the Seat. Now, Seat and my Sara. I mean, they tend to be some of the more stressful keys to heal in my experience. So. Is this the second Death Pact user? I saw DPS DK running it earlier. But I've never seen a Blood DK run it. That is definitely fucking wild. You blinked and I died? Yeah, that was, I need to do the upgrade things. Thankfully, I have like a bajillion Ascendant Void Cores, so I have more than enough to upgrade. Man, I will say I am starving. I mean, it's been almost 9 hours and I haven't had anything to eat. And I didn't really eat before starting the stream, which, in hindsight, was a mistake.
So, but there's 2 keys left. We're almost at the finish line here. There we go. Does that actually increase? I'm not sure how that works with averaging your item level. In theory, it might boost your item level slightly because it's averaging it out with 2 more higher item level pieces in the pool. But I have no idea. I don't know if it averages out the weapon slot and then averages it with the rest. But in theory, right? Like if you had 2 298 pieces instead of just 1, then it would ever so slightly boost your overall average item level. Unless I'm just, like, really shit at math, but I'm pretty sure that's how that would work, right? Also, I guess for... what's it called? For dungeons, I can do this. I'll do 10 to 13. I'm really tempted. I've been doing mostly 12s, but for my Sara, I just want to, like, shut my brain off. That said, sometimes it's the YOLO 10s that could be the most disastrous. Is this the same? It's a different Blood DK. Or, I mean, it might be. The group leader's the Shaman. I think I missed... Oh, okay, there we go. I got invited. Alright. It is... I believe this is a different Blood DK. The Warlock typed, "Hey, Larry." Oh. There's some healer add-on discussion in Twitch that I missed. Obviously, I have no strong opinion on that. The whole pit run was weird to you, but it's 5 a.m., so maybe it just feels off. No, it definitely felt off to me as well. That was a very strange pit run. Have a good stream. I know you didn't ask for input, but maybe something to consider. You obviously have other chats than this one. It would be nice to have it visible. I only have 2 chats running, YouTube and Twitch. I am multi-streaming, yeah. And I have thought about it. It's just, it would be a decent amount of effort to figure out how to set that up. It's not like I'm not opposed to doing it. It's just I don't know easily how to do that. But I might figure it out at one point. But yeah, absolutely valid. Do I have all my buffs? Oh no, I need to refresh Phoenix Oil. Oh, I haven't transmogged my weapons. Oh no, my mog is ruined. Okay. Hold up. I'm gonna judge.
5,
Reverse.
4, 3,
Oh, no gem.
2, 1.
But they are at least building Blood DK correctly. Crit verse mastery, Deathbringer. So, you know, love to see it. They are not. Yeah, I think I'm good to get threat. I was a little bit concerned there because it looked like they were just running in on their mounts, and I didn't want to rip threat.
Shit. So far, so good. You saw nothing. You saw nothing? You saw nothing? I don't need it. I don't need it. Fucking... Divine Hymn is a crutch. Somebody butt pulled. Okay, wow, finally a tank who understands that you do not have to pull the entirety of the fucking hut. I'm so glad that I don't have to deal with that, and that you could just pull mobs out. So far, I like this Blood DK. I am very critical of Blood DKs, as we have seen already today. We've had a few demon ones. This one, so far, seems good. And I'm getting LOS by the fucking spikes. They are doing this. Honestly, I don't mind this pull, though. If the fucking elephant is dead. The elephant is just such a motherfucker. I hate him so much. Nice, and oh, he's gripping in casters. All right. So far, so good from this Blood DK. And I'll get the prisoner. Okay, I did. Yeah, I got the buff. I will get these prisoners as well.
Who be stealing my kid? Who be letting alive these little kittens go?
The damage in this group seems really good. Alright. It's nice to know, because I fucking hate my Sara so much. Well, rather, with bad groups, I hate my Sara. My Sara is chill if people actually know what the fuck is going on. Alright, where are we going? Yeah, the Blood TK's waiting on the patrol. I'm pretty sure you can just hug the wall there and be fine. But... Oh, they don't want to pull the hut. Okay. Interesting. Okay, they got frost trapped. That's... that was a little bit goofy. I mean, we have a B-res, right? Like, the tank can B-res. Oh, they're AFK. Okay, I did not mean to PI the Blood DK, you know. Hope he enjoys that. God, I love being a Void Elf. Actually, just the fucking best race in the game. Right, they got there in time. I doubted for a moment. Alright, well, the boss placement was a bit questionable, yeah. I mean, yeah. It wasn't the best. I mean, the fact that I had to Void Elf Racial through. I can't complain too much, though, because it did let me do that sick Void Elf play. What? Are we just gonna wait for the DPS? I mean, I feel like we can keep pulling. It is unfortunate that, you know, we're basically 4-manning now. I feel like maybe we don't have to do extremely aggressive pulls. Like, I don't know. This is not an aggressive pull, but, like, also... We are down a DPS, right? I feel like you play ultra conservatively when this happens. Because, like, yeah, I'll be honest, We're also, like, we're not... Yeah, what a... Dude... Hello? What is this positioning? This is fucking crazy! Why are we holding... Like, we're holding the mobs in the shit! Hello? Like, if I try to go away, I'm gonna get outranged. Like, dude. Yeah, I need to just stop saying, oh, wow, this group seems pretty good. Everything's going well so far. Because, like, every time I do that, the start of this dungeon, honestly, the Blood DK pulled it perfectly fine. And now we're down to DPS. The Blood DK is doing the worst fucking positioning I've ever seen. Like, my Sorrow first boss, that was not great, right? But that was not... Like, that pull, I've never seen worse positioning for that pull. You literally could not do worse. He had it inside the puddle. And doing pulls like this is fucking crazy. Yeah, like, what are we doing here? Why are we doing pulls like this when we're down at DPS? What the fuck? Like, grip it! You're a Blood DK! Use your utility! Like, unless maybe he thinks that the DPS DK is going to be gone for the rest of the key, and he's like, oh, we're going to time this, we need to fucking send it. But they said he'll BRB, not, like, we're basically formatting the rest. Can't fear those. Are we gonna kick reanimation? Are we gonna kick reanimation? No? What are we doing? What the fuck is this? I just hold W, man. Do fucking simple pulls. What the fuck is this Blood DK doing? Okay, they're back. Are we gonna... Like, hello? 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 I've never seen them. By the way, first time I think I've literally ever seen that cast go off in a key. At least they're back now. I'll even be nice, I'll PI them, help them catch up on overall. Some kick just went off. Oh, was that all the spirits detonating? I guess that's probably what that was. I'm guessing the Warlock must have just gotten comboed, like, bolts into that, because, I mean, it looked like he got 100-0. Unless they just torrented or something, but... The suffering of a healer with no kick? Well, I mean, to be fair, that's everything but Shaman at this point, yeah. At the very least, I can stun. I really baffles me why Psychic Scream doesn't work on them. Okay. Yeah, I mean, they just got fucking juggled by that tornado. Not really a whole lot I can do for them there. Mr. Blood DK is getting fucking pounded out of nowhere. Are we going to... Okay, we got them there. Hello? Blood DK? What? How do you die? What even killed them? Did they eat one? What is happening in this key, man? Alright, I take it back. This blood DK is fucking shit. How do you ever die there? They must have ate it, but, like, I don't even know how they died so badly, because I slammed, I think that was literally 2 Serenities into them, and that still didn't take them out of Purg, but also, if you're gonna go into Purg, like, at the very least, have a fucking Death Strike prepped. I mean, did he just, like, make 0 effort to save himself? Like, oh, yeah, I'm in Purg, I guess that's it for me. Just, how do you not get yourself out of that? I'm just... Holy... I'm gonna be honest, I'm kind of terrified of how this bridge is gonna go, and we still need a lot of percents. Is turn evil a thing? I mean, maybe. Let me just get through this dungeon, and then I'll read the rest of the chat. I'm not spec'd into it, but... Dude. There's no way we're doing this pull. I'm spamming into them, and there's just nothing I can do. Priest has something. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's turn evil. It's a miracle we even lived that. Where are we going? No! No! Not the Frogger pull! Brother. Dude, I just wanted to chill my Sarah. We don't even have enough count. We don't have enough count. We have to go back. Oh, fuck. There's no way. Don't die, please don't die. No. Oh my fucking god. What is this, dude? This was so bad. Why would you ever pull the dungeon like this, man? I also just, like, the Unholy DK just gives 0 fucks. They're just fucking sitting in the middle of the road, just getting fucking bounced over and over and over. They just don't fucking care at all. I'm not gonna risk it. Okay. I was so ready to, like, try and save somebody. We have to go up the stairs now. This is just fucking horrible. Why are we tanking it on the stairs? There's... With the boss? No, 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 you're gonna fuck it up and we're all gonna die, man. Why would you? Why? We have so much time. We don't need to do this. This is so completely unnecessary. You're just gonna kill the unholy DK, man. What are we doing? Why are we tanking it here? We're about to drop it directly on top of the group. Oh my god, the Warlock 8 of the fucking century. Holy shit, this Warlock's a fucking legend. Holy shit, what a Warlock 8. We also didn't even lust. Oh, okay, we're saving. Yeah, I'm dumb. Never mind. Ignore that. That was. You what, dude? Why can't you? Okay, fuck every single one of you guys who told me to talent Psychic Scream. This ability is fucking dog shit. It does nothing. It doesn't work on half the fucking mobs. Why am I talented into this shit? It's me. One for the road, dude. One for the fucking road. Jesus fucking Christ. I did more than the unholy in overall. Dude. I mean, it looks like it is just some... they're probably just boosting their friends, but holy fuck, man. I got a cloak with leech. That's interesting. How is that tank 3.4k? Who fucking knows? Who fucking knows, man? I didn't even realize that tank was 3.4k. That's actually fucking crazy. It really just goes to show how easy it is. I mean... You never trust somebody who doesn't bother to gem their gear, right? I should have known. The moment I inspected them and I saw they were missing gems... You can't trust those guys. If you're too lazy to buy a gem, how can I trust you to actually understand what the fuck you're doing? I mean, we got through the key. I'm done with my Sara at the very least. I have one left to go. We're so close now. And I have the key. I have it in my hands. I have the seat that I need. I pray. I've been doing this. It's been 9 hours of non-stop dungeons. My heart needs a break, man. I just need one run where I'm not just, like, crying and just begging for my life constantly. You don't gem or enchant your gear until you're Bis? Just buy the cheap ones! There are cheap alternatives! Anything is better than 0 stats. What the fuck? That's bait. That's bait. That is bait. Oh, Steep. What is the secret portal? Man, what is it like? Can I find a single good Blood DK in Pugs? I just like this. This is why we have such a bad name. It's because of all these fucking Pug Blood DKs who just don't fucking know how to play the spec. So everybody thinks Blood DK is shit. But like. That's like 10 gold? Oh no. You might have to vendor a gray item. Oh. BRB to loot the chest? I mean, kinda. That's pretty much what happens. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna be so fucking picky. I am going to be extremely picky. I'm going to sit here, and I will wait 30 minutes if that's what it takes to make sure that this is the most stacked fucking group ever, because after that, my Sara, I fucking need it, man. Holy... What were you saying about Turn Evil? There is Shackle Horror. Yeah, this talent's... Like, as much as I complain, like, I literally have saved wipes before by Psychic Screaming mobs that are about to get a kickoff, but, like, Psychic Scream's so fucking shit. And for the record, the vast majority of high IO priests I looked at aren't talented into it. Probably because you don't need it if you actually have coordinated kicks. But, like, I get it. It's nice to have in Pugs and shit. Man, why does it just not work on half the fucking mobs in the game? Mask the spell you know you want to. I didn't even... It actually never occurred to me that I can mask the spell off the shields. I didn't think about that. Looks like they ate the slow-moving frontal at the same time the two ghosts detonated. Yeah. I mean, honestly, like... I'll fucking say it. I think I played fucking crazy that key. The fact that we survived that pull at all... I kind of fucked. I'm pretty pleased with myself there. So, the moment I saw that, I'm like, there's no way. I mean, you could probably see I fucking GS'd myself. I'm like, I don't fucking care about any of these guys. If the Blood DK dies to that, he's dog shit. And I don't care if any of them die, because as you saw, they died anyway. So, zombies and ghosts don't get scared. Fucking hell. The thing is, that might genuinely be Blizzard's logic for not letting you do it. It's gonna be so funny if the DK drops a puddle in melee. Yeah, it was really funny, alright. I will say, the DK dropping the puddle in melee was worth it just for how fucking ludicrous that like mid-pull gateway. Holy shit, that Warlock is my hero. Fucking crazy play there. And frankly, the Warlock ate a few mechanics. I mean, what was the deaths like? I actually didn't die the entire key. I'm the only one who didn't die the entire key. And I can't remember, did I actually pop Angel Form at all? Angel Form counts as a death, though, so I'm pretty sure if I did, I would see it, right? Quite pleased with that. Okay, Angel Form does count as a death, nice. I'll take the Demon Hunter, sure. One Unholy DK can handle 4 gross, 2 grips, 1 interrupt, 1 stun. And
I mean, it's obviously the Unholy DK ran it the fuck down, right? The Warlock actually didn't die that many more times than... Wait, what the hell? Dude, Blizzard Death Recap is so fucking bad, man. Why does Fell Armor... Oh, because it's, like, staggered? Oh, okay. Never mind, that actually is correct, then. This one, yeah, what happens here? Soul Rot. Okay. I mean, that much, I kind of realized they had to have eaten a ghost, but it looks like they ate a ghost and then they were just sitting in the puddle for some reason. And I would love to be able to see a more in-depth, like, recap on what happened, because I slammed at least 1 Serenity and 1 Insta-Flash Heal into them, and it did not save them. I don't understand how you don't have anything else to get yourself out. Let's see. Okay, I'll take the Death Knight. Now I'm picky until I find the tank. I can definitely... I'll be honest, the exhaustion is fully setting in now. And my stomach is really growling, but we are on the final key. We are on the final key of the entire challenge. Holy shit. It's been a little over 2 months. And this is it. If this key depletes, I cry. Blizzard loves their undead trash. Yeah. It's time to... I just looked at Twitch. Time to wipe on the final boss and deplete. I mean, the Death Knight certainly tried. Yeah, that was terrifyingly close. I just so many things. Fucking Blood DKs, man. You know, for anybody who's around for what was it? I think it was. I want to say it was Disc Priest Keystone Hero, right? Where we had the Nexus Point Zenus with the Mage and the Balance Druid. Or no, it was a Feral Druid, I think. Who were saying that they hate Blood DKs, and then they just started flaming that Blood DK, who, ironically, is like the only good Blood DK that I've encountered across this entire challenge that I can recall. That one was actually really good. But they just started fucking flaming him. You know, I kind of get it, though. Like, obviously, they were still assholes, but I kind of understand the trauma that they probably went through to lead them to that point. Where they see a Blood DK and they just start blasting. Oh. What time is it? 7:30? Me. Really hope this doesn't take too much longer to form. I'm gonna check to see if there's a seat up, but... no. It's just I'm gonna be... I mean, oh, okay, they canceled. I definitely need a good tank here, because Seat lives or dies by the tank. If they do a quad pull in this first room, then there's, you know, fuck all I can do to save that. Okay, that's interesting. I'm gonna invite them, but I am gonna snoop their Raider IO and logs. Okay, what are we dealing with here? Our Russian friends. Okay, our Russian friend here has timed 17s and 16s and whatnot, so we're probably fine. I have to imagine. I mean, if this person doesn't know how to tank this dungeon, then, you know,
Honestly, fucking unlucky. Now I'm picky for the last DPS. What do I need? I need a Bloodlust. So Mage, Shaman, Evoker, I guess. We have 2 Battle Reses. We have DH buff. There's a Shaman here. 3.2k alt. Check. I don't know why their IO... I'm not seeing mains IO here. Okay. Yeah, they actually... I mean, they have at least a solid Chimera's Parse. Tells me that they know what they're doing at the very least. So, sure. Yeah, they've been +2ing 12s, so they're probably fine. And, of course, they left. Whatever. Hunter has Lust. It's a survival hunter. Okay. Let's see here. You know what? Fuck it. I believe. I'm a survival enjoyer. Yeah, they've done like 13s, 14s. They're probably fine. Okay. Dude, wait. What do you know that I don't? You say that, but apparently that blood DK was 3.4k. I mean, you're not wrong. But in fairness, I joined that key. I did not check that blood DK. I joined that key and I had to deal with it, right? I have checked all these people and they are at least half decent, right? Like the paladins. This person. Okay. This is interesting. But yeah, they all have like decent stuff. Spec into Mind Control and Shackle Undead, you can CC the slimes on the first boss. I'll be honest. Well, Shackle Undead works? I mean, what would I drop for it? Do I need, I probably don't need diseases. And Shackle Horror, right? Fade talents? Yeah, fuck that. Dominate one to let the boss eat it? Why would you... I mean, you don't want the boss to eat it, right? If you guys are griefing me... Dominate Mind, not that one? Okay.
Five, four.
The boss eats it while it's an ally, it doesn't apply the dot?
1.
Okay. It hurts the boss if you dominate Mind. Okay.
5,
Yeah.
4.
You guys
3,
better not be fucking lying to me, or I
1.
swear to God. We are gonna have some issues.
I simply wish you had lasted a little longer.
Really, dude? I mean, one fucking Avenger shield, I beg. I mean, in what fucking universe do you not open with Avenger shield there? Like, okay. I actually cannot fucking believe that. I mean, I'll be honest. I'm insanely tilted after that. I kind of let the hunter die, swapping to damage because I was gonna see who was my PI target. But I mean, that is just fucking crazy. This 3300 paladin can't fucking open a pull with fucking Avenger Shield to establish threat on the very first fucking mob, and then just immediately starts running. I mean, actually, fuck off, right? There's just no fucking way you're that fucking shit. That, like... Dude, I feel nothing right now. I'm just, like, I cannot actually believe that that fucking happens. It doesn't even really matter. Like, we're fine, but it's just so... Like, that may as well happen. How long does Dominate Mine last? 25 seconds? Should be enough. It seems to have hit everything. Okay. Alright. Well, thank you, Chori and Freeze. I appreciate you.
Disrupting their efforts would benefit us all. Also, their commander here has a particular item that would be useful to me.
I'll be honest, I have been completely deflated by that opening pull. That it's just like that has kind of sent me into full tilt here. I'm just like we're probably still fine, but I am just so fucking over this, man. I think I'm good to like just not heal for a month or so after this. I think I could go for that. This is just like this is exhausting, man. I don't know what's worse, like, having shit like that happen, or thinking to myself, like, man, I wish I was tanking right now. Because, you know, when I'm tanking, I don't get exposed to these fucking demons. And I keep thinking to myself, like, I would never let that happen, ever, if I was tanking. Like, I don't even know how you make that fuck up, right? But, I mean, a little Paladin hiccup aside, it does seem like I have managed to put together a good group here, so, you know. Silver linings and all that. Oops. Fucking single pulling the portal guy like a bitch. Hey, look, psychic scream value. It exists. Now we pull the Rift Warden. Okay. You should go get that. Alright, I'll just fucking do it myself then. Don't mind me. Don't bother, I don't know, pop a fucking tank defensive and soak the fucking thing. Let the fucking priest healer do it. That makes total fucking sense. But sure. Dude, I hate all tanks that aren't me, man. That's what I'm starting to learn about myself. And my co-tank. Will's pretty cool. Every other fucking tank, I fucking hate them so much. They're just the worst fucking people ever. And I hate that I have to keep them alive. Actually, that's not true. I kind of hate myself as well, but not from a tank perspective.
between me and this staff, heroes.
Dominated Slime did like 1 million damage. Nice. And after the second boss, the real dungeon begins. I mean, this part of the dungeon only sucks if you pull it like a fucking monkey. But, I mean...
Eliminating him will give us an opportunity to get in ourselves. I'll see to opening the way once he's...
So far, I'm fine with this. He's pulling like a bitch, but honestly, in this section, I'm kind of okay with that. Whee! What? Okay, I mean, at least he got thread on him. Live. Okay. I mean, that worked. That was a little bit spooky, but... I am curious why I am... The Devour DH is... Oh, nice. Okay, we're only pulling the patrol. That's fine. Like, the Paladin tank's not bad. I mean, I think he made, like, a one-off mistake. I question his routing there. I think he's just so used to doing a very specific set of pulls, but, I mean, there's just no reason you single pull that portal guy ever. Like, that's just extremely inefficient. There's definitely something else that you can change in your routing to clean that up. I kind of want to save Apotheosis. Should be fine with just this. Okay, nice. DK's using a defensive. Shit, it just hopped. Oh, I can stun that. Okay. I didn't realize it would work in the tentacles. Alright. Well, at this point, we're...
Emanating from within.
That's the healer experience, yeah. At this point, I mean, it's kind of impossible to fuck up Lyra from here, so... Victory lap, but... Fucking hell. I wanted a nice chill seat. The tank is not bad, but they pulled this in a way that made my life a living hell.
Hurry, heroes.
Should have enough time to get food buff.
The few cases I know of have occurred when mortals were involved. What fascinating implications. Such musings can wait, though. This entity must die.
What's the CD on PI? 2 minutes? Okay, I should save it then. It'll actually line up perfectly with my combat pot. Do this. Okay, somebody missed. Lovely. I should have done something to make that easier. It's gonna divine him here. Only the missed one in the first set. At least we got 3 there. Okay, somebody... They're swimming all over the place with it. Okay, nice, we got it.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh shit, that doesn't perfectly line up.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Ooh. I barely beat the paladin at the end there. Nice. Let me double check. Oh, he barely beat me at the end. Okay. It's bugged. Yeah, he's definitely not. I definitely didn't beat him there. Was that... I think I got Resilient 12s from that. I'll be honest, I wasn't paying attention. But I'm pretty sure, yeah, that's Resil 12s. Cool. So we ended 3-can Priest and Resil 12s, right? So a little bit more than just the 10 bare minimum on this time. And then, let's see, what do I get? I get a staff. Right. And I'm free! That's all 7 healers. I've talked a lot about, what my favorite specs are. I definitely think by the end, Holy Priest is definitely very hectic. Like, when shit hits the fan, it feels like you're constantly playing catch-up. I kind of understand why it's not as good at higher keys, but I won't lie, I thoroughly enjoyed it the entire way through. I think I might still say that, I enjoyed Mistweaver a little bit more, but Holy Priest surprised me. I did not expect to enjoy it as much as I did. This spec fucking bangs. I can pretty safely say this is, either tied with Mistweaver or my second favorite. Very, very, very fun. I enjoyed that more than Disc for sure. Thank you, Freeze. GG's healer main, yeah. I mean, I'm definitely going to start playing it more often. It's nice to have it as an option. And I think one thing that has surprised me is overall, it did not feel as challenging as I expected it would. I really thought I was going to struggle with some of the specs, like Holy Priest. But, I mean, I feel I did pretty fucking good. And, like, Holy Paladin, Resto Druid I probably struggled with the most, just kind of figuring it out at first. But compared to, like, when I was first learning Prez and Disc, and especially when I first learned Shaman, but I feel I just have a much stronger grasp on, like, healer fundamentals now, to where it didn't feel as difficult to learn the specs. Now, obviously, I still got to figure out how to play them in Raid, and I know some of them play quite differently in Raid, some of them play entirely different hero talents and talent builds in Raid. So we will cross that bridge when we get to it next season. But I'm done with the healers for now. And the nice thing is, because I've already had this experience a few seasons now, once you get a baseline understanding of a spec, it's a lot easier to, like, dust it off. Like, that's how I felt with Resto Shaman this time around. I just did some cursory, like, reading. Okay, what's Resto Shaman playing? Yeah, looks familiar. And just second nature. I played it enough at this point. So, the fact that I've now at least gotten the hang of all of the specs should make any future seasons, when I do the healer section of all specs Keystone Hero, a lot easier. So that's nice, at the very least. And I mentioned this before, but the plan next season, in addition to the whole healer thing, the healer thing I've talked about, but for the all-specs Keystone Hero, I'm probably going to start picking up a few DPS specs that I just haven't touched at all yet. So if I'll look at the Dungeon Journal as a way to sort it. So, like, I haven't played Shadow at all yet. That could be interesting. I played Ret. At this point, I played all Paladin specs. I've played all Hunter specs. I've not played Outlaw Rogue, and I haven't finished a Sub-Rogue challenge yet. I've not played Unholy yet. Well, way back in the day I played Unholy. I actually have a tiny amount of practice in the spec with, like, very old iterations of it, but I'm sure it plays completely differently now from the last time I played it. We haven't done Ellie or Enhance yet. I tried Ellie a little bit, but I never finished that challenge. I have not done Frost Mage. I've done Fire and Arcane. I have played Demo Warlock and Ath a little bit, but I haven't done Destro, and I never finished Ath. I only finished Demo. Monk, I've played all three. I have not played Feral yet, and I guess technically I have played Balance at points in the past, but I have not played it as part of the challenge, so we'll do that at some point. And I have not played Devourer yet. I played Havoc and Vengeance many times. And Evoker, I have not done Og. I guess technically speaking, I haven't done Dev as part of the challenge yet, but I've played Dev a lot in my free time, so Dev I'm already very confident with, but Og, at some point we're gonna have to do Og. So there's still a decent amount of specs that I have. I don't know exactly how many I'm gonna do next season, but I'm gonna try and continue making good progress. And at some point I'll have reached a point where across different seasons I will have gotten Keystone Hero on every single spec. And then the following season I'll try to really buckle down and get all of them done in one go. We'll see how that turns out. It's gonna be a lot of keys. I can tell you one thing. There's zero fucking chance I'm doing that next season, because whatever season I decide to do that in, I'm gonna have to really enjoy the M+ pool. And the M+ pool next season looks fucking terrible. Not looks, I've played it on PTR. It's fucking awful. It's one of the worst M+ pools ever. So, I'll be honest, I don't know how many of these challenges I'm gonna knock out next season. I think I might limit my scope, right? And instead of doing a bunch of them, focus on, like, really mastering a few specs, getting, like, 3.4k on, like, 1 to 2 healers and stuff like that, and then seeing which ones I feel like pushing with. Maybe I'll do that. I'll try to pick at least, like, 1 or 2 DPS specs that I haven't played and get at least Keystone Hero with them. But we'll see. And then, at this point, it's already... Well, I was going to say it's already late. It's so early in the morning, but it's taken forever to do this, to the point where I'm not going to do the Death Knight thing Monday night, so, like, basically 12 hours or so from now. So I'll do it at some point, either Tuesday morning or Tuesday in the middle of the day. I will post in Discord what I decide to do, but it's going to be some point like afternoon in or what you call it for the I guess it'll be partially Blood DK run. And if in case you missed that, the plan is I'm going to level a Death Knight from 10 to 90, mostly Blood, but I'll probably play Frost for some of the questing sections, because, I mean, Blood is not the best at open world stuff, but for, like, the time-walking dungeons, I'll play Blood. Probably for, like, 80 to 90, I'll play Blood, because Blood definitely comes online a lot once you get the hero talents. Before that, it's not that great, but by the time I get to level 80, I could probably play Blood, and then at that point I'll also, like, for delves, it'll be nice to just be able to pull the entire delve and just nuke it all down. So it'll probably be easy than playing Frost, but for, like, for the lower level, like, 20 to 40 questing sections, Blood does not have most of its kit and would feel really bad. Devastation players exist. Yeah. I mean, it's a fun spec. I don't know why people dislike Dev. Dev fucking owns. Dev is one of my favorite casters. If I hate all other tanks and I hate myself, that means you only love my co-tank, and that's gay. Oh, God. Fair point. I can't argue with that logic. What? You don't like dungeons like King's Rest that you won't even need to worry about count because you have to pull everything your eye can see? Yeah. Honestly, the funny thing about that is King's Rest isn't even, like, a bad dungeon, relatively. King's Rest, they've definitely improved a decent amount. It's not, like, the worst thing ever. I should also note, unrelated, but, my cold, I think, has finally faded. Because at this point, I don't feel any cold symptoms, so... We pushed through the final remnants of my cold throughout this 10-hour stream. I definitely still felt a little bit sick when I started, but I honestly feel perfectly fine. A bit tired, obviously, but in terms of, like, cold symptoms, that seems to be gone. It was already feeling better when I woke up, but now I haven't noticed. And, like, my throat is not sore at all, which is good. Dev was like the Krabby Patty for me, as it was for Squidward. You leveled your Evoker a couple of days ago, and it was a blast to play, yeah. I saw a post on Reddit of somebody saying that they, like, leveled all specs to 90, and somebody asked them what their favorite and least favorite spec was, and they said Brewmaster was their favorite and Dev was their least favorite, and, like, that broke my brain, man. I mean, Brewmaster while leveling is, like, fine. I would not say it's one of the worst. I don't love it, though. But definitely favorite? Your favorite spec? What the fuck? But then Devastation? Devastation's your least favorite spec in the entire game? Presumably AUG is included there. I don't understand the Dev hate. Like, I feel like people just don't know how to play Dev. I've always liked Dev from, like, when Dragonflight pre-patch came out, I played an Evoker just for fun, because people were asking me to, like, test out Evoker for, like, the leveling in the starting zone and whatnot. And so I just did it for shits and giggles just to see. And I immediately fell in love with Dev. I really, really, really liked it from day one. And it's honestly only gotten better. Like, Mass Disintegrate is really, really fun to use. So I genuinely cannot understand people who dislike Dev. I think it's just a really fun spec. It used to be, like, when it first came out, really simplistic, but frankly, it isn't anymore. It's not, like, the most complicated spec anymore, but it has just enough going on in its rotation to keep you engaged. I quite enjoy Dev. You like Devastation too, but it can't exist in an AUG universe, at least in M+. Well, I don't know about that, because from everything I've heard, AUG Evoker is fucking dog shit next season. The Evokers in my guild are really, really dooming AUG, so it might be a Dev season. Or, well, realistically, maybe you just don't play Evoker at all. But it does not sound like AUG is going to be very good. Apparently, they have completely shot AUG in the head. At the very least, the build that people were playing in Raid and M+, is, like, completely gutted. I don't know the details, I know that they have been giga-dooming about it. Mass Disintegrate and Deep Breath were the best parts of Dev leveling? Oh, yeah. 100%. Also, I missed the message earlier. Is it ever worth using defensive trinkets on Blood, or are they tuned poorly? As a general rule of thumb, it is almost never worth using defensive trinkets on any tank. Blood, especially just because blood... When it comes to blood survivability, definitely in Raid, you pretty much never use it. Blood survivability is entirely, are you going to be one-shot? If not, then it does nothing for you. And there is a single tank trinket that you can consider using this season, and that is, what's it called? If you have a Myth Track Dread Scale, you can justify using this. Right now, this season, this is the only tank trinket that is worth using. Anything else is garbage. There are no other good tank trinkets. If you ever use a tank trinket, it is just bad. It's very bad. Another thing to consider is we have a lot of really, really strong stat amp trinkets this season. And something that a lot of people forget when they're thinking about tanking is tanks get survivability out of stats. Like, a lot of your survivability stuff scales off your primary stat or your secondary stat, like mastery, versatility, etc. So, if you have something like Gaze of the Almseer, which just gives you shitloads of primary stat, that also helps your survivability in addition to your damage. Or what's it called? The item off Voracious, the heart. That thing gives you, I mean, it has flat primary, and then it gives you crit. And crit is definitely less of a survivability increase for Blood DK, though it is a good damage stat for Deathbringer Blood, but it gives you parry. And parry also is survivability. That one less so, so like if you're going to run Dread Scale, you want to run Gaze of the Almseer plus Dread Scale, and you would use this over the Voracious Heart, or Plume, or whatever it is your second trinket is. But honestly, you don't even really need to use Dread Scale. It's kind of an oh shit button, and it's not that good. And this would only be for M+. You should never really play this in raids. It's not worth it. Unless, like, I think some of them ran it in Race to World first, but obviously that's different, because you're going in there extremely undergeared. The Race to World first, it's a little bit murky, because sometimes you just won't have the health to survive the mechanics at the item level you're doing it on, and in that case, like I said, when is a tank trinket good? If it prevents you from dying. If a tank trinket is only, like, lowering the amount of damage you take, then honestly, fucking suck it up and just push through it. And, you know, unless it reaches a point where you were just taking too much damage for your healers to be able to keep you alive, which is, especially on a Blood DK, almost never the case. On other tanks, maybe, if you're like Brewmaster Monk, for instance. Brewmaster Monk actually, more so than a lot of other tanks, has historically used some defensive trinkets. A good example is back in Shadowlands, what's it called? This trinket, Reactive Defense Matrix, Brewmaster used this. Now that one was a little bit weird, because this actually did crazy damage as well. And it procced off Stagger, so you got way more uptime on this as a Brewmaster compared to other tanks. But another example is this trinket, Shard of Anhild's Aegis. This was like a pretty mediocre trinket for most tanks, but for Brewmaster it was really good. Because it was basically, as long as you took a lot of little hits, you could mitigate damage with this for a really long time, and because of the way Stagger interacted with it, you would get way more value out of this on a Brewmaster than you would on other tanks, whereas on a lot of other tanks it would take like 1 or 2 hits and then break. But Brew could use this to survive a lot of damage. So, historically, they have had more value out of stuff like that, but even then, like, I didn't use this outside of Prague. I used it on Prague because it was good for that, but outside of Prague, I only used Reactive Defense Matrix because this also did a lot of damage. That's another reason why trinkets like Dread Scale are good, because it's not a very great defensive trinket, but it does give you effective health because you're getting an Absorb Shield, and it also does decent damage. So if a trinket, in this case, like this gives you shields, and it has a little cheat death on it, and it does damage, that's really what you need for a tank trinket to even be worth considering. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. But, like, I could name basically every single trinket for a while, at least, that was good. Uldir, I honestly can't remember. Were there any tank trinkets in this raid that people used? I don't remember. I remember some people using this, but I never thought it was good. There was a cheat death trinket, the Bonsomdi trinket. This one was dog shit. I don't think I ever ran... I'm pretty sure I never ran these trinkets, but I definitely saw some people using it. Pretty much everybody was running Darkwind Deck Fathoms, and then one of these, either on Agi-Tank's Invocation of Yu'lon, Kimball's Razor Claw, Gronk's Primal Rage, something like that, Everchill Anchor. This one didn't really give you that much. It was just a tiny shield, and this is a really bad cheat death trinket. Cheat death trinkets are really hit or miss. If they have a massive downside, often they're just not even worth using. I know in high M+, some people use the mud trinket just because you needed it to survive. I don't think the mud trinket was very good, and I think unless you were absolutely, like, really high pushing M+, the mud trinket was shit. And definitely, that trinket was terrible in raids. It was only good for M+, because it scaled off the targets you hit. It did fucking nothing in raids. It gave you just a nothing shield. And you had to channel it, right? Which was a massive drawback. I remember this trinket. Or no, which one? Yeah, Idol of Indiscriminate Consumption. I used this a few times. Honestly, this one wasn't very good, but it was funny to use. Because it could also hit your allies. But I don't think that trinket was good. This raid had a very iconic tank trinket in the form of... that one wasn't very good. Where is it? Yeah, Bloodthirsty Urchin. This gave you really crazy passive healing. So, like, on a Brewmaster Monk, which doesn't have amazing self-healing, like, Stagger is more than enough mitigation. So a lot of Brewmasters ran this because they just got so much self-healing out of that. But at the same time, there were also a lot of really good damage trinkets here. And then Nyalotha. Nyalotha, a lot of really good damage trinkets, but also... where is it? Lingering Psychic Shell. This was like a colossal absorb shield. Especially because, like, depending on... I forget exactly how it scaled, but while in Nyalotha, based on your corruption resistance. So, the, you got a massive shield from this if you used it on N'Zoth. Like, N'Zoth and Carapace, I remember a lot of people used this trinket. I played Brew. Brew didn't really need it, because, like, Stagger gave you more than enough. So, I was running, what was it? Torment in a Jar, and I'm pretty sure I was still running Ashvane's Razor Coral on Nyalotha Prog. But a lot of people ran Lingering Psychic Shell. Castle Nathria... God, there's so much garbage here on the loot table. Holy, there's just so much random shit. I do remember there was this Splintered Heart of Lar. This was a pretty good cheat death trinket. I did see there was a log of a tank procced this trinket and killed one of their nearby raid members because the fire damage hits everybody, allies and enemies, which was pretty funny. I think all the other ones were pretty shit. Like, there were some trinkets that did some healing, but by and large, you ran, like, Dreadfire Vessel, Hateful Chain, I remember running. This gives versatility. It's kind of a tank trinket. I don't even remember what the other ones technically were. Absorbs up to... Yeah, I mean, this is, like... It's technically an absorb shield, but nobody fucking ran that thing. That was a Denathrius trinket? Yeah, nobody ran that trinket. That's another, like, bonds with somebody trinket. But Splintered Heart of Lar, this was a pretty good cheat death trinket. Because it did damage, and there's technically no downside. The only downside is that it's only once every 8 minutes. Then Sanctum has a pretty iconic one. Well, Sanctum has Sanctum might have the most strong tank trinkets of any raid ever. Because we already talked about Reactive Defense Matrix and Shard of Anhild's Aegis, which were both pretty strong tank trinkets. But then you also have this thing, Weave of Warped Fates, which after this got nerfed, it was fucking dogshit and nobody ran it. But prior to the nerf, it was used to cheese the first Kel'Thuzad kill. I think it was Echo who cheesed the kill with this trinket. It might have been Liquid, I can't remember. But whichever guild got world first basically cheesed the tank mechanic with this cheat death trinket. And then, because of that, Blizzard nerfed it and changed how it worked. And it was really, really bad afterwards. It was one of the worst cheat death trinkets after the fact. Sepulcher. What did this place have? This one was interesting. This was technically a tank trinket. You healed based off how much you did. Wasn't very good, though. Oh, I remember this. Yeah, the dodge rating trinket. This one was hot ass. Then that's a healing trinket. That's basically the you buff your group trinket. Yeah, this one was shit. This is, you get an absorb shield, but it did, like, it activated after a few seconds, and then the shield you got was really bad. What else? Earthbreaker's Impact. Now, that was a damage trinket. Oh, yeah, this... When you take damage, you have a chance to summon a little guy who absorbs damage. Yeah, this one was fucking terrible. Yeah, wow, every single tank trinket in this raid was fucking dog shit. Because this is kind of a DPS trinket. I think actually some DPS ran this. But, I mean, basically every single agility tank ran Cache of Acquired Treasures. I remember this trinket was okay. A lot of people ran Chains of Domination. Scars was really good. Like, very greedy trinket. A lot of people ran Elegy or First Sigil. Just on-use big chunk of stats. What else? Dragonfly. Vault of the Incarnate had... This was like a really mediocre tank trinket, but some people ran this. It gave you like an okay shield. I didn't think it was really good. All Totem of the Master was really interesting. Like, this, I mean, it is a tank trinket, but it honestly it really didn't give you that much survivability. It just, when you got attacked, you got like a damage proc that also gave you stats. So it was basically like a stat amp trinket that only worked for tanks, which was pretty cool. I mean, basically every single person ran Manic Grief Torch. Some strength users ran Rumbling Ruby. I ran Storm Eater's Boon on a lot of fights. I'm pretty sure on Brewmaster I ran All Totem and Manic Grief Torch. And then there was this thing, which this got buffed much later on. It was terrible on release, but during Fated it was pretty good. What did we have in Aberrus? Oh yeah, I remember one of the trinkets in Aberrus. I mean, we had the class trinkets. This thing, Screaming Black Dragon Scale. Alright, very rare items. That's the healer trinket. I was never sure if this was intended to be a healer or a tank trinket. It was pretty shit anyway. Beacon has a new icon now. Enduring Dreadplate, so this one's really interesting. When it was current content, this trinket was horrifically bad. But it got massively buffed in the Fated season, and then it actually became really good. It was actually extremely strong for burst AoE, the actual damage. So this is one of those weird cases of, like, nobody actually ever played this, but this was one of the trinkets that for, what's it called? For War Within launch, I actually prepped this trinket, and I ran it from the Dinar vendor. Because even on a DPS player, it was actually very, very good for leveling. Gave you survivability and then just did massive AoE burst. There's a very iconic one from Emir Drasul. Basically the same theme that we've been looking at, right? Oh, it's under very rare. Obviously Tainted Rage Heart, which, like, same idea, right? Gives you a big absorb shield, but also has stats and does pulsing damage. So this was decent damage, but also big survivability. Then Gift of Ursine Vengeance technically was like... this one was weird because it didn't give you a shield, it gave you healing. Generally speaking, I did not think that trinket was very good. Most people ran, like, stat trinkets or something. Like, I ran, obviously, Augury of the Primal Flame, and... On single target, I think I ran Bandolier. And then, well, strength users ran Signet Brand, usually. I think there was some M+ trinket that season that I remember using, but I couldn't tell you what it was. Narubar Palace... Manic Grief Torch, my beloved? Yeah, I know, right? Are we looking at tank trinkets? Yeah, somebody in YouTube chat asked about whether or not it's worth using tank trinkets right now in a Blood DK. And then, honestly, I started talking about tank trinkets, and it's a fun thing to yap about. Oh yeah, okay, some of these are interesting. Because I remember... Like, these aren't that good, but they had their place. I think on Prop Paladin, some people ran this just because if you liked haste, this gave you haste and it's scaled with your haste. And Prop Paladin really wanted the shield from this because their defensives were a bit weaker. So I really only ever remember Prop Paladin running it, but it was okay. But it was really bad, obviously, if you didn't run haste. Like, Brewmaster never ran this. I guess Sand Lane, Blood DK could have run this, but I mean, you had better options that you'd rather play, and you don't really need this as a Blood DK. But it was an option. And then this trinket was so weird. This dropped off our very first Mythic kill, and my co-tank didn't want it, so I got it. And then I had a crappy second trinket, so I actually ended up using this for, like, the first half of Prague. It wasn't, like, it dealt damage. It wasn't a good damage trinket, but I just had no other good options, so I actually played with this trinket for quite a while, because all of the other better damage options were from later in the raid. And it's such a weird trinket, because it gives you maximum health. So there were just some cheese strats that people did. I'm pretty sure, like, Rex Troy used this to, like, break the game by, like, one-shotting something and gaining, like, a shitload of max health. I remember some weird shit going on with this thing. It was an interesting item, but I do not think it was good. But I ended up, I think I actually got it on Blood DK too. And I ended up running it for Ovanax, I'm pretty sure, just because I had no other option. And at a certain point, like, as long as it's an okay passable trinket, like it does damage, you'll take what you can get. Liberation is interesting. I remember this trinket was such a fucking weird trinket. This is an on-use trinket that generates threat, but it just does shit damage, so it's just a crappy on-use trinket that only tanks can use. Nobody ever wanted this, but, like, it technically existed. This trinket some people ran. It's kind of weird, because, like, it gives you stats. I know some people who liked haste ran this trinket in M+. I think, like, Paladins and Warriors, but I never really liked it that much. Especially because, I mean, there were so many good DPS trinkets. Were there very rare items I'm missing? No trinkets, but, like, I mean, you had Eye of Kazan this season, you had House of Cards this season. If you liked haste, you had Reverb Radio. Oh, yeah, this one. Okay, yeah. Chrome Bustable Bomb Suit, this was a very good tank trinket. Again, effectively, this gave you effective HP. It had haste on it, which the two meta tanks that tier were Prot Pally and Prot Warrior, and then it exploded for damage. So, it's just like a less shitty version of this thing that also gives you a massive absorb shield. Yeah, Crumbustable Bomb Suit, definitely one of the better tank trinkets we've seen in recent history. Very, very, very strong. And that, especially the fact that this existed kind of made it so, like, why would you ever run scrap fields? And then MFO? Trying to remember. I guess technically Brand of Ceaseless Ire is a tank trinket, right? But, like, I mean, you did not run this because of the Absorb Shield. It technically gave you an Absorb Shield, but you ran this because it just did fuckloads of damage. This trinket was crazy. Actually, All-Devouring Nucleus, this was a really good cheat death trinket as well. I forgot about this one. Yeah, we actually had some pretty good tank trinkets here. And then there was also this thing. This trinket was bad. This was you just generate a shield. But, like, this trinket is basically kind of like Dreadscale. It's worse than Dreadscale. It does have primary stat, though. But it did less damage than Dreadscale, and the shield was less reliable. It was on a 1-minute cooldown. But honestly, things like Dreadscale, you'd rather have a gigantic shield on a longer cooldown, because then you can basically use it as a larger defensive. But, I mean, nobody ever played this, right? But that's the thing, like, if you're... Definitely, when it comes to tank trinkets, the best types of tank trinkets that you usually see people run very often is either incredibly strong defensive options like Chromebustable Bomb Suit, or cheat death trinkets like this one. Like All-Devouring Nucleus, what was the other one that I'm trying to think of from Dragonflight? I don't know, I'm blanking. Or like the one from Sun Kings. But yeah. I haven't thought about it. What are the tank trinkets like? I'm pretty sure most of the tank trinkets I remember looking at for the upcoming patch were pretty trash. I think all of the good trinkets are like damage ones, like big stat amps again, or on-use damage, or you get like I think most people I've seen in keys are running the Gebo's Bag, for damage, which I'm not a huge fan of that for blood decay, but for tanks that like kind of like all stats, it could be okay. It might not be terrible for Deathbringer Blood, honestly, but I'll have to wait and see for Sims. Right now, though, like unused trinkets like Merektha's Fang and the Font of Venomous Rage are really good. And for anybody who can get the 2-set with the like Guillotine, that just has felt so strong for me that it's hard to justify running anything else. There's definitely not any notable tank like cheap death trinkets that I can recall seeing. But fuck it, I mean, well, the challenge is over for now, so I'll pop onto the PTR. I mean, the stream's almost over, but I'm curious. I'll pop over there and take a look. I want to know as well, because I probably haven't... The fact I can't remember most of the tank trinkets is probably bad. I should know what all of them are going in. You just got done watching the previous Zero to Hero VOD? Nice. Well, you have 10 hours ahead of you. And we're all done. You got here after we finished Holy Priest. But there is one bonus Zero to Hero on Tuesday for Blood DK. And then I'm quickly checking the PTR, and I will be stopping soon. I mean, I've been streaming for 10 hours, right? Let's get... Come on. There we go. Let's see. I can, I'll keep the chat open. Bro, you went to bed while you were streaming? You woke up still streaming? Yeah, I mean, that'll happen. My inventory is full. What the fuck? How is my inventory full? What? The game is lying to me. My inventory is not full. Blizzard. Pulsing damage plus shield is so good because tanks that don't know how to get aggro at the start of the pull can just use it as a crutch. True, yeah. Definitely helps trinkets like that. Okay, where would the vendor be? I guess Stormwinds. I could just look at the dungeon journal, but I want to just see from dungeons as well. Maybe they need it with the Dancing Rune Weapon bug? True, yeah. Okay, yeah. You can tell I'm tired. I'm fucking running into walls. Let's see, where's the trinket vendor? Alright, Trinketor. So, we have this thing. This just gives you haste, right? A lot of people are going to want to run this. Solid haste trinket. This is what I've seen a lot of tanks running in M+. I've seen it, well, a handful of people running this. You basically just get random stat amps. It procs a random secondary stat. Sometimes it actually damages you. You can, like, put a bleed on yourself. It doesn't seem like it does that much. There's a rotten fish that lowers your stats, and then there's, like, a whole fish that increases all of your stats. From what I've seen, it seems like this, on average, gives you enough stats to justify it, but I don't know. So this is a tank trinket. This one... Absorb up to 40% of incoming damage. Yeah, this one... I still don't understand. I probably should have tested this to see. But the wording on this is very poor. It could either be interpreted as, when you're below 40% health, you just get 80% DR instead of an absorb. Or it always absorbs, but you absorb 80% of the incoming damage instead of 40% while you're at low health. But while the shell is active, you reflect damage. This is kind of like, this reminds me a lot of Shard of Anhild's Aegis, where you want this to last longer. Because if this breaks immediately, then you get less value out of the physical damage reflect. So you would actually ideally not want to use this while below 40% health, because then the shield is going to get eaten up much faster, which means you're going to get less physical damage reflection here. I don't think this trinket is good. I think that in the vast majority of cases, I mean, look at this. This is a 481,000 shield. Look at my health. I have 1 million health right now on my blood decay on the PTR. Do you really think that this shield is going to make a dent in that? You get way larger shields from than this with Dreadscale, and I'd imagine Dreadscale is going to do significantly more. But yeah, if this is, like, if you use it below 40% health, it gives you 80% DR, like, that would be fucking crazy. But I feel like that would almost be too strong. I don't think it works like that. It's just typical Blizzard ambiguous wording. This one is weird. Dodging has a high chance to call bolstering winds, increasing your strength. If you've not dodged, this is triggered immediately. This one is so strange, because this kind of reminds me of the Kurog trinket, the elemental stance one that we looked at before. But it, like, you would need... this would need to be, like, more overtuned than any of the other stat trinkets. And you would need to be able to reliably line this up with your burst window. The fact that it gives you speed honestly might make it pretty decent for Blood DK, because imagine this procs on pull, and you get speed as you're rounding up mobs. Could be pretty good. And also, Flat Mastery in M+ is not bad for Blood DK, so it lasts for 12 seconds. Dancing Rune Weapon lasts for 12 seconds. Honestly, might not be terrible as an M+ trinket for Blood. For raids, I have to imagine you have better options, especially because we have things like this, right? Flat crit, on-use strength for 20 seconds, and that also does damage. Lines up with Dancing Rune Weapon perfectly. This gives you less upfront strength, but you can see, like, the proc will give you stacking strength, right? So even though this says 520 strength and this one is 479, the fact that this strength will ramp and also last slightly longer, and you have more control over it, right? So, like, if this procs when, like, the way to look at this is Dancing Rune Weapon is every 1 minute 30. So if this procs on pull, you can line it up with Dancing Rune Weapon, cool. But then if it procs 1 minute later, which, since it says if you haven't done this for 15 seconds, then it should automatically proc on 1 minute 15, and then by the time Dancing Rune Weapon's up, this would be wasted. So the fact that you don't really have control over this kind of makes it not great. But maybe for tanks that have, like, 1 minute CDs, this could be okay. But I don't know. It has potential, but again, this isn't really a tank trinket. It's just kind of a stat trinket that only works for tanks. This trinket's very good. I've been using this for most of M+ testing. This is on-use damage. I've been using this quite a bit as well. What else do we have? There's... this is, I think, a Delve trinket. Then this is, I believe, another Delve trinket. Which, you know, random stat proc, not terrible. There's... yeah, when you take damage, you get Leech. That seems pretty bad. This is just a big absorb shield. Very similar to the Tortolan shield, but it has no damage component, so it's kind of trash. These trinkets we've seen already. Something like Ultradon Cuirass, for instance, is terrible, right? This gives you Mastery. That's more just a damage trinket overall. This is summons a friend to do damage for you. This one's actually not terrible. Sapling and the Dawn Root. People are sleeping on this trinket. It's not. I don't know if it's like the best trinket, but it's decent. Resonant Bellowstone, really good crit trinket. This is on-use shield. This is from Murder Row, I believe. And then it explodes. All right. Yeah, I feel like this is just a weaker shield. Now, the damage from this might be higher than the other ones, because it seems like the entire shield explodes. But I feel like the damage you would get from this would not be significant enough. And it's... the only time that trinkets like this tend to be good is if the damage is not split. Then on massive AoE pulls, you can just get like a big absorb shield, explode, and then hit like tons of targets. Sometimes Blizzard forgets to do that, but in this case they've remembered. Passive proc healing trinket, this is terrible. Unless the damage on this is just tuned to be obscene, which, considering it has a healing component, it probably won't be, then you almost certainly will not run this. This is technically a tanking trinket. When you take damage, you get like ramping crit. and it has like a mini cheat death component where when your health falls low, you get like a big shield. So stacking critical strike with a cheat death. A lot of people have been playing this one. I feel like, I don't know, I'm not the biggest fan of it, but it is definitely a solid option. You absolutely could play that. That's just a stat trinket. What was the demon? Dog did not start barking. Nice. Miraculous Fang, obviously good burst AoE trinkets. This is yet another really terrible big absorb trinket. The numbers on this one also just make no sense. Like, there are a lot of trinkets like this season. Generic shields, and that one does, like, fuck all. These are just, like, stat trinkets, on use damage. This one is, I think, bad, but who knows. And then this one, plant a banner, get stats. Yeah. Overall, I really don't think most of these tank trinkets are good. Permafrost Essence, I think, for trinkets that could actually be considered a tank trinket, what most people define as a tank trinket, which, like, gives you survivability, I think Permafrost Essence would be the best just because it also gives you stats. And the survivability component is tied to a cheat death-esque mechanic, which is when you want this stuff the most. Any other stuff that's just like generic shield, generic heal, it has to be really, really, really overtuned for it to be worthwhile. Generally speaking, for a trinket to be good, it either needs to be on use with like a really valuable effect, or it needs to be cheat death, which is when you're going to need it the most. And I haven't really seen much here that impresses me a ton. Wouldn't Blood Decay proc the parry part of the trinket a lot because of Dancing Rune Weapon? Possibly. That's a fair point. I mean, I'm assuming that this has an internal cooldown. The wording on this is ambiguous, right? Because it says, if you have not dodged or parried, the effect is triggered immediately. And then it says, may only occur once per minute. So the way that I'm reading this is that the effect itself can only occur once per minute. But because of the way that they have spaced this out, it is possible that the way this trinket actually works is that only the if you've not dodged or parried whatever thing occurs once per minute, and then you have a chance to get multiple procs of this. I hadn't thought of it that way. If it does work like that, then maybe. But the way that I read this trinket is the effect itself can only occur once per minute, and then if you don't automatically trigger it, then you get a free trigger of it after 15 seconds. That way, you're guaranteed to get some value out of it. But I don't know. That is actually a fair point. I hadn't considered that. If so, then that actually would make it significantly more valuable, yes. But I do not know if that is the intended interpretation. So it's hard to say. But I think that's it for me. It has been 10.5 hours. We are done with the Healer Keystone Hero Challenge. Thank goodness. Had honestly, some stressful keys today. And I will be doing the Blood Decay 0 to Hero on Tuesday. And then, once that's done with, it is all hands on deck for 12.1 stuff. And I should note, by the way, I mentioned this before, but just I want to repeat it. The Follow the Arrow stuff will not be done in time, the 10 to 80 routes, in time for 12.1 launch. I am going to make that a priority for getting it up as quickly as possible, but it might take some time. I've run into a few delays with that, and I'll be entirely honest, right? I'm not going to bullshit you guys. My, kind of like midway through last month, my motivation to continue working on it has kind of been fucking killed. I am going to finish it, but at a certain point, it becomes really hard to force yourself to work on something when you feel just completely apathetic towards it. And I'm gonna get it done, but I frankly, I needed to just kind of put the add-on down for a little bit. I was really not feeling it. So I've been focusing on other stuff for the last few weeks, and my priority is to get all of the 12.1 relevant things done ASAP. And the 10 to 80 thing will definitely be done at some point during 12.1, but it might have to wait a few weeks. But yeah, should go without saying, right? It's not going to be done in time, but I wanted to at least mention that here, just in case you missed the few other times that I've said that. With 520 strength proc, there's no way that it procs multiple times. Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. I would think the same, but you never know. I mean, sometimes Blizzard forgets, so it's not impossible. It's just classic Blizzard wording is fairly inconsistent. So we shall see, I guess. But yeah, I'll stop myself there. I desperately need to go get some food and then relax for a bit after all these healer keys. And I'm going to try and see if I can get everything set up, because obviously I still have a lot of prep. I need to get things set up for the actual leveling run for the Death Knight, so I will be doing that later tonight. That way I'm just ready to jump right into it tomorrow. It could proc to refresh the buff, doubt it stacks. Yeah, true. But yeah, I'll end it there. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you in the next one. Peace.